about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Like a great many coastal towns, Los Angeles has a wide variety of beaches. This is Long Beach, California. Like you, when I get a day off, I go here too. I'm a cop. It was Wednesday, March 18th. We were working the day watch out of Robbery Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Harry Didion. My name's Friday. We'd gotten a report that a hold-up man we'd been after for months had been located. The report said he was armed. We knew he was dangerous. We had to get him. How's the coffee, Joe? Fine, I brought some back for you. Slats?
Joe?
Where's Tom?
Checking out some tear gas equipment. Figured we might need it.
You confirm that address?
Yeah, 2100 Buchanan Avenue, corner house.
Hi, Skipper.
You know what to do when you get out there. Don't take any chances.
He's alone in the house, is that right?
Supposed to be, yeah. They won't give you much of a break.
What do you mean?
Heavy on guns, 2 revolvers and a hunting rifle. Not afraid to use them either. Be careful.
Right. Ready?
Right.
Yeah, let's go. See you later, Joe.
That's a long haul, huh? Hope this washes it up.
Hunting rifle and 2 revolvers. What do you think, Joe? 18 robberies in 3 months. You know the guy as well as I do. Yeah. What's your guess? His name was Hoffman, George R. In our files, his criminal record dated back to high school days. Petty theft, grand theft auto, burglary, armed robbery. His record included 2 terms at Preston School of Industry and 1 at San Quentin. Hoffman's latest campaign was a 3-month run of armed robberies. We tried everything we knew to stop him, but it wasn't enough. We'd failed to get a line on him until one of Captain Didion's informants came up with a tip that Hoffman had been hiding out for the past month in a small bungalow on the corner of Buchanan Avenue and Selma Street. According to the information, the suspect had a good supply of food, ammunition, and 3 guns. 10:15 p.m. Together with Sergeants Tom Gaffney and Slats Henry, Frank and I parked our car down the street and started toward the house. As we approached the house, we could see a light burning in one of the front rooms. All right, Slats, you and Tom want to cover the back?
Right, Joe. Let's go, Tom.
All set, Joe? Yeah, let's go.
Joe.
Front window. Yeah. All right, Hoffman, come on out of there. Give it up. What do you think, Joe? I don't know. We got to get him out of there. Hoffman!
What do you want, Bob?
I'm telling you, throw those guns out and you follow them.
I ain't coming out. You try coming out, I'll blow your head off. I ain't coming out.
All right, lob one in there. What do you think, Joe? We'll come out. All right, come on, Hopper. On your feet. Come on, get up.
You didn't have to use gas. You didn't have to.
You didn't give us much choice, mister.
You got him, huh?
That's right.
Oh, we'll check the house, Joe.
All right, Slats. See you back at the car.
Who told you? Who gave you the tip?
What's the difference?
Should have made it easy enough for you. Might as well open the door and let you in.
Yeah, that's right. Come on, let's go.
Lousy deal. I'll find out who did it. Takes me 10 years, I'll find out.
I wouldn't make book on that, mister.
What do you mean?
You might be a little busy for the next 10 years. George Hoffman was taken downtown and booked on suspicion of robbery. At a special show-up, he was identified by more than a dozen of his robbery victims. Between his arraignments and his preliminary hearings, we worked together with the district attorney's office in lining up witnesses and preparing the evidence against the suspect. We figured we had an airtight case. Hoffman's trial in Superior Court was set for May 14th.
Hi, Joe.
Oh, hi, Slats. What's doing?
Still arraigning Hoffman?
Yeah. What happened to your eye?
How about that? I'll never live it down.
Let me see.
First real black eye I ever had. Had bruises, you know. They hurt, believe me.
Well, how'd it happen?
Every week, Gaffney and I go up to the neighborhood boys' club after work to help coach the kids at sports, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Last week we had boxing lessons. I was coaching this one youngster. Turned out to be a lot quicker than I thought. He really connected.
Well, I guess everybody's heard the story by now, huh?
Just about. Gaffney took care of that. Captain called me in this morning asking me if I wanted to file assault charges against the kid. Big joke.
Never fails. You still coaching up there?
Not this week. Kids are supposed to get lessons in wrestling. I'm not taking any chances.
Yeah.
They've been watching television for months. See you later, huh?
Right, Slats.
Put your coat on, Joe.
Why, what's doing?
George Hoffman.
Yeah?
Just broke jail.
The morning of his escape, Hoffman was scheduled to appear in Superior Court for trial. According to routine, he was taken from his county jail cell on the 12th floor of the Hall of Justice and escorted to the jail shower room on the 14th floor. There, he was to take a bath and change to his civilian clothes for his appearance in court. While he was in the shower room, he turned on the hot water faucets, filling the room with steam to hide his actions from the guard. He succeeded in forcing his way through a door, up the stairs, and got to the roof of the building. Realizing that he couldn't escape down through the building, he dropped over the edge of the roof, down 18 feet, landing on top of a ventilator shaft. From there, using the metal flanges on the shaft, he climbed 7 stories down the outside of the building. At the 8th floor, he kicked open a window and got inside an office of the building. He slugged a bailiff who tried to stop him, and then he ran down the remaining flights of stairs into the street and disappeared into the crowd. 20 minutes later, he robbed a dentist's office at 3rd and Los Angeles Streets and got away. Police and sheriff's deputies covered the city for him. Frank and I were among them. 11:55 p.m. We checked back into the office. Hi, Skipper. How about Hoffman? Anything new?
Nothing. Not a trace of him.
He must have a good friend someplace in town.
Everything's covered. His friends, relatives, his hideout, everyone he knows, every place he's ever been. We plugged every loophole we can think of. The depots, terminals, the airports. Still no trace of him.
I don't know. Sure is a strange one.
No stranger than climbing down the side of a building.
Did you check that story out, Captain?
It's the truth. Apparently Hoffman planned the thing out pretty carefully.
Well, how do you mean?
The sheriff's men talked to some of the prisoners in the jail. They said Hoffman was practicing for it since the day we put him in there. He'd work out 5 to 6 hours every night, building up his hands and fingers.
Well, how do you do that?
He used the upper bunk in his cell. He'd hang from the edge of it with the tips of his fingers. He'd do it for hours, pulling his body up and down. He made little grooves in the wall, dug his fingertips into them. Prisoners say he got so he could hold himself up like that 10 minutes at a stretch.
That's pretty amazing.
Robbery, did he? Yeah, little John, I sent him out about 10 minutes ago to relieve you. Should be there any minute. Right.
What about our schedule, Skipper?
As far as I know, we'll go all night on this. Sheriff's office is the same.
Uh-huh.
You two were relieved at 11:30. Better check back in here at 5:30 a.m., okay?
Right. Hot shot, I'll get it. What is it? Drugstore holdup. They think it was Hoffman. The scene of the holdup was the Rex Lake Pharmacy on the corner of Pico Boulevard and Pine Lake Street. The victim, a Mr. Clarence Geringer, told us that the holdup man had entered through a rear door, slugged him, and escaped on foot with his overcoat and about $150 in cash. We showed him a number of mug shots. He identified George Hoffman as the bandit. A special detail of men were ordered on a thorough search of the general area around the drugstore. No sign of the suspect. The citywide Dragnet continued all that night and into the next day. No developments. The search went on. A week passed. At 10 p.m. on the day Hoffman was scheduled to be tried in Superior Court, he beat up and robbed a 40-year-old liquor salesman in the Highland Park area. Again, he made good his escape. Routine investigation failed to turn up a thing. We continued to check out every possible lead.
Look at that. That's a bad one.
Yes, sir, it sure is.
That pretty little mess is going to cost me 15 brownies.
Brownies?
Brownies, railroad demerits.
Oh.
Gee, now I won't be able to go to the convention in Cleveland. They won't let me in.
Oh, that's too bad.
That's all right. I ain't got the money to go anyhow.
Yes, sir. Now, this fellow you say you saw last night, Townsend, are you sure it was Hoffman?
You betcha. I saw his picture in the paper when he climbed down and escaped. I don't say I'm positive it was him, but I'm dandy on faces. Maybe the whole system was out of kilter. Oh, there's a good reason for it, of course. The whole railroad just needs a complete overhauling. Way overdue.
Wonder if you'd mind checking through these pictures, Mr. Townsend.
Well, not at all. Gee, that's a mean-looking one. Well, that looks like Harvey, the president of our railroad club. Which isn't though. He wears a brush. That's the one. That's him. Am I right?
Yes, sir, that's Hoffman. Do you happen to know where he's staying?
Yes, an auto court on Royal Oaks Avenue. He's been there for a month. Say, Sergeant, if you find out it really is this Hoffman, don't tell Mrs. Cox at the auto court. It'd just break her heart.
That's so?
She's sort of an amateur detective. She thinks she knows faces better than I do. Say, you sure that isn't Harvey?
After we left Roy Townsend, we called the office and filled them in. Captain Didion called Pasadena and notified them. Then we drove out to the auto court in which the suspect was reportedly seen.
Yes, you want something?
Yes, ma'am. You, Miss Cox?
Yeah, I'm the manager here. If you want lodgings, we're all filled up. You might try the Golden Eagle straight down the street there.
We're police officers, Mrs. Cox.
Could you hold that up a little closer?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have a man named Hoffman staying here?
Hoffman? No, I don't. Got a Hoffmeyer, though. Sure that's not it?
Wonder if you'd look at this picture, please.
Could you hold that a little closer, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you get a little closer?
Well, I'm afraid not, ma'am. Oh, could you step out here, do you suppose? Thank you. Do you recognize him?
Yeah, but his name's not Hoffman. It's King. Number 23. He's not in, though. Left about an hour ago.
That's so?
Yeah. I guess he won't be back for another hour.
Before going on stakeout at the auto court where George Hoffman was registered, Frank put in a call to the office. The owner of the court, Mrs. Cox, gave us a pass key to cottage number 23 where the suspect was staying. We advised her to say nothing to Hoffman when he returned. We went to cottage 23 and we waited. An hour passed. Hoffman failed to show. Another hour went by. Still no sign of him. What do you think, Joe? I don't know. Way overdue. You think he might have been tipped? I don't see how. Miss Cox is the only one that knows we're here. She wouldn't have any reason to tip him. All his stuff's here, all his clothes. Yeah, well, relax. We've had longer waits than this. Yeah. Joe? Yeah. You see who it is? Yeah, it's a man coming from next door. All right. Yeah?
Your new telephone directories.
Oh, thanks.
Anything wrong?
No, everything's all right. Put him right there on the porch.
You betcha.
Telephone directories. Yeah. checked with the office. No word. At 5:30, we were still waiting.
You know, I was just thinking, Joe.
Yeah? What about?
That fella Townsend has all those trains. Must be a great hobby, electric trains.
It runs into money, doesn't it? It's pretty expensive.
I was going to talk to Fay about it. It's real educational. My little boy would get a big kick out of having his own train.
Well, don't you think he's a little young? He's only 3 years old, isn't he?
Yeah, but I could put it together for him, show him how to run it.
Yeah, sure.
Officers, it's me, Mrs. Cox. Oh, my.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Cox.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to bother you, but your office just called. They wanted me to give you this.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Hope everything's all right.
Yes, everything's fine. Thank you.
Well, I'll be in my office if there's anything you want.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
What is it?
It's from Didion.
Yeah.
We just picked up Hoffman 10 minutes ago. The suspect, George Hoffman, was taken back to Los Angeles and lodged in the county jail. This time, there was no escape. At his Superior Court trial on August 16th, he was convicted on several counts of armed robbery and sentenced to the state penitentiary. From August to January of the following year, the months went fast. We washed up a string of liquor holdups just before Christmas. We got 2 days off. In January, Frank was off work for a week with a bad dose of the flu. Another 5 months went by. Toward the end of June, we got word that George Hoffman was no longer at the state penitentiary. After serving 11 months, the former holdup man had been paroled into the Army with a provision that he serve overseas. Another 3 weeks passed. July 12th, Tuesday. Frank and I had lunch at Eddie's Cafe, and we checked back in at the office.
Good meal, huh? Want a soda, man?
What for?
Well, I don't know about you, but that Eddie can change his menu. Fried beans and pastrami sandwiches, that's all we ever get.
Well, from the way you dug into him, I kind of got the idea I liked him.
Well, I like them, sure, but eat too much. Look at me. 3 sandwiches and 2 plates of beans. No wonder I can't eat dinner.
All right, Joe.
Lance?
Didn't know you two were back from lunch. Okay if I grab a sandwich?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. We'll cover.
Oh, there's someone waiting to see you in the next room.
Oh, who is it?
I'll get him. You want to come in here?
Yeah, thanks.
See you later, Joe.
Right, Lance.
Hi, Friday.
Yeah? What's doing?
Remember me? George Hoffman?
Oh, yeah, Hoffman, the Army uniform. I didn't recognize you.
Yeah, I thought it might fool you. Guess you heard about me. Good break, huh, Sergeant?
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. How you doing with the Army?
I'm pretty good now. Sharpshooter.
Yeah, that figures.
I like it. Thought I'd drop up and see you fellas. See you still got the same partner.
Smith? Yeah, we still work together.
Oh, yeah, been a long time, Hoffman. How are you?
Pretty good, officer, thanks. Just thought I'd stop by, show you there's no hard feelings.
Sure thing. Got any idea when you're going overseas?
Boys in my outfit figure day after tomorrow. That's kind of one reason I dropped in to see you.
How's that?
Well, I know it's pretty nervy, but I got lots of that. See, a bunch of us were on leave till tomorrow noon and figured we'd go out tonight. And I'm a little short. You know how the Army pays.
Here's a couple of bucks, Hoffman. Will I do you any good?
Oh, that's sure swell of you, Sergeant. Thanks a lot.
Here's a couple more might help.
I can't tell you how I appreciate this. Believe me, I'm going to see that you get this money back.
It's all right, Hoffman.
Thanks again for the touch. Good of you.
Drop us a card if you get a chance. We'd like to know how you're doing over there.
Sure thing. Bye, Sergeant.
Bye. Good luck to you.
Thanks again for the money.
Don't mention it. Well, looks like a turn for the better, huh?
Yeah. Doggone, it never fails. My last $2.
Well, we had to give him something.
Yeah, but what do I do for lunch money tomorrow?
$2 p.m. We drove out to the Wilshire district to interview a victim of a recent drugstore holdup. 4 p.m. We brought him back downtown and took his statement. 4:30 p.m.
Friday? Smith?
Hi, Skipper.
Henry says that ex-con George Hoffman was in today and you talked to him.
Yeah, that's right.
Have a look. The MP's just left.
Well, your $2 went for nothing, Frank. Hoffman's wanted.
Huh?
He just broke out of Army prison this morning. Together with the Army authorities, local officers joined in the citywide search for Hoffman. At 10 o'clock that night, a food market at Santa Fe and Rialto was robbed and the proprietor was beaten. From our mug shots, the victim identified Hoffman as the holdup man. Shortly after midnight, a drugstore on Crenshaw was held up. Hoffman was again tabbed as the suspect. The next 2 days, the search was intensified. No leads. 2 more days went by. Late Saturday morning, we got a call from an ex-convict who told us that Hoffman had contacted him. Hoffman said he wanted to see him. The informant went on to say that Hoffman had told him he would be at the LCD Tool and Die Works that afternoon. 12:43 p.m., Frank and I drove out to the factory. It was a large brick building on the corner of Chandler Boulevard and Verdugo out in the valley. We talked to our informant, Charles Kilgore.
Like I told you on the phone. George called and said that he had to see me.
He say what it was about?
No, just that it was important. He said he'd call back and confirm it, and well, it's about that time now.
Have you got any idea what it's about?
Not the slightest.
How is it you know Hoffman?
I've known him for years, ever since high school. He's a nice enough guy, but a little impressed with himself, maybe.
Well, if he's in trouble, why would he call you?
I don't know. We got along pretty good in school. Maybe he figures I can help him out of whatever beef he's in.
What time did he say he'd be here?
He said he'd call me back and let me know. Just said that he wanted to see me, that's all. I said I didn't want to see him. I didn't want to get mixed up in anything. I know he's had some trouble with the law.
Yeah?
He said I was in it whether I liked it or not, and he wanted to know if I was going to be alone here this afternoon. I said yes.
Yeah.
I got to thinking about it, decided to call you. Excuse me. LCD Tool and Die Company, Kilgore speaking. Yes? Yeah, George. Uh-huh. Sure, how soon? Okay. It's 107, right on the main floor. Come in the first street entrance, right down the hall. Okay, I'll see you then. Hoffman.
Yeah?
You'll be here in 20 minutes.
We asked Kilgore to check with the building maintenance staff and have the halls kept clear of people for the next 45 minutes. 1:24 p.m. We talked to Sergeants Gaffney and Henry. They left to cover the rear of the building. Cars in the area had been alerted and the description of Hoffman had been broadcast to all units. In the event they saw Hoffman, they were to keep him under surveillance, but not to attempt to apprehend him. We waited. 1:30 p.m. .40. 1:46.
All right, hold it up, Hoffman.
Head on! Take the stairway,
I'll head him off this way, Joe.
All right, Slats, careful.
Sure. What good's it gonna do you? I already proved it. I can break jail anytime. I proved it twice.
And you're going right back in again. What's that prove?
On October 8th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted of first-degree robbery, 3 counts, each sentenced to run concurrently.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city, part of it. This is Beverly Hills, California. Then there's Griffith Park. We have a good-sized zoo up there. A lot of animals. For a bag of peanuts, the grizzly bear will wave at you. The polar bear will do the same. Some of the animals are pretty much alike. It's the people that differ. That's why I'm in business. I'm a cop. It was Friday, August 5th. We were working the day watch out of Homicide Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. We'd gotten a call that there'd been an accident at one of the motion picture studios. A man had died. We had to make the usual accident follow him.
For a guard, huh?
Yeah, I guess we have.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, sir. We're police officers. We're looking for Gerald Adams.
Oh, yes. He said I was to look out for you. He'll fire him down there in the Greystone set.
Thank you very much.
Come on, I'll get ready. That's it. Hey, Faye, try a double quad in that thing, huh? Yeah, I want to get one. All right, let's move around just a little bit. Okay.
All right, put us on a foul, huh?
We have a little more back.
All right, now everybody settle down. Come on, we can't hear the words.
Let's have a little more back.
Hey, Earl.
Save the house, Mike.
Statue over there.
Okay, Dick?
Yeah, thanks. All right. Give me another single off there, Pop.
All right, say when, will you?
Okay, that's it.
Good enough? Yeah, okay. Let me have a little bit more to the left, will you?
All right, open up those doors. Over the left.
Some wax and put it on
They're down to 557. All right, now the other one.
A little more, yeah. Still need to cut out.
Oh, say it. Sure. When are we going to do it? That's good.
All right, fine. Let's see, give me a check back on that. Yeah, that's supposed to be.
All right, now come on, quiet down, everybody. What do you think that bell is for?
Hey, could you tell us where we could find a Gerald Adams?
That's me.
Police officers, Mr. Adams. This is my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Hi, how are you?
Doctor over at Georgia Street told us that a William Bradley had an accident here. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. William Bradley. Bill was our director. Suppose you'd like to see where it happened.
Yes, sir, we would.
The uniformed officers who were here told me to rope off the area. It's right over there on the hotel set. You're in the house lights. Right this way.
Excuse me. Sure.
We're 12 days behind schedule now. This will probably throw us a couple more days behind. Front office is going to be real unhappy when they find out how much this picture's costing.
Right over there. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wonder if you'd fill us in on what happened here.
Sure. What can I do to help?
Well, if you tell us how the body was found, who found it, how the accident occurred.
Well, near as I can figure, it must have happened about 12:10 or 12:15. Crew had broken for lunch. Most of them were over at the commissary. I came down from the office. I wanted to talk to Bill about tomorrow's schedule. Wanted to try and change some of the shots, make them more simple. Didn't see him around, so I went ahead and had lunch. About, let's see, I think it was about 12:40, Fred Jackson, one of the rigging crew, came in and told me he'd found Bill's body, that a lamp had fallen on him. Darn fool yelled it so loud, everybody in the place heard him.
I see.
Well, I came right over. First, it looked like Bradley was dead. He'd lost a lot of blood. I felt his pulse and found out he was still alive. That's when I had the ambulance called. Right here's where he was found. You can see the lamp. Must have hit him right about here. Poor guy.
Yes, sir. Is that where the lamp fell from up there?
Yeah, you can see there on the lamp bed where it was. Between those juniors there. See the open space?
I see. Who puts the lamps up there?
Well, the rigging crew hangs them. Gaffer's in charge of them.
What if we could talk to him?
Yeah, sure. Patterson. Dick Patterson.
Yeah, Jerry, be right there.
Gee, that's a big lamp. Yeah, the thing must weigh 150 pounds. Yeah, at least that.
What's your position with the company, Adams?
I'm production supervisor, unit manager. A lot of names for it. I try to take care of the running of the company as far as this one picture's concerned. I make out the budgets, work out the schedule with the director, things like that.
I understand.
It's really hard to say just what my job is. Sort of do a little of everything.
Yes.
Uniformed officer said there'd be some men out from homicide. That's where you're from?
Yeah, that's right.
You think there's something wrong here, that maybe it wasn't an accident?
No, not necessarily. It's just that in any death where there isn't a doctor in attendance at the time of death, we have to look into it. It's just routine.
How are they coming over there?
Well, about another 10 minutes. It's the last shot here, isn't it?
Yeah.
What do you want to see me for?
These officers like to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
This is Mr. Friday, Mr. Smith, Dick Patterson, I gather.
How are you?
What would you want to know?
Adams here tells us that you were in charge of hanging those lamps up there. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Why? You trying to say that I had something to do with causing Bradley's death?
No, sir, we didn't say that.
And what are you saying?
We're just trying to get the facts here.
There's no need to get upset, Dick.
Well, I don't like it. These cops coming in try to make out those lamps weren't put in right.
No, that's not what they said.
Well, don't you think I feel bad enough? Bill was a good friend of mine. We've been together a long time. I don't know how that lamp got loose.
Well, that's just what we're trying to find out here, Patterson.
I've been wanting to get up there myself and look at it. Jerry here said not to touch anything until you guys got here.
All right, how do we get up there?
A ladder over here. I can't understand it. I've been hanging lamps for a long time. Going on 10 years. First time anything like this ever happened. Now go ahead.
Okay.
Watch your step.
Thanks. Go ahead, Patterson.
Here we are. Now, this is how we hang. You can see where the arc was, right there in that hole.
I appreciate it if you don't touch anything, Patterson.
Oh, sure.
You just drop the lamps into those holes like that, huh?
Yeah, we drill a hole through the bed, 1 3/16.
Well, I noticed the holes aren't straight up and down. They kind of go off at an angle there. Why is that?
They're drilled at a 5-degree angle so the head won't swing when somebody walks around up here.
Oh, I see.
There's a pin on the bottom of the bale, 1 1/8 in diameter. That goes through the hole there.
Uh-huh. Well, then there's a pin that goes through the mounting like a cotter key, huh?
No, it's not necessary.
Well, I noticed down there on the broken light, there was a little hole in the pin that comes out of the mounting. Thought that's what it was for.
Well, that's for hanging the lamp upside down. There's a fitting goes on that. Another pin goes through there.
Well, now I notice a piece of chain on some of the lamps there.
Yeah?
Does that hold the lamp in any way?
No, that's for the tail.
Tail?
Yeah, that's the lead from the lamp to the plug-in box. Wires that electricity comes in on.
Oh, I see, uh-huh.
Well, this tail, how much of it's on each lamp?
Oh, maybe 30 feet.
Well, now, if a lamp fell, would the wire be short enough to keep it from hitting the floor down there?
No, they could all reach the floor.
You ever known a lamp to fall before, Mr. Patterson?
Once in a while. Pin might crystallize and break off. Maybe the bed had split out. But you can see for yourself, though. That isn't what happened.
Well, now, the lamp that fell down there, was it the biggest one that was up here on this bed, isn't that it?
Arc light. B90s, we call them. Juniors. Over there, the seniors. Mostly fill lights for the arc.
Well, from what you can see here, Mr. Patterson, can you figure how that lamp could have fallen, how it could have broken loose some way up here?
Well, I tell you, Officer Bob, that's my best boy. Bob and I were back here this morning. I wanted to check the position of the lights. I didn't get up here myself, but Bob did. After the rigging crew hung the lamps, Bob ran a test on every one of them.
Well, now, a test, you say. Exactly what does that mean? What does he do when he tests them?
He hits each lamp. We turn them on, see if the bulbs are all right, fuses are okay, that there are no shorts in the switches.
Oh, I see.
Well, like I said, Bob got up here and looked at them all. He's a good boy, been around for a long time. He doesn't make mistakes like this. If he thought that lamp was hung right, then it was. I know it was right.
Well, then you have no idea at all how it could have fallen, huh?
None at all. Matter of fact, I don't think it did.
All right, give me a bell, huh? All right, now quiet down, everybody. No walking around, huh?
What was that you were saying about the lamp?
Quiet, they're gonna make a shot.
All right, now everybody settle down. This is picture. All right, roll them.
Now, hold it, roll.
What's the matter?
All right.
Come on, hurry up, will you?
All right. Okay, Sam, let's go.
All right, roll them. Hey!
Scene 27, take 14.
All right, honey. Now, a nice loud voice. Play it right to me, huh?
All right, Eddie. If that's the way you feel, I never want to see you again.
Cut! Break the last one only. All right, wrong set, everybody. Wilson House on the back lot. Come on.
Now, what was that you were saying about the lamp?
I don't think it did fall. I think it was dropped.
We called the crime lab. They came out and photographed the stage. 3:15 p.m., Frank and I talked to the best boy and got the same story from him. He said that he had checked the lamp himself and that as far as he was concerned, it could not have fallen. He agreed with Dick Patterson that the lamp must have been removed from its place and either dropped or thrown at William Bradley. We asked the unit manager to assign one of the studio police to guard the scene of the accident. Dean Bergman from Leighton Prints lifted 3 clean prints from the broken lens of the lamp. The best boy's fingerprints were taken, and they matched the ones found on the lamp. There were no other prints on the glass. The men from the crime lab found a small piece of cloth on the mounting of the lamp. Sergeant J. Allen put it in an envelope and gave it to me. 4:20 p.m.
You know, I just can't believe it. There are a lot of people in town who didn't like Bradley, but I didn't think there was anyone who'd kill him.
Was there anyone in the company that you had any disagreements with?
What do you mean?
Well, any quarrels, disagreements, anything like that?
Well, it'd be most likely Sam. They argued all the time.
Sam?
Yeah, Sam Phillips. He's the first assistant director. Real talented guy. Been at it a long time. He and Bradley worked together for a long time. They were always arguing. I guess if you didn't know them, you might think they were serious, but here in the company, we all knew and understood.
Understood what?
Well, Sam's been in Hollywood almost since it was. Started as a prop man. Then I guess it was about 15 years ago, he got his card as assistant.
Yeah.
He's going to get a picture of his own pretty soon. He'll do well, too. He's real talent.
Well, how about these arguments between Bradley and Phillips?
Well, Sam's a great practical joker, always trying to cook up something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, most of the time, the jokes do the job. They give everybody a laugh, and they all feel a little better. Well, the day before yesterday, Sam got the set decorator and took a cement deer. You know, the kind people used to have on their front lawns?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, the 2 of them carted this deer out on the parking lot and put it in the back seat of Bradley's car. They planted it so the deer was looking right at Bill when he'd get in the driver's seat. The thing weighs about 200 pounds. Once they got it in, Bill couldn't get it out. He tried that night, but he just couldn't make it.
Now, you said that Sam lifted this deer into the car by himself?
I don't know if he did it by himself, but I know he could lift it without help.
How much did you say that deer weighed?
About 200 pounds. Why?
Well, I was just thinking. That lamp weighs less than that. 4:45 p.m. Frank called the office and had R&I run the names Sam Phillips and William Bradley. Sam Phillips had been arrested once for disturbing the peace. He'd gotten drunk in a nightclub out on Sunset Boulevard and gotten into a fight. The report said that it had taken both the arresting officers to subdue him and take him into custody. There was no record on William Bradley. We continued to talk to the crew. From each one of them, we heard of the arguments between Phillips and Bradley. But most of the people we talked to did not share Adam's idea that the arguments were jokes. The script girl told us that on at least 3 occasions it had taken members of the crew to keep the men apart. That Sam Phillips had said that he'd kill Bradley. We asked each of them if they'd seen anyone enter or leave the stage at approximately the time of the accident. None of them had. They explained that Bradley was trying to pick up time and that as soon as they'd finished one shot, he was yelling at them to get ready for the next one. 5:22 p.m. We talked to the assistant director, Sam Phillips.
Want a cup of coffee?
No, thanks.
No. Yeah, well, if you want any, help yourselves. We used this kitchen in a picture. I had it made practical for coffee and stuff like that.
There's a couple more things we'd like to check with you.
Yeah, could you make it fast? I just came in for some call sheets. I got to get out on the back lot.
Well, this won't take very long. Understand that you had arguments with William Bradley, is that right?
Sure, we had some beefs. None of them were serious, though.
Well, that's not the way we hear it, Phillips.
You hear wrong.
Did you lift that deer into Bradley's car by yourself?
Yeah, I had the set decorator with me. He kind of steered the thing in. Sure looked funny.
You sure you weren't back in the hotel set today, huh?
Positive.
You any idea how that lamp got loose and fell?
No, not the slightest.
You're the first assistant director, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
How long you held that job?
Oh, about 15 years, I guess. I was a prop man for a while. I'd like to direct someday.
Mm-hmm. Did Bradley know that you wanted to be a director?
Yeah, he said that if I stayed with him, he'd try to get the producers to give me a picture. Matter of fact, I kind of thought I might get this one.
Is that right?
Yeah, when the company bought the book, they didn't assign a man to it right away, and Jerry and I both wanted it.
Jerry? You mean Adams?
Yeah, he wants to be a director, too. He was pretty hacked when the company gave this picture to Bradley. Jerry thought sure he had it made. It's funny, I guess everyone wants to be a director. Jerry's been trying for a long time. I don't think he'll ever make it, though.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's too valuable as a unit manager.
Yeah. Was Adams very upset when he didn't get to direct this picture?
No, I was pretty sore. I told Jerry about it. He just sat back and said that's the way things are and doesn't pay to argue with the front office.
Uh-huh. Did you say anything to Bradley about how you felt?
Yeah, I told him. I said I thought it was real unfair. Said I thought he could have done something about it.
What'd he say?
Well, he told me to be patient, that my time had come. Said he didn't want me to tackle a picture like this. Said the thing was a dog and that even he'd have to work to make it good.
Well, now, if he thought that the picture was so bad, why'd he want to have anything to do with it?
Well, that's the way Bill was. He'd take the thing just to show he could make it good. He had one of the most terrific egos I've ever seen. Didn't believe he could make a mistake or a bad picture.
Well, now, you said that you weren't going to use that hotel set until next week. Is that right?
Yeah, it was the finish of the picture. The place in the script where the wife comes home and finds her husband with another woman. The wife shoots him, and the tag is played in the lobby there.
Well, what was the man from the rigging crew doing back there, would you know?
We needed a grid for an arc on the other set, the one we're on now. He went back there to strike the grid for the arc, and that's when he found Bill.
Well, is it possible that Bradley was back there checking the lights?
No, not Bill. He left that to Patterson. Bradley thought he shouldn't bother with the technical end of things. He spent his time with the people, worked on their characters, as he called it. Used to talk about molding the printed word into something more than real. Real corny.
Yeah. Do you know if there was anybody on the lot who might have wanted to kill Bradley?
No. Oh, there might have been some people who didn't like him very much, but you run into that on almost every picture. You know, little jealousies.
That right?
Yeah. Stop to figure how much money is spent on a picture like this, all the different temperaments involved. Why, for 3 months now, we all been together every day from 8:30 in the morning till 6 at night. Bound to be a few frayed nerves, few people that are sore at somebody else on the set. But even so, I don't think there was anybody who was mad at Bill enough to do this. You really think he was killed, huh?
Looks that way.
Oh, something you wanted, Dick?
Well, I wanted to talk to the officers.
Well, what is it, Patterson?
It's kind of private.
Well, if you're through with me, I'll get back to work.
Well, I'd rather you'd wait if you would.
Well, all right, I'll be right over here.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Well, I feel like a real idiot. I should have remembered this when you talked to me before.
What's that?
Well, I remembered that just before the company broke for lunch, Sam gave me a note. Said I should give it to Bradley.
Yeah. Did you see what it was?
No. It was folded up, had Bradley's name on it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Did you give it to Bradley?
Yeah. He read it, and then he said he had to leave the set for a few minutes. Said he'd be right back.
He left the set then, did he?
Yeah.
Where was Sam at this time?
I don't know. You see, he gave me the note just inside the door to the stage. I was bringing in some more lights, and right after he gave me the note, he left.
Yeah.
Headed for the hotel set.
Talked to Gerald Adams and had 2 of the laborers on the stage start a search for the note. Frank called Georgia Street Receiving Hospital and asked if the note had been found on the body of William Bradley. The doctor told us that he hadn't noticed, but that the dead man's personal effects had been turned over to the coroner. We called the coroner, and he told us that nothing of that description had been found. While the laborers searched for the missing note, we continued to talk to Sam Phillips.
Oh, the whole idea is crazy. I told you I wasn't near that set at all this morning.
How about that note?
I don't remember any note.
Well, the gaffer says you gave it to him, told him to give it to Bradley.
He's crazy. If I had a note for Bradley, I'd have given it to him myself. I'm with him all day. I got no reason to have someone else deliver messages for me.
Then you deny giving him the note, is that right?
Certainly.
All right, mister, we'll let you know just how you stand. We've got a witness who says you were seen going back to that hotel set. A couple of minutes later, a man is killed on the same set. You admit you've had arguments with Bradley. Seems like you might have had a motive for killing him.
I told you, I didn't go near the place. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I know what he's talking about.
What's that?
When Dick said he saw me heading for the back of the stage, he was probably right. You see, I keep this little desk back there sometimes. I keep the strip board on it, check the shots as we go. There wasn't any place near the set where Bill was killed, though.
Yeah.
Well, I know what you guys think. I don't know how to show you that you're wrong.
Can you come up with an explanation for that note?
Well, I'm trying to tell you that I don't... Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
What?
I did give Dick a note. Told him to give it to Bradley.
What was in it?
I don't know. I didn't read it.
Well, then you didn't write it.
No, found it on my desk this morning. I figured that someone had put it there thinking I'd see Bill and give it to him.
What time did you find it?
Let's see. I guess it was about 9 or so. I guess I put it in my pocket and then forgot about it. And just before we were breaking for lunch, I remembered it, gave it to Dick, told him to hand it to Bill. That's what the note was all about. Right after that, I went over to the commissary.
You got any idea who might have left the note?
No, sir, none at all. Found it here, right here. So it was addressed to him, put it in my pocket, and didn't think much about it. And when I got back to set, I forgot all about it. I remembered it just before we were ready to break for lunch, just like I said.
Did you see Bradley at all after you left the stage?
No, I looked for him at the commissary, but he didn't show up. Then Fred Jackson came in and told us about the accident.
Did you recognize the handwriting on the note?
No, all I saw was the name, that it was for Bradley. Come to think of it, though, I do kind of remember it was familiar writing, thinking I'd seen it someplace before.
Do you remember where?
No, I wish I could. You found it yet?
No, not yet. I'd like you to take a look at this, Phillips.
What's that?
Our crime lab crew found this caught on a piece of the lamp that killed Bradley.
Looks like a piece of gray flannel, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, from inside the cup, see? You can see the little zigzag marks where it's been cut.
You ever see this material before, Sam?
Yeah, I've seen something like this. Saw it this morning. Gray flannel slacks.
Yeah?
Sure, Jerry Adams was wearing them.
At 6:30 p.m. We went out to the back lot and picked up Gerald Adams and took him back to stage 2.
It's all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Were you back here on the stage at all before the body was found?
No, sir. Why, do you think I had something to do with this?
No, we didn't say that. We're still trying to get the facts here.
Well, I want to help all I can, but it seems to me you'd do better if you talked to Sam. The note and all. Does he still deny giving it to Bradley?
No, he says he gave it to him.
Well, there you are. I guess that argument was a lot more serious than we thought.
I'd like to take a look at the cuffs of your trousers, if we could, Adams.
Why?
I'd like to take a look at them.
I don't understand.
Good. Put your foot up there, will you?
Sure. Let's see the other one. I don't know what you guys are looking for, but if you tell me what you want, maybe I can help you find it.
Got a tear inside your cuff. Had you noticed it?
No. Here, let me see. Yeah, how about that? I'll have to get that fixed. Little piece torn right out. Brand new slacks, too. First day I worn them.
What'd you do when you found Bradley's body?
Well, when I heard about the accident, I ran back from the commissary right back to the hotel set.
Was there anybody on the stage then?
No, not right away. Fred was right behind me. He's the one who found Bradley. Then Jack, the guard.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, the body was lying right by the lamp. You saw that when you were there.
Yeah, we did. Did you go near the lamp, touch it in any way?
No, I didn't. My only concern was Bradley. That's all I thought about. I knelt down to feel his pulse, and then I told Jack to go phone the ambulance.
Yeah.
Then I had the set roped off. I waited till a studio policeman got there, and then I went up front where the rest of the company was.
Our crime lab found a piece of cloth caught on that lamp. Matches the tear in the cuff of your pants there. Gray flannels.
I can't understand how it could have gotten there.
What if we could take a look through your pockets?
Why? What's that going to prove?
All right, empty the stuff out of your pockets. Just like to take a look. It won't hurt anything, will it?
I don't see why you're asking me all these questions. Seems to me that Sam's your killer. Why don't you talk to him? Make him tell you why he did it.
All right, come on. Let's see what you got in your pockets. Take everything out.
All right, here's my wallet.
Open it up. What's that you got in your hand?
It's nothing, nothing at all.
Let me see it.
It's nothing.
Bradley, I have to see you. Something's come up. Meet me at the hotel set when you break for lunch. It's private. Jerry. What's this mean, Adam?
I don't know anything about it.
Well, isn't this the note we've been looking all over the stage for?
Adams, there's no place to go up there.
Stay away from me.
Come on, Adams, give it up.
Stay away from me. I'm not going with you.
You got no choice, mister. Why'd you do it, Adams?
Bradley was no good. All his life stepping on people. He didn't want to see anybody get ahead. This picture was mine. They told me it was. He was selfish. He took it away from me. It was my picture and he took it.
All right, come on down.
Why don't you shoot me? Go ahead. I'm not going with you. Why don't you shoot?
What for? You're not going anyplace.
I'm going to stay up here.
Suit yourself. We got a lot of time, Adams.
Why don't you just go away? Leave me alone.
You know better than that. You killed a man. Now you either come down or we're going to come up.
What do you think, Joe?
Well, give him a minute. He wants to be a director.
Yeah.
Let him figure out the ending.
On February 17th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. This is the Los Angeles Police Academy, main entrance. After weeks of examination, more weeks of intensive training, you come out a rookie police officer. At this academy, you learn to uphold and enforce the laws of your city. I graduated from here. I'm a cop. It was Monday, August 9th. We were working the night watch out of Homicide Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Warman. My name's Friday. The paper said it was the hottest day of the year. It was 11:47 p.m. In 45 minutes, we'd be off duty and on our way home.
Boy, sure is a scorcher, isn't it?
Yeah. It's 11:45 and doesn't even seem to cool off. It's hot.
Well, there hasn't been a breath of air all night, Joe.
Yeah, I know.
Stick your head out there in the court, nothing.
Well, we never get in the air in here anyway. Sometimes the boys down in robbery, if they leave the door open, we get a little breeze in the hall.
Yeah. Sometimes if wind runs by fast enough, we get a little air in here. Joe, you sure about this coffee?
Sure, it tastes all right to me. Why? Who made it?
No, I don't mean that, Joe. I mean the theory in back of it.
What theory?
Well, you know how they say if you drink hot things, cools you off. If you drink cool things, makes you warm. Haven't you ever heard that theory?
Who says that?
Well, I've read it. In school, I took a little bit of medicine. Look, maybe I can explain it to you. They say if you take hot things into your system, like hot coffee or hot tea, then your body sets up a resistance. Psst, cools you right off. But if you take cold things like lemonade, cold water, something like that, your body fights it right back and you get hot. So you drink hot coffee. Didn't you ever hear that?
Well, just now, yeah.
I got another theory, though. I don't think it's coffee. I don't think it has anything to do with that. There's a little gimmick right down here in your stomach. The back or the front of your stomach. It's called the spleen.
The what?
Spleen. S-P-L-E-E-N. They say that they don't know what it does. You know, like they say they don't know what the appendix does?
Yeah.
Well, I know what the appendix does. It's the oil can of the body. But the spleen, I think it has something to do with that.
With what?
Well, it cools you off when you're hot, and it heatens you up when it's cold.
Where do you get all this stuff?
Well, you read, Joe. Gee, you sit around here or at home at night. I try to read, try to improve myself a little, you know.
Yeah.
Funny, though. All the stuff you read. Tonight I'm going to read a little when I get into bed. Well, I can't wait to get there. No. You know what I'm going to do when I get home?
No.
I'm going to take a cold shower. Just as cold as I can.
Just a minute. That kind of knocks holes in your theory, doesn't it? Cold.
What do you mean?
Well, you said a cold shower. You take anything colder.
Oh, Joe, wait a minute. No, look. That's inside. This is external. You take hot things in to make you cool. But when you go home, you take a shower, and that makes you cool. That's external, Joe.
Is that right?
Don't fight me, Joe. I've been doing this for years.
It doesn't make much sense to me. I don't know where you read that, but I'm sure no doctor would.
I'll bring you the book. I read it someplace, one of those little pocketbook things. I got a bunch up in the back of the car.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
Is this the homicide department where I report a murder?
Yes, sir, that's right. All right, come on in.
You better sit down, son. Right over there.
You feel all right?
Sure, now that I'm here, I'm all right.
Little scratches on your face there. Are you sure you feel all right?
No, I'm all right. I never thought I'd get here. Times I almost quit, and then I thought of Kevin, what they did to him. And I had to keep walking. I had to, for Kevin. I had to.
All right, son, let's start at the beginning. Tell us all about it.
I don't know where to begin.
What's your name, young fella?
Bruce Hamilton.
Bruce, this is Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
What day's today?
Monday, the 9th.
Monday. Then it was Saturday night. Just 2 days. Seems like 10 years. Nightmare. I wish it was a bad dream, but it isn't. He's dead. They really killed him.
All right, son, tell us about it.
We'd just finished dinner. Sitting around the fire having coffee. Trying to figure out whose turn it was to do the dishes. Then we heard them.
Who's them?
Horsemen. A lot of them. They rode right into the camp. One of them yelled something, and they all stopped, stood there looking at us. We didn't know who they were, what they wanted. We just stood there. Then this big guy, I guess he was a leader, said something to us in Spanish. We couldn't understand him.
All right, go ahead.
You see, Kevin and I go to school together. Summer vacation, and we decided to go to Mexico and do a little prospecting. That's the reason we were there.
I see.
When we tried to tell him that we didn't know what he was saying, he laughed and turned to the other men, and they laughed too. The big guy said something else to them, and they got off their horses and started to go through our things. Kevin told them not to and started to walk over to them to stop him, and the leader hit Kevin and knocked him down. I started to help Kevin get up, and one of the other men grabbed me and held me. Kevin started to get up, and one of the men went over and kicked him in the face. I didn't know how bad he was hurt. Terrible. Nothing I could do. Nothing.
All right, try to take it easy, son. It's all over with now. Try to calm down.
I'm sorry to be such a baby about this, but Kevin was my best friend. To have to stand around and watch something like that, not be able to do anything about it.
Take it easy, Bruce. Come on now, tell us the rest of it.
I broke away from the one who was holding me, and I ran to help Kevin. The big guy grabbed me and hit me in the face, knocked me down, started to kick me. And I got up and tried to get to Kevin to help him. Then I heard a shot. When I looked to where Kevin was, he was all doubled up, holding his stomach. Then the guy shot him again. They all laughed. Thought it was a big joke. I got up, and one of them shot at me. I started running. I ran as fast as I could, but they kept shooting. I thought for sure they'd hit me, and I kind of waited for it. Then I ran through some bushes, and I fell into this gully. When I hit the bottom, I just lay there.
What happened then?
I could hear them talking and laughing. It seemed forever. I guess it was only a short time. Then I heard him right away. I waited until I couldn't hear him anymore, and then I crawled out of the gully to see if they were gone. I wanted to help Kevin. I didn't see anybody, so I walked over to where he was. He was lying on his face. You have no idea how I felt when I turned him over.
Yeah, we understand. Go ahead.
Right away, I knew he was dead. He was shot in the stomach and in the chest. Shirt was all stained. There was nothing I could do for it. Nothing anybody could do for it. I looked at him for a long time. I guess I cried. Then I thought I'd go to the police. But I was afraid of what the police might think when I told them about it. I didn't speak their language, and it was a strange country. I was afraid they wouldn't believe me.
Well, what did you do then?
I buried Kevin. I looked for something to dig the grave with, but they'd taken everything. Even the shovels. Everything. I found a tree, and I dug a grave with my bare hands right under it. And I went back I got Kevin. And I laid him in the grave that I dug for him. I said a prayer for him. It was the best I could do. Best I could do.
All right, son, try to take it easy.
I'm sorry. Crying like a kid. I guess you think it's silly. But I can't help it.
Nobody gets too old to cry, son.
Well, after that, I looked around. They'd stolen everything. Our food, supplies, clothing, everything. And I went to the mesquite bushes where I'd hidden our duffel bag. It had our wallet in it. Identification, all our money, everything. But it was gone. They'd stolen it too. Stolen everything.
They didn't leave anything behind, huh?
Not a thing.
What'd you do then?
Started to walk. We'd parked our car just off the highway. It was about 5 miles. And I remembered that the keys to the car were in the duffel bag too. I didn't know how I was going to get it started, but I thought I'd figure some way. When I got to where we'd parked it, the car was gone. I didn't know what to do. What could I do?
Yeah.
I started to walk to Ensenada to tell the police. Then I began to think that the bandits had taken my wallet, and I didn't have any identification, no way to prove who I was. I couldn't even speak the language. I got scared that they might not believe me.
You walked all the way from Ensenada to the American border?
That's right. I walked all night Saturday. Then Sunday morning, I found an old adobe house, and I crawled through a window and slept. I don't know how long I slept, but it was dark when I woke up. So I started to walk again. When I got to the border, I was afraid to go through the gate, so I went down to the riverbed and found a hole in the fence. I crawled through and went over to the American side. When I got there, I felt better, safe. I figured I'd go to the first policeman I saw and tell him what happened.
Well, did you notify the authorities down in San Diego?
No, I got to the police station, but I didn't go in.
Why not?
Well, I still didn't have any identification. I couldn't prove who I was. Nobody to back me up and say who I was. Then I thought of Kevin's mother. If I could get to her, she'd tell me what to do.
Well, why didn't you go and see the San Diego authorities? You were close to them down there.
You don't understand. Like I said, I didn't have any way to prove who I was. I had no money, my wallet was gone, my clothes were all torn, my face was cut. I thought it'd be better if I could get to Kevin's mother, if I could see her, talk to her. She'd know what to do. So I hitched a ride. I wanted to go to San Francisco. A truck driver brought me this far. While we were driving, I thought more and more about what I'd say to Kevin's mother. How I'd tell her he was dead. And I couldn't do it. But I had to tell somebody. That's why I came to you.
Well, Bruce, we're going to have to go back down to Mexico. You'll be able to show us where the body is, won't you?
Well, if I have to go, I guess I can. But I can tell you right where it was. I could draw you a map and show you right where he's buried.
Do you want to give us that information now?
It was south of Ensenada, about 40 miles, down a new paved highway.
You sure it was 40 miles?
Yes. While we were driving, Kevin and I were trying to figure out how many kilometers to a mile. I kept watching the speedometer. It was just 40 miles when we turned off the paved highway onto a little dirt road.
Can you give us a description of the car, the license number?
I don't remember the license number, but the car was a 51 Ford sedan, dark blue.
Well, we can check it through DMV. What was Kevin's full name and address?
Kevin Allen Bradley. He lived at 6502 Washington Street, San Francisco. He lived with his mother. Apartment on Nob Hill.
How about a description of Kevin? Can you give us that?
He's about my size, generally. 5'10", 140 pounds. Blue eyes. His hair's light, kind of blonde like mine. 22 years old. We looked a lot alike. Kids at school used to think we were brothers sometimes.
Joe, we ought to get off of communication with the Mexican authorities, fill them in, let them know we're coming down.
Yeah, you want to contact San Francisco, let them handle that end up there? Get a teletype off to Sacramento, DMV, see if you can get a license number on that car, huh?
Yeah, I'll check with Al Gayton in San Diego, too. Fill him in.
Good idea. Now, Bruce, you'll know these bandits if you see them again, won't you?
I might not know some of them, but the big guy, the one that killed Kevin, I could never forget him. The big guy was tall, heavy, over 6 feet, well over 200 pounds. I'll never forget him, that laugh when he killed Kevin. When he laughed, you could see he had 2 gold teeth, right here in front.
Mm-hmm. How about the other man, Bruce? Did you get a good look at him?
He was a small man, dark like the leader. He wasn't wearing a hat, real thin face. His clothes were all dirty and his pants were torn around the bottoms. He was wearing those leather sandals, the open kind. His feet were filthy, like he hadn't had a bath in a year.
You think you'd be able to identify any of the others?
I don't know. Maybe if I saw them.
Joe?
Yeah, Frank?
I stopped by R&I, checked the name Kevin Allen Bradley through. A teletype here from San Francisco dated July 13th. Missing persons report on Kevin. Want to read it?
Well, what's it say? Is a regular missing report?
He's described as a male white American, 22 years, 5'10", 140 pounds, blonde, blue eyes, fair complected. At the time of disappearance was wearing a dark blue gabardine suit. Was driving a dark blue Ford 1951, license number 1U55887. Something else, Joe.
Yeah.
He was known to be carrying a sum of money in excess of $1,500 when he disappeared.
$1,500, that's a lot of money.
Not to Kevin. He was used to carrying that kind of money. You see, his folks were pretty rich. He always had all the money he wanted.
Mm-hmm. How about this missing report, Bruce?
What do you mean?
Well, didn't Kevin's mother know that he was going to Mexico?
Oh, no. You see, they had had an argument about where he was going to spend his summer vacation. She wanted him to go to Canada. He wanted to come down here. One afternoon, we just took off. Kevin went to the bank and got the money, and we just took off.
He didn't tell his mother anything about it, huh?
No. He thought she'd try to stop him. Probably would have, too, if she'd known.
Was the money among the things that were stolen from you?
Yeah. It was in Kevin's wallet in the duffel bag. I suppose it was kind of foolish to leave that much money just laying around, but we did. We didn't think that anything like this had happened. When I stop and think back over it, Kevin being dead, I don't know. It just sort of makes me sick.
Now, you say you didn't have any money. How'd you get along?
Well, I didn't eat much. Sometimes I'd find some fruit trees along the road. I ate some fruit, that's about all. I didn't think much about food. The important thing was to tell somebody about Kevin being killed. That's all I thought about, telling somebody.
Yeah, sure. You must be pretty hungry then. Would you like something to eat?
Yeah, mine tastes pretty good. Sandwich and some coffee. How about you guys? You gonna eat?
Frank, how about it?
Yeah. After I get communications off, I'll run across the street and pick up some sandwiches and coffee. Bring them back here. What kind of sandwich you like, Bruce?
Doesn't make any difference. Chicken, I guess.
Joe?
Oh, ham's all right for me. Tell him put a lot of mustard on it, will you?
How about peanut butter?
No. Chicken for him, ham for me.
Well, Joe, this place I'm going, that's all I have this time of night.
Well, why'd you ask us then?
Well, I thought I'd try to get you what you wanted if I could. Hey, you got any change? All I got's $1.
Yeah.
Here, let me get this.
What'd you say?
Huh?
You have some money, do you?
Well, I have got $10. I have a $10 bill.
Thought you said the bandits took all your money.
Well, what I meant is I didn't think I had any money. I found this 10 in my pocket just before I walked in here. Look, you can see it's all wadded up. It looked like it'd been in there for a long time. Just a 10, all wadded up.
Yeah, the way it's all rolled up there, you can hardly tell what it is, can you?
Yeah, that's right. But you can see it's a 10. See? All wrinkled up. But you can see how I missed it.
Yeah, why don't you put everything in your pockets here on the table?
Well, why? What did that show?
Put it on the table, will you?
I haven't got anything in my pockets.
Well, you found the 10. Maybe you'll find something else, huh?
All right, but I don't see what's going to show. Pocket knife. Handkerchief. And a comb. And the 10 that's on the table there, that's all.
Maybe there's something in your coat pockets.
No, I don't carry anything in my coat pockets. Stretches them.
We'll take a look anyway.
I told you I don't use them. See? Nothing.
What about the inside pockets?
No, there's nothing there.
Let me have a look.
I told you there's nothing there.
Well, then you won't mind if I have a look, will you? What's that, Bruce?
Why, it's my wallet. I guess they didn't take it after all. Gee, thanks for finding it. You know, I probably wouldn't have thought to look for it. I just figured that it was gone.
You want to show us what's in it?
Oh, they're just some cards and some personal stuff. Nothing you'd be interested in. I feel pretty silly. I forgot all about it.
All right, open it up.
Sure.
Some money in there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Take it out. All right, fan it out. Quite a bit of money, wouldn't you say, Bruce? Looks to be over $1,000, doesn't it?
Yeah, I can explain that.
Maybe you can explain this.
What's that?
Name in the wallet, Kevin Bradley. With the finding of Kevin Bradley's wallet and the money, the case had taken a new turn. We questioned Bruce Hamilton about it. He insisted that he thought the wallet and the money had been taken by the bandits when they killed the Bradley boy. While Frank talked to him, I contacted the Mexican authorities and gave them the information. I gave them the description of Kevin Bradley and of Bruce Hamilton. They told me that to the best of their knowledge, there were no bandits operating in the vicinity, but that they would dispatch a search party to go over the area. They said that they'd keep us advised of any developments that might arise. I also contacted the San Francisco Police Department and gave them the information. They said that they'd take care of that end. 12:30 p.m.
I've told you all I know. I don't know how the money got there. I was as surprised as you were. Can't understand it.
You're making this pretty tough, Bruce. It's kind of hard to buy the fact that over $1,000 in Kevin's wallet turns up in your pocket and you don't know how it got there.
But it's the truth. I don't know how I can convince you that it's the truth.
Now, look, there are a couple of other things that aren't clear here.
What? Tell me. I'm not lying. I've got nothing to hide. What's not right? Tell me.
This business of not telling the authorities.
I told you. I was scared that they might not believe me. You can understand that, can't you?
Up to a point.
I thought that if I could get to Kevin's mother, then she'd know what to do. Then when I got to L.A., I'd had the chance to think about it, and I couldn't go through with it. I couldn't tell her about it.
Another thing, when you told us where we could find the body, you said it was about 40 miles down the paved highway, that right?
That's what I said.
How long's it been since you've been in Mexico?
I told you, I just come back from there. Don't you believe anything I've told you?
Now look, Joe and I just came back from an investigation in Mexico. The investigation took us about 70 miles south of Ensenada. We found the highway paved for only about 5 miles south. You say 40 miles. How do you explain the difference?
Maybe I was wrong about the distance.
You're pretty sure when you first told us about it.
Well, maybe I made a mistake.
Something else, Bruce. It's a little hazy here.
I told you I want to help. Anything.
How far south of Ensenada did you say you were?
I said about 40 miles. Now, I'm not sure.
But you are sure that it was south of Ensenada?
Yes.
And Kevin was killed on a Saturday night?
That's right.
Then you started for the States right away?
That's what I said. I started walking as soon as I found the car was gone.
And you walked all the way to the border?
That's right.
How'd you walk? What route did you take?
I told you I stayed off the road. I was afraid of bandits coming back. I walked along the roadside and then through the hills. I got off the roadside whenever I saw anybody coming.
But you walked all the way?
That's right. All the way from Ensenada to the border.
And it took you how long?
Saturday night and Sunday night. I got a ride in San Diego in the morning.
What time do you figure that you started for the border?
Maybe 11:30, midnight. I don't know for sure.
And you stopped at dawn?
Yeah, I stopped and slept. Then I woke up and I started to walk again.
Then you're asking us to believe that you walked over 100 miles in less than 14 hours. Is that right? And through country like that down there?
I don't know how long it took. I just walked. I didn't keep track of how long.
No, it doesn't gel, Bruce. You're telling us that story and then showing up here with Kevin's wallet and the money.
I told you, I don't know how that happened. What are you trying to prove?
We're not trying to prove anything, Bruce. We just want the facts.
I'm trying to give them to you, but you keep mixing me up.
You got it wrong. You're mixing it up.
What do you think, that I'm making this whole thing up? Look at my face. Look here. Does that look like my imagination?
No, but those cuts could be self-inflicted.
Why would I want to do a thing like that? What reason would I have for doing a thing like that?
That's what we're trying to find out.
You could have gotten those in a fight with Kevin. Maybe he didn't want you to take the money.
You keep talking about the money. I try to tell you, I don't know how the money got in my pocket. I don't know anything about it. You think I killed Kevin, is that right?
Looks that way, doesn't it?
But he was my best friend. I had no reason to kill him. He was my friend.
Now, you look, we better lay this thing out for you, Bruce. You open up a whole can of beans here. You waltz in here and give us a cock and bull story about this killing. Parts of your story we can't buy. Why are you trying to sell it to us? You lied about the road. You lied about the money. The story about how you walk doesn't ring. You want to know what we think, Bruce? We think the whole thing's a lie from start to finish, a lie. Now, you come off it. Who killed Kevin Bradley?
I don't know. I don't know.
Get it straight, Bruce. Did you kill him?
Huh?
Did you kill Kevin Bradley? Is that the reason for this story?
No, I didn't.
Well, somebody did. Can you tell us who?
You're getting me all mixed up.
You're the one that's mixing it up, Bruce. We just want to know who killed Kevin Bradley.
We think maybe it was you.
Looks like it might have been.
No, it couldn't be. Leave me alone. I didn't do it.
Why couldn't you have done it? It looks like you did.
Because Kevin Bradley isn't dead.
What's that?
He was never killed. I'm Kevin Bradley.
Spell that Bradley, L-E-Y?
Yeah, L-E-Y.
Wounds self-inflicted. Think he'll be on that 1 o'clock plane?
I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Yeah. A guy like this I never can figure out.
He comes from a good family, a lot of money. I don't know.
Yeah. Why would he tell a big lie like that? Beat himself up. You know we worked 15 minutes overtime tonight?
Yeah, put in for it.
man, that coffee's cold.
Well, don't drink it.
Why?
Make you hot.
On Tuesday, August 10th, the meeting was held in the captain's office, Homicide Division. In a moment, the results of that meeting. The suspect confessed the entire story was a lie. He told the investigating officers he wanted his death to be officially reported to his parents. According to his statement, in that way, he felt he could start a new life without family domination, which he claimed was excessive in his home.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Over 2 million people. Almost 1 million of them work. Some of them work in factories. Some of them work in stores. Most of them work hard for a living. A few of them try to take things the easy way. That's why I have a job. I'm a cop. It was Monday, July 9th. We were working the day watch out of robbery division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. A man had been pulled from his car, been beaten and robbed. His car had been stolen. The criminal had made good his escape. We had to find him.
Stacy Hollywood. That'll be the yardage department. Yes, ma'am, I'll connect you. Yes, sir, can I help you?
We're police officers, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Like to see one of your employees, a Harvey Kimbrough.
Just a moment, I'll page him for you.
Thanks very much. Got a match, Frank? Yeah, sure, Joe, here. Thank you. You know, when I was a kid, I never could figure out what that was. What's that? The auto call. Calls employees to the telephone. Rings all over the store. Yeah, I know.
Office. Yes, Mr. Kimbrough. There are 2 policemen waiting to see you on the 8th floor.
Thank you, please.
All right.
No.
That was
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Kimbrough. He's on his way out.
Thank you very much. Did I give you the crime report on this thing? No, I think you kept it, didn't you? Oh, yeah, I got it.
Yes, sir, can I help you?
Hey, you want one of these, Joe? What are those? Pepto-Pals. Good, try 'em. What are they for? Coat the stomach. Real good for stomachache. Yeah, but I haven't got a stomachache. Oh. Hey, Joe, I sure like that Ann Baker. Yeah? Of course, you know me. I liked her right off the first time I saw her down at that department store. Yeah, she's a nice girl. Well, now you can begin to think about settling down, huh, Joe? You know, like Fay and me. Gonna get yourself a little house, start sinking those roots, Joe. You know, they're putting up a lot of nice tract houses these days. Do you think maybe you're rushing a little bit? I just met her. How old are you, Joe? 32. Yeah. Yeah, well, how old were you when you got married? 35, but I feel I waited too long, Joe. I don't want that to happen to you. Well, according to your figures, I still have 3 years to go. Yeah, but Ann's such a pretty girl. You could do a lot worse. I just don't want you to forget about it. Not a chance with you around.
These gentlemen here, Stella?
Yes, that's right.
Are you Harvey Kimbrough?
Yes, sir.
What if we could step over here and talk, please?
Yes, sir. I sure appreciate you people coming over here. I don't like to take time off from my work. It's pretty tough on my partners, Clive and Warren.
Yes, sir, we understand.
Janitor work in a big store like this keeps you hopping. You haven't got any idea who the holdup man is yet, have you?
No, sir, we haven't. We'd like to get a little more information on what happened.
Did you talk to the 2 officers in the police car?
Yes, we did, but it's customary for us to make a follow-up for any additional information.
You fellas are plainclothesmen, is that it?
Yeah, we're from Central Robbery.
Oh, I see. Well, I never knew I'd get this much service.
Wonder if you'd mind going over it again for us, Mr. Kimbrough. Maybe something you didn't think of when the other officers talked to you.
I believe I told them everything. I was on the way down to work this morning about 5 a.m.
Mm-hmm. You live out in Alhambra?
Yes, sir, that's right. I take the freeway in.
It was on Commercial Street that you were held up, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Commercial, right near Alameda, almost to the corner. Where they're tearing those big buildings down. Man flagged me down and looked like his car was stalled.
Yes, sir.
I always make it a habit to stop when I see somebody in trouble. I know how it is this time in the morning. No gas stations open. Figured maybe the fella needed a shove or something.
So you stopped to give him a hand, is that right?
Well, that's what I had in mind. I'd more than stopped the car, and he came over, pointed a gun at me, and told me to get out.
What'd you do?
Well, I asked the fellow what he wanted. I told him I didn't have any money. Told him I was in the way to get on to my work.
What'd he say to that?
He didn't say anything. Just opened the car door, grabbed him by the arm, and pulled me out. I wasn't prepared for it, and I kind of fell into the street.
Well, now, your car is a blue 1948 Dodge sedan. Right rear fender damage, is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Sure hope you get that thief. And my car, too. Awful hard to get around Los Angeles without a car.
Well, we'll do our best.
Took my wallet from me. All the money I had. $14. Then he said, don't bother to get up. Stay right there for 5 minutes after I leave. And he bent down and he hit me in the face.
What'd he hit you with?
With his fist. Yeah, hit me right here. See? You can see the cut here, right? The card one look here, see? Yeah, bled pretty heavy.
Yeah, that's a nasty cut.
It's better now. The men who came in the ambulance, they put something on it. It'll be all right.
Well, did he knock you out when he hit you?
Oh, no. No, I saw him get in my car, and then the car was parked up ahead, took off, and this man who held me up, he followed in my car.
Did you try to locate a phone, call for help?
I didn't have to. This Mr. Ferguson pulled up and stopped right away, and then the officer came. Besides, I figured I'd better do what I was told.
How's that?
I was afraid. I was going to wait 5 minutes.
Frank and I left the department store, picked up our car in the parking lot next door, and drove out to the San Fernando Valley, the 800 block on Satacoy Avenue. The card on the front door told us we could find Sidney Ferguson in the garage.
Boy, look at this, John.
Yeah. You looking for something? Yes, sir. We're looking for a Sidney Ferguson.
Surely, I'm Sidney Ferguson.
Police officers, Mr. Ferguson.
Oh, about that holdup this morning down at Commercial Street?
Yes, sir. This is my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Oh. Happy to know you.
Hi.
Oh, excuse my wet hand. I've been cleaning up my tanks.
Sure.
You fellas work out of the city hall?
Yes, we do.
You wouldn't happen to know a John O'Grady down there in Narcotics Division? I went to high school with John.
No, I don't believe I know him. Frank?
O'Grady?
Yeah.
Tall fella, kind of blonde, wavy hair?
Yeah, that's right. Good-looking fella.
Yeah, I think I've seen him around.
Good friend of mine. Say, wasn't that a shame this morning, that Kimbrough fella?
Yeah, it was a rough one. Well, the reason we came out to see you is we thought maybe you could give us some additional information on it.
Oh, I'll be glad to give you all the help I can. I'd like to see you get that hold-up man.
You mind giving us a rundown on what happened this morning?
No, not at all. Let's see, it was about 5 o'clock this morning. I'm not usually up that time of the morning, but I was on my way back from Monterey Park. I generally try to make it down there once or twice a week. I get down to see Bruce Duffy, an aquarist friend of mine I have down there. We swap fish.
Yes, sir.
Well, I was on my way back coming down Commercial Street when I saw this fellow sitting on the side of the curb. It looked like he was hurt to me.
I see.
Now, I wouldn't have noticed probably. It was pretty dark, but those two cars pulled out, one right after the other, seemed to be in a big hurry.
And you pulled up to give Kimbrough a hand?
Yeah, I did. Of course, when I got close enough, I could see the guy had been kicked in the teeth. He was bleeding pretty bad. I offered to give him a hand, take him to the hospital, but he said he didn't want to be late for work.
Mm-hmm.
Well, after the officers came and talked to him and the ambulance men treated him, I drove him up to Stacy's Hollywood. I dropped him off there. That's where it works,
Yeah. The report says that you have the license number on the getaway car, but you couldn't find the paper you'd written it on when the officers interviewed you. Is that right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, if that doesn't beat them all.
What's that?
Well, I had the piece of paper a few minutes before the officers got there. I guess I was more rattled than that Kimbrough fella. And when I got home here this morning, there was a slip of paper right on the floor of my car. A little bit of a break, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is. Sure got a lot of fish.
Yeah, it's my hobby, raising them.
Oh, sure.
Let's see, where did I put that piece of paper at? I really wrote it down, believe me. I just misplaced it somewhere here. I've been trying to get rid of some of the algae off the glass in my tanks.
Hey, Joe, look at this. Gee, did you ever see anything prettier in your life?
Yeah.
How'd you fellas really like to see something you haven't seen before?
What's that?
Take a look in this tank here. Aplochromis multicolor. That's her scientific name. Commonly known as the Egyptian mouth breeder.
Is that a fact?
That's a little female there. See? She's one of the most sacrificing mothers in aquarium history. One of the strangest, too.
How's that?
Well, she lays her eggs in a small depression in the sand down there at the bottom of the tank.
Well, how many eggs would that be?
Usually 80 to 90. Now, here's the strange part. As the eggs are fertilized, she scoops them up into her mouth.
She eats them?
Oh, no. They remain in her mouth while they hatch.
How long does that take?
Over 14 days.
How does she eat?
That's just it. She doesn't. She doesn't touch food in any form for this 2-week period. Seems to just waste away.
Well, what happens then?
Finally, the eggs hatch after 14 days, and little fry comes swimming out of the mother's mouth.
Yeah?
And while the fry are growing up, first you can hardly see them, they're so tiny. While they're growing up, if anything frightens them, quick as a flash, back in the mother's mouth.
Well, that's certainly amazing. Huh, Joe?
Yeah.
Is this as big as they ever get?
Yes, sir. 1 inch to 1.5 inches.
Hard to believe.
Well, the bedders are almost as strange. The male builds a bubble nest up here on the surface. Say, isn't that funny? Here's that paper.
Huh?
The one with the license number on it.
What if I could see that, please?
Oh, sure, here you are.
Thank you.
Pretty sure of this number, Mr. Ferguson?
Yes, sir, I am. I got a good look at it.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, not at all. Wish
Yeah.
you could spend a little time. Seem kind of interested in tropical fish.
Well, yes, sir. I'd like to sometime.
Well, bye.
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 Oh, say, Officer Smith.
Yeah?
Just a minute. Say, I almost forgot.
Yeah?
In about 5 weeks from now,
Yeah?
how'd you like a nice pair of baby Egyptian mouth breathers?
.45 a.m. Frank and I got in the car and headed back toward town. I called communications and had them check the license number Ferguson gave us through DMV. They called back and told us the car was a 1949 Chevrolet four-door sedan. The registered owner was a Jack B. Grant, 19112 Beacon Street in the southwest part of Los Angeles. It was a large old-fashioned residence that had been converted into a rooming house. We checked with the landlady, a Mrs. Ida Fisher. How you doing, man? Police officers, do you happen to have a Jack Grant registered here?
Yes, he's been with me here about 8 months, but he's not in now.
What time did Grant leave this morning, Mrs. Fisher?
Well, it was pretty early. Must have been around 4 a.m. when I heard him go out. Came back in again this morning about 8 o'clock, parked his car, then he drove off with some other man.
Would you happen to know who the other man was?
No, I wouldn't. I just saw him drive off.
Where does Grant park his car, ma'am?
Round the back in the garage.
Mind if we take a look at it?
No, that's all right. Just go on back there down the drive.
Well, thank you very much.
Now, there's 2 cars parked there. The black Ford belongs to Mr. Spencer.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
And the 1949 Chevrolet, that's Mr. Grant.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. We checked the car and the license number. It matched the description given us by the victim, Harvey Kimbrough, and the witness, Sidney Ferguson. Together with Mrs. Fisher, we checked Jack Grant's room. We found nothing of importance. His clothing and personal effects were all there, nothing to indicate that he wouldn't be back. We told the landlady that we were placing the house under surveillance, and if Grant should return, not to say that we'd been there. She agreed and offered further assistance. She said she'd signal us by raising and lowering her front window curtain when Grant returned. We parked down the street, called the office, and advised them we were on stakeout. 2 men were sent out, and they covered the back entrance. Frank and I covered the front. By 6 o'clock that night, Grant had failed to show. 9 p.m., still nothing. 11 p.m.
What time did they say that relief team was coming out?
Around 11 sometime.
Chandler and Ricketts, huh?
I don't know, I guess so.
Oh, boy, I'm stiff. Feels like needles all over my body. It's been about 12 hours, hasn't it?
Yeah, just about.
Just like driving to San Francisco. You know, Faye makes me drive all the way. When I get out at the other end, I'm stiff as a board.
There's a car pulling up down there.
Oh, yeah.
You see who it is?
Yeah. Yeah, that's Ricketts.
Friday?
Hi, Jack.
Who's this you got with you?
Same guy you borrowed the candy bar from 2 weeks ago. How about it? I'm hungry.
Glad you reminded me. That bar was pretty stale. As soon as I find one to match it, I'll pay you back. It's a house over there, huh?
Yeah, Jack, the green and white one.
No sign of him at all, huh?
No, nothing.
Well, you guys want to take off?
Yeah. I guess you can make out all right, Ricketts. You got Chandler with you.
Friday, I feel sorry for you drawing this guy for a partner.
Well, after 7 years, he kind of grows on you. I'd like to check out with the landlady before we take off. Her name's Ida Fisher, Jack.
Right, Joe.
Let's go, Joe.
Joe.
See you later, Jack. Say hello to Chandler.
Right, Frank. Good night.
Good night.
That Ricketts sure is a ribstaker.
Yeah, come on.
Light's still on in the living room. Guess she's sweating it out with us.
Yes, Sergeant Friday?
Sorry to bother you again, ma'am.
Oh, that's all right. Mr. Grant still hasn't come in.
I wonder if it'd be all right if we took another look at his room.
I don't see why.
Watch it!
Mr. Grant, where are you going? Mr. Grant!
It's Grant out the back. Right, Joe.
Frank,
You all right?
I didn't know he had a gun. He made me hide him.
Lady, will you call an ambulance, please?
He's not dead, is he?
Lady, will you call that ambulance? Hurry. Monday, July 9th, 11:28 p.m. The ambulance arrived and Frank was taken to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. His condition was critical. Despite the fact that the other men on stakeout at the house had closed in as quickly as possible, Jack Grant somehow had succeeded in jumping out a side window and making good his escape through a maze of neighboring backyards. The men at the scene began a search of the immediate area. I called in and communications got out a broadcast and an APB. A special detail of men and cruiser cars was rushed to the scene and a blockade was thrown up around the area. Then I called Ann Baker and asked her to meet me at Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. I stayed on and worked with Ricketts and Chandler. Under questioning, the landlady, Mrs. Fisher, broke down and admitted that Grant had given her $10 to keep his presence in the house a secret. She told us that when we'd searched the suspect's room earlier, he had hidden in the cellar. She was taken into custody. 1:30 a.m. I got a relief and I went downtown to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, the P&F ward. When I got there, Ann Baker was waiting in the hall. How is he?
I don't know. They won't let anyone in to see him. I brought him a carton of cigarettes.
So did I. If anything happens to him, Ann, I don't know what I'm going to do.
He'll be all right, Joe. I know he will.
It was nice of you to come down and stand by.
That's all right. It was the least I could do.
Hi, Doc.
Friday, we removed one slug from the upper thoracic region, another one from his left shoulder. Looked like they could have been .45 caliber. They've been marked for evidence.
How's he doing?
As well as can be expected.
What does that mean?
It's hard to tell. Depends on how it goes the next 4 hours.
Can I go in and see him?
No, we're not admitting anyone in there. Under sedatives, lost quite a bit of blood, pretty weak.
Do you need anybody for transfusions?
No, it's all taken care of. His relatives been notified?
Yes, sir. His wife and kids are visiting back in Sioux Falls. I sent him a wire. They'll break the news to her.
Yeah, well, that's about all we can do for now.
Wonder if I just couldn't sneak in and leave this carton of cigarettes for him.
But it's going to be some time before Officer Smith can use them. Just leave them. The nurse will take care of them.
Thanks, Doc. Was there anything I can get for him? Anything he needs?
No, we're doing everything we can for him.
You don't think I could just look in for a minute?
No, I'm sorry.
Well, there must be something I can do.
You got a good prayer handy?
I left Georgia Street Receiving Hospital and drove back to the scene of the shooting. The search for the suspect, Jack Grant, was still going on. The neighborhood was checked and rechecked. Everything possible was done to find the man who shot down Officer Frank Smith. It's been said that a police department goes all out, doubles its efforts to run down a criminal who attacks a police officer. Well, it's true, but most people aren't aware of the reason. Certain elements would like you to believe that the police officer places the safety of his fellow officers above that of the citizen. This isn't true. His first day at the academy, the cadet peace officers taught this basic fact. If a criminal would shoot down the armed police officer, he wouldn't hesitate to shoot down the unarmed citizen. 3 a.m. I finally located Lieutenant Jack Ricketts at the corner of Coronado and Beacon Streets, 7 blocks from the scene of the shooting.
How is he?
Not too good. Depends on the next 4 hours.
What are his chances?
I didn't ask.
Now, we're not getting any place here.
Nothing at all, huh?
Nothing.
But something's got to break.
Chandler's still downtown. They're combing through Grant's package. He's down at the I Bureau.
They come up with anything?
Nothing. Not since the last time I checked, about 40 minutes ago.
Any ideas?
Fresh out. You?
Well, he couldn't have gotten far. Not this soon, he couldn't.
Bus depots, train terminals, airports all covered. The highway patrol's been alerted. Nothing so far.
He's got to be someplace close, Jack. He's got to be.
Yeah, I think he's holed up in town, too. But where?
Yeah.
He's in a jam. He's had good publicity. A lot of his friends are going to hide that welcome mat.
Well, maybe that narrows it down a little.
Maybe.
Let's find him. .30 a.m. Jack Ricketts and I got back to the city hall. We went directly to the I Bureau. Chandler and Powers had sifted through Jack Grant's package. They'd drawn up a list of all of Grant's known friends and associates. There were 22 names on the list. 3 of them were in San Quentin Penitentiary. 2 of them were doing time at the county work farm. That left 17 names on the list. Further checking showed that 5 of them had out-of-state addresses. 12 names. The list was split down the middle. Ricketts and I took 6 names, Chandler and Powers 6. Of the 12, with the exception of 1, all names had appeared on the police blotter in the past 8 years. Raymond Weller, Peter Denton, Horace Phillips, Henry Breen. Ricketts and I checked them. Some were in bed. Some hadn't been to bed. We were reasonably sure that none of them knew the whereabouts of the suspect. I called Georgia Street to find out about Frank. They told me no change in his condition. 4:55 a.m.
After this, we get a quick bite to eat, huh? You don't look so good.
Not hungry. What's this one's name?
Anthony Baxter, room 23.
Here we are.
Yeah?
Police officers. You Anthony Baxter?
Yeah?
Want to talk to you.
Find out how to get a guy out of bed.
You always sleep with your clothes on? Get back in the room.
Well, what's going on?
You know what, Jack Grant?
Why?
You a friend of Jack Grant's?
Why?
Jack Grant a friend of yours?
I'm not going to tell you anything till I know why.
You want to talk here or downtown?
I've got a right to know what it's about.
Get your hat and coat.
You just want to know if I know Jackie Grant, is that all?
You want to get that hat and coat?
I know Grant.
Where is he?
I don't want to get mixed up in anything.
You're mixed up in it already. You know him.
That's the trouble with you guys. Guy tries to walk the straight and narrow, and you guys come around and try to put him in a corner.
Where's Grant?
I've been in jail, and I did my time. You haven't got anything on me.
Baxter, let's get this straight. We're not after you. We want Grant. We didn't come up here to push you around. We don't want you to push us around. Now, where is he?
I'm going to tell you something. I don't like being talked to this way, and I'm not going to stand for it. I got certain rights, and I'm going to stand on them.
Now, you listen to me. A friend of mine's lying in the hospital because of your pal, Jack Grant. He put 2 bullets in him. Now, I'm tired and I'm out of patience. Where is he? Where is he?
All right, Joe. It's all right.
Yeah.
It's the last time around, Baxter. Tell us what Grant is. Come on, quick.
Hotel Filbert, room 605.
All right, let's go downtown.
What for? I haven't done anything. I've already told you everything I know.
That's right. We don't want you to tell anybody else. 5:27 a.m. We located the Filbert Hotel on North Crocker Street. On the way over, we called in and told them what we'd found. Chandler and Powers met us outside the hotel. They took up their position. Ricketts and I checked with the desk clerk and confirmed that the suspect was in room 605. He was registered under an alias. We took the elevator to the 6th floor. Room 605 was directly across from the elevator.
Yeah, what is it?
Police officer. Get your hand out. I wouldn't want to shoot you.
Hand behind your head.
Back.
Turn around.
.5:42 a.m. Ricketts and Chandler took the suspect into custody. It was 6:03 a.m. when I got to the Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, the P&F ward. Ann was still waiting.
Sergeant?
Hi, Doc. How is he?
You can go in. Don't stay too long.
All right, thank you. All right. You look all in.
No, I'm all right. You want me to go with you?
Yeah, would you?
Sure. Yes, that's right.
All right, Frank.
Hi. You look tired.
How you feeling?
I'll do. How'd it go?
We got Grant.
You look tired. You been working straight through on it?
Yeah. Anything I can get you?
No. I just gotta take it easy a few days. You know, that's done. Get well.
Yeah.
I'll be well in a few days.
Sure you will.
Just a little rest. Hey, Joe, have you given any more thought to what I was talking to you about yesterday?
What?
You know, about you and Ann.
You don't need any rest.
Huh?
You're well.
On November 7th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. The suspect was tried and convicted on 1 count of assault to commit murder. He and his accomplice were convicted on 4 counts of first-degree robbery. Assault to commit murder is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary from 1 to 14 years. First-degree robbery by imprisonment in the state penitentiary from 5 years to life. The landlady, Ida Fisher, was placed on probation.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
It was Wednesday, February 6th. We were working the day watch out of Homicide Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. We'd gotten a report that a wealthy retired businessman had suddenly disappeared. We had two possibilities to work on. Suspicion of suicide, suspicion of foul play. There was no lead to the man's whereabouts. We had to find him.
Hi. Oh, hi, Joe.
Well, there's nothing down there on him at all. She you up yet?
Yeah, she's in the captain's office.
Did you talk to her?
No, I don't know if she's going to be much help, though. Miss Banner, I'd like to have you meet my partner, Sergeant Friday.
How do you do?
Joe, this is Miss Banner.
I'm sorry I wasn't in when you stopped by. Got your card and called in as soon as I came home.
Well, thank you for coming in, Miss Banner. We have a few questions we'd like to ask you. It won't take very long.
We have a communication from a Gladys Dillon back in New York, Miss Banner. It's about her brother, Chester Dillon. We understand you rented his home from him out on Ralston Avenue.
Mr. Dillon? Well, yes, I've got a 2-year lease on his house. Rented it from him last November.
Well, according to the letter we got from Mr. Dillon's sister, she's worried about him, hasn't heard from him in some time. Have you any idea where we could contact him?
Well, the last I heard, he left on a trip to New York. It was about 8 weeks ago, I'd say. You see, I usually sent the check for the rent to the apartment he had here. When he left on his trip, he told me to hold on to the rent checks and he'd collect them when he got back.
How long did you say he'd be gone?
I don't remember definitely. I think he said 4 or 5 months.
He didn't leave any forwarding address, any place you could contact him back in the East?
No, he didn't. He just wanted to get away. Didn't want to be bothered with anyone. Wasn't feeling very well. Very depressed, poor man.
Well, why was that, ma'am? Would you know?
Well, his wife died just a few months ago, you know.
No, ma'am, we didn't know. All his sister wrote was that she hadn't heard from Dillon. She was worried. She didn't give us any other information.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Dillon died in last September, I think it was. Poor man felt terrible about it. Couldn't seem to get over it. That's why he rented the house to me. Reminded him too much of her.
I see.
Lovely home they have. Mr. Dillon said he didn't really want to rent it, but he couldn't stand being alone in the house. It's a large place, you know.
Yes, ma'am. We checked with the people living in the house now. I understand you leased the place to them last month. Is that right?
I subleased it, yes. You see, it just got to be too big for me. It was nice at first, but it got to be an awful lot of work. I rented it to this family and took a smaller house down the street.
Would you happen to know any of Mr. Dillon's friends in the city, Miss Banner? Anyone we could contact who might know where we can locate him?
Well, I don't know. He didn't seem to have any friends. He and his wife had been in the city only a year before she died. He was retired, you know.
Yes, ma'am. And we talked to some of the neighbors out there. They couldn't tell us much about Mr. Dillon.
Maybe some of the people he did business with might know something. Have you tried the neighborhood bank out there? I know that's where Mr. Dillon had his account.
No, ma'am, we haven't.
I can give you the bank's address. It's about all, though.
That's the only contact you know of, huh?
I'm afraid so, yes. I didn't know much about Mr. Dillon's private affairs. Whenever I talked to him, it seemed the only thing he had on his mind was his wife's death. Just couldn't seem to get over it. Seemed like he didn't want to get over it.
You mentioned that when you leased his home, Mr. Dillon took an apartment. Do you happen to have that address, Miss Banner?
I don't have it with me now, but I have it at home. I can call in and give it to you if you like.
If you would, please.
Certainly.
Well, thank you very much, Miss Banner. You have our card. When you hear anything from Mr. Dillon, we'd appreciate it if you'd call us.
Surely, I'll call you right away. Do you think something could have happened to him?
Well, it's possible, ma'am. We don't know. All we have is the letter from his sister.
It does seem kind of strange, doesn't it? He wasn't feeling too well. I wondered why he hadn't contacted me about sending the rent money to him. Such a nice man, Mr. Dillon. Certainly hope nothing's happened to him.
Now, you say he was very depressed about his wife's death, ma'am. Would you say that it was getting to be a little abnormal with him, maybe?
Well, I wouldn't know about that, Sergeant, but I do know he brooded about it all the time. He felt he'd lost everything. Didn't seem to want to go on.
You ever give any idea that maybe he might take his own life? I mean, brooding over his wife?
Oh, no, nothing definite. Just depressed and moody all the time. Now that I remember it, the last time I saw him, he did say something kind of funny.
Yes, ma'am. What was that?
It was the day before he left. We were talking about the rent money, and I asked him if I couldn't send it to him. He got kind of a strange look on his face.
Yeah.
He said, where I'm going, I won't need the money.
The day before we called on Lucille Banner for an interview, a letter had been received from a Miss Gladys Dillon in Elmira, New York. The request was routine. It was one of thousands of similar letters received every year by police departments all over the country. Each one of them has to be worked out to the satisfaction of all parties concerned. The person who's reported missing and the person who's looking for them. It's an enormous job requiring thousands of man-hours annually. Like the dozens of other investigations handled by the police officer, some of them end happily, some of them in tragedy. Whatever the result, the finding of a lost person is just as important a function of your local police department as any other investigation. Gladys Dillon hadn't heard from her brother recently. She was worried about him. She asked us to investigate. Our initial interview with Lucille Banner, the woman who'd rented Chester Dillon's home, failed to yield much of a lead as to his whereabouts. The only source of additional information she could offer was the neighborhood bank where Dillon had his account. 1 o'clock that afternoon, Frank and I drove out to interview the manager of the bank, a Mr. Harrison.
Oh, yes, that's right. Mr. Dillon's had his account with us ever since he came to Los Angeles. I know him quite well. Is there something you'd like to know about him?
Yes, sir. We've had a request from his sister in New York. She'd like to locate him.
Well, I'm pretty sure his account's still open here. Matter of fact, I'm positive it is. Just a moment. I'll have the clerk get his file.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. See, this reminds me, Joe, I got to go to the bank tomorrow.
That's so?
Yeah, payment on my car's past due. I only got 2 more to go.
Well, you're in fine shape. I got 8 more to go.
I'm not in fine shape, Joe. 2 payments to go, and already Faye wants a new one. Never fails.
Here we are, Sergeant. Just as I thought. Mr. Dillon's account's still open.
Have there been any recent deposits or withdrawals on the account?
Well, let's have a look here. Just as I thought. Nothing since he left on his trip. The last withdrawal date was November 27th.
He mentioned to you he was going on a trip, huh?
Yes, that's right. I think he said he was going back to New York. You see, his wife died recently. He didn't take it too well.
Did he leave any instructions about his account with you, Mr. Harrison? Any address you could contact him at if you had to?
No, he didn't leave any instructions with me. No address. It's just a vacation trip. He said he didn't expect to be gone too long.
Did he mention how long it would be?
5 or 6 weeks, I think that's what he said. I happened to talk to him about it because at the time he made quite a sizable withdrawal. I thought maybe he was a little unhappy with our service.
Mm-hmm. How much was the withdrawal, sir?
Well, let's see. Yes, here it is. November 27th, he withdrew $2,400.
Was that in cash or in traveler's checks?
Well, let me see. No, shows here that was in cash.
Mr. Harrison, you said a minute ago you knew Mr. Dillon pretty well, huh?
Yes, that's right. He used to stop and chat with me whenever he'd come into the bank. That was usually once a week. I didn't know him socially, though.
Uh-huh. He mentioned he seemed to take his wife's death pretty hard. What would you say his mental condition was the last time you saw him?
All right, I'd say. Just after his wife's death, he wasn't in very good shape. He brooded about it quite a bit. Then he began to pull out of it. Seemed to be in a fairly good frame of mind. He planned his vacation, looking forward to it.
I see.
Well, what do you ask? Something wrong?
No, sir, not that we know of. Routine check, that's about the size of it.
Does Dillon have any other real estate besides the house on Ralston Avenue? Would you know that?
Not to my knowledge, no. He has no other business connections in Los Angeles. But here are all his references right here. You see, most of them are charge accounts and so forth. I remember the time he opened his account with us. He told me he was retired. He and his wife came out here for their health.
They have any relatives out here, do you know, Mr. Harrison?
No, from what I understand, both of their families are in the East. They don't have any children, according to his application. Very few relatives.
And since Dillon was in here last November to make that withdrawal, you had no communication from him at all, huh?
No, sir, I haven't. But what seems to be the trouble? You have an idea something might be wrong?
Nothing definite, no, sir. We've been told about his feeling depressed over his wife's death. There was some indication that he might possibly have done away with himself. But after what you've told us, it doesn't seem likely.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't like to commit myself. As I say, he did seem to be getting over it. I didn't know him that well, though. Might be entirely possible. He was devoted to Mrs. Dillon. Maybe he could have taken his own life. I don't know.
Well, it leaves a big question to answer.
What's that?
Why do you need $2,400 to do it? 1:25 p.m. We continued interviewing the bank manager, Mr. Harrison, but he was unable to come up with any further leads. Before we left the bank, he gave us a complete list of all of Chester Dillon's references. We gave him our card, and he told us that he'd pass along immediately any information he might get on the whereabouts of Mr. Dillon. We went back to the office where we got a call from Lucille Banner. She gave us Dillon's last known address, and we drove out to check it. It was an apartment court in the Pico Crenshaw area. We talked to the manager, and she told us that Dillon had moved out 3 months before, on November 22nd. He told her that he was moving in with a close friend of his, and he gave her his forwarding address. It turned out to be a single-story frame cottage located in one of the older residential districts of the city. The name on the mailbox read Raymond L. Schaefer. We rang the bell, and a man who identified himself as Raymond Schaefer ushered us into a small living room. He told us that he was from the same town in the east that the Dillons came from, and that he was a longtime friend of theirs.
No, I haven't seen Chester for months. Last November, I think it was. That was the last time I saw him.
You say at that time Dillon was living in the apartment in the Crenshaw area, Mr. Schaefer, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
You mean he never came here to live with you?
No, it's just like I told you before. He talked about moving in here with me, but he never did. I haven't any idea where he is.
Well, he gave your home here as a forwarding address, Schaefer. Have you been getting his mail?
Yeah, matter of fact, I have. He told me he was going to do that. Never came to pick it up, though. Seemed funny to me.
You're still getting his mail here, is that right?
Yeah, it's still coming. Not much of it, maybe a letter a week. Mostly bills and advertisements.
Well, now, that list of names you've given us, sir, those are all the people in the east that Mr. Dillon was acquainted with, people that he might contact back there on this trip?
Yeah, that's all of them. As far as I know, he hasn't been back there yet, though.
Well, how do you know that?
I got a letter from my sister Gert a couple of days ago. Chester was in town. Gert would have known about it. He would have been sure to stop by and see her.
Do you have any idea at all where he might have gone? Did he mention how he planned on traveling east?
Well, I think he said he was going to take the train back. He doesn't own a car. I know he doesn't like to fly.
Well, when he was talking about this trip, Schaefer, how was he feeling? What would you say his mental attitude was?
Not too good. He's pretty much down the dumps. That business about his wife dying, he took it real hard.
That the way he impressed you the last time you saw him?
Yeah, he was way down. I kept trying to cheer him up. Never did seem to do much good.
Did he ever give you any indication that he might try to take his own life or anything like that?
Well, I don't like to say it, but as a matter of fact, he did. He used to talk about it all the time. Said life didn't seem to be worth living without Sarah. That was his wife, you know, Sarah.
Yeah. Did you have any idea at all what Mr. Dillon did with his clothes and things after he moved out of the apartment? Anybody he might have left him with?
No, he really didn't have much, to tell you the truth. After his wife died, he sold most of his stuff. Just had his clothes and a few personal things. Haven't any idea what he did with those. I wish I could help you. To tell you the truth, I'm getting a little worried about him myself.
There's just one more question, Schaefer. You know if Dillon was in the habit of carrying large sums of money around with him?
No, I don't think so. Chester was pretty cautious that way. He wasn't too free with a dollar, you know.
Would you happen to know if he had a large sum of money with him the last time you saw him?
No. If he did have, he didn't mention it.
I see.
You can't think of anything else that might give us a lead on Mr. Dillon's whereabouts? Anything at all?
Well, I think I've told you everything. Wish there was something I could tell you that'd help. Sure hope nothing's happened to him.
Yes, sir. Wonder if you'd mind showing us the letters you're holding for Dillon?
Oh, they're right here. Yeah, that's all of them.
Thank you.
Anything?
Oh, not much. Bills and circulars. Here's one with the New York postmark, Elmira. Probably from my sister. Union Department Store, 3 days old. I'll take down these return addresses.
Hey, Schaefer.
Yeah?
The suitcase here, the initials on it, CLD.
Yeah?
Well, CLD, is that your bag, Schaefer?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Chester left that here one day.
How was that?
Well, that was one day just before he was going to leave on his vacation. He brought it over here and said he'd like to leave it here with me. Forgot to mention it to you.
Mm-hmm. Did he bring anything else with him?
Yeah, he brought another suitcase with him, just like this one. I got it in the other room. He said he wanted to leave him here when he was on his vacation. Sorry, I forgot to mention it.
Well, maybe you forgot something else, Schaefer.
What?
Most people take their suitcases with them on a trip, don't they? p.m. We continued questioning Raymond Schaefer. We opened the suitcase labeled with the initials of Chester Dillon and found an assortment of personal items which Schaefer told us belonged to Dillon and his late wife. Cigarette boxes, books, similar articles which apparently would not be taken on a vacation trip. We came up with a small photo of Mrs. Dillon along with exemplars of her handwriting as well as her husband's, which we found in the suitcase. After we left Schaefer's home, we checked him through R&I and found that he had no criminal record. We checked further with friends and acquaintances of both men and found nothing to indicate that Schaefer was in any way involved in the disappearance of Chester Dillon. 3:30 p.m. We called the office and found that there'd been no answers so far to the broadcast and the missing persons bulletin we'd gotten out on Dillon. We started checking the references given us by the bank. first was the Union Department Store. It was located on Main Street in the south end of town. We checked with the credit department to see what information we could get from them.
Yes, here's the account on the Dillons right here. Chester L. and Sarah J. on Ralston Avenue.
Yes, ma'am, that's it.
What information would you like, officer?
Well, we're trying to locate Mr. Dillon, ma'am. Has there been any recent change of address on that account?
Why, no, there hasn't. Have they moved, do you know?
Well, we don't know that, ma'am. We don't know the present address.
We do have an outstanding bill of theirs, I noticed. Sent them several form letters. We've been trying to contact them ourselves.
Are there any recent charges in that account, ma'am?
Let's see. No, nothing too recent. The last charge was made on December the 5th. Thursday, December 5th.
That's 2 weeks after he disappeared, Joe.
Yeah. What does that account show there? What did Mr. Dillon buy?
Well, Mr. Dillon didn't buy anything.
Ma'am?
The slip was signed by Mrs. Dillon.
p.m. As soon as the clerk in the credit department at the Union Department Store showed us the sales slip with the late Mrs. Sarah Dillon's signature on it, we had the date on the sales slip double-checked immediately. The date, as shown on the slip, was correct beyond any doubt, December 5th. That was little more than 2.5 months after Sarah Dillon had died. We had no idea who the person was who forged her signature or why they'd forged it. The amount of the charge purchase, as shown on the sales slip, was for $418, all of it for women's clothing. We attempted to check with the salesgirl who handled the purchase, a Laura Van Kirk, but we were told it was her day off. We called at her home, where they told us she was gone for the day and couldn't be located. They said she'd be at work the following morning. 5:10 p.m. Frank and I took the sales slip with the forged signature on it and drove back to the office. We went directly to forgery detail, briefed them on our findings, and gave them the sales slip. The handwriting samples were checked against the signature on the sales slip, but neither of them matched. The work of compiling a list of all known female forgery suspects was begun immediately. The following morning, Frank and I went back to the Union Department Store, where we interviewed the salesgirl, Laura Van Kirk, who'd handled the purchase.
Yeah, I remember making the sale, officer. I'm not too sure about the woman who bought the things, though. I mean, what she looked like.
Well, could you try to describe her for us, Miss Van Kirk, just as well as you can remember?
Well, she had light brown hair, I'm pretty sure of that. Not too old, maybe in her late 30s, early 40s. Plain-looking woman, about 5 feet 5 or 6. Thin as I remember her. She wore glasses, I remember that, too.
I see. You got that picture, Miss Dillon, there, Frank?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Here. Thank you. Wonder if you mind taking a look at this photograph, miss? Is that looking anything like the woman you waited on?
No, that's not her. The woman I waited on was much younger. She'd light brown hair, too, not gray. She wore glasses, I'm sure of that.
Do you remember if there was a man with her, or was she alone?
No, she was alone. Now that I remember, there was something very different about the glasses she wore. I don't know if that's important or not.
What about her glasses, miss?
Well, they were horn-rimmed, as I remember, very light color. Transparent green, I think. Very smart looking.
Well, let's see if I have this right. Light brown hair, slight build, late 30s or early 40s. Wore horn-rimmed, transparent green glasses, huh?
That's right.
Check me if I'm wrong, Joe. That description sound familiar?
Yeah, just what I was thinking.
Horn-rimmed glasses. Woman came to see us at the office, huh?
You got it. Lucille Banner. Frank and I went back to the office and had Lucille Banner checked through R&I. She had no criminal record. Then we drove to the home on Ralston Avenue, which Chester Dillon had leased to Lucille Banner, and which she, in turn, had sublet. We obtained a copy of the lease, which the Banner woman had with the current tenants, and which bore her signature. We brought the copy of the lease downtown, gave it to Don Meyer in handwriting, and asked him to compare Lucille Banner's signature with the signature on the sales slip we'd obtained from the Union Department Store.
I got it. Homicide, Smith. Oh, yeah, Don. That's so? Yeah, right. Thanks a lot. Don Meyer.
Yeah, what'd he get?
Says there's no question in his mind.
Yeah?
Both signatures match perfectly.
What the reason was behind Lucille Banner's forging the signature of Mrs. Dillon on the sales slip, we didn't know. Whether or not it had any connection with the disappearance of Chester Dillon, we didn't know. As soon as we got the handwriting report from Don Meyer, Frank and I left the office immediately and drove to the bungalow which the Banner woman was renting on Ralston Avenue. It was a block down the street from the Dillon house. Lucille Banner wasn't at home, but a gardener in back of her house told us that she was expected back shortly. The gardener, who identified himself only as Al, volunteered that he also did gardening work for Miss Banner when she occupied the Dillon home. He'd also worked for the Dillons when they lived in the house. He told us that he liked the Dillons quite a bit, but that he didn't have much use for Miss Banner. He seemed to be up on all the news in the neighborhood.
Can you tell us anything about Mr. Dillon, Miss Banner, Al? How'd they seem to get along, do you know?
Well, they get along all right, I guess. When I worked for Mr. Dillon down the street, Miss Banner was always asking him down here. He'd be here, maybe once, 2 times a week. Miss Banner would ask him to come over, cook dinner for him. Miss Banner likes him, I think. Mr. Dillon, well, I don't know about him. He wasn't feeling so good. Still thinking about his wife.
You mentioned you don't like Miss Banner very much, Al. Why is that? She ever give you a reason not to like her?
Well, she's a little crazy, I think. She's a funny woman. Used to watch me all the time, follow me around, tell me to do all kind of crazy jobs. Of course, she give me good pay, so I do them.
How do you mean, Al? What kind of crazy jobs?
Well, like the compost box for the fertilizer, you know? She wanted me to build one for her in the backyard. Well, you can see it. It's right back there in the greenhouse. She's a crazy woman. She wanted me to build a compost box in the greenhouse. Had a special place marked for it. Now, who ever heard of a thing like that? To build a compost box in a greenhouse? It's crazy.
You built it for her, did you?
Well, yes, but not inside the greenhouse. I built it outside the greenhouse, right next to the greenhouse. But when she came out and saw it, she went crazy almost. Called me names, real crazy. She made me tear it up, and she made me build it inside the greenhouse, right on the place she had marked for it.
That's funny, doesn't it?
Yeah. When did all this happen, Al? Would you remember when you built that compost box, I mean?
About 2 months ago. Yeah, about that. Yeah, I remember it was just after Mr. Dillon went away. I tried to tell Miss Banner, who ever heard of a compost box in a greenhouse? But she wouldn't listen. She had to have it built on a certain place, right in the greenhouse. A little piece of ground in there. The box had to go right on top of it.
Mm-hmm. You figured she acted a little strange about it, do you?
You'd think she had something there, a little piece of ground. You'd think she had something to hide.
2:20 p.m. Lucille Banner returned home, and Frank and I went inside the house with her, where we questioned her in the living room. Outside in the yard, the gardener Al continued working. Lucille Banner was calm and composed. We questioned her about the forged signature on the sales slip. She would admit nothing.
The whole thing's too silly to even comment on. I don't know what you're talking about, Sergeant.
We think you do, Miss Banner. Our handwriting man's checked the 2 signatures a couple of times. The one on the sales slip, the one on the lease. They both match.
Now, what about it, Miss Banner? There's no way out of this. You ought to know that.
I'll deny it, that's all. I'll keep on denying it. I wasn't in that store, and I didn't forge any signatures. Why would I do a thing like that? What kind of a woman do you think I am?
All we know are the facts, ma'am. Now, why don't you give us a straight story? It's going to save time and trouble for everybody concerned here.
You've heard everything I've got to say. This thing's ridiculous. It's stupid. I'm not answering any more questions.
Afraid you'll have to come downtown with us.
What good is that going to do? I'll just keep on denying it. You can't make me say that I did a thing like that.
All right, Miss Banner, let's go.
All right.
Al.
Yeah?
See you a minute.
Sure. Oh, hello, Miss Banner.
Al, what's this all about? What you're trying to do?
Just a couple things we want to check here in your backyard, Miss Banner. It won't take us very long.
You have no right to be here. I'll call my lawyer. Call him as soon as I get to a phone.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you trying to prove? You have no right to be here, no right at all.
Yes, we have, ma'am.
What?
Did you kill Chester Dillon? Did you kill him?
All right, Al, you got a shovel?
Yeah?
Compost box in the greenhouse. You want to start digging?
All right.
He was an old man. So old. And he was sick.
Ma'am?
He didn't want to live anymore. He didn't have any reason for living. Why shouldn't he give me the house? Why shouldn't I have his money? I was nice to him. Cooked for him. Wanted to take care of him. He just didn't want to live anymore, that's all.
All right, Al. You can stop digging.
You want to tell us, ma'am?
He needed a woman. Anyone could tell that. He needed me. We got along fine, Chester and I. I offered to marry him, and he wouldn't do it. All he could do was think about his wife. She was dead. He'd sit around and talk about her all the time.
You killed him? Is that what you're trying to say?
I wanted to marry Chester, take care of him. He wouldn't do it. We had an argument in the kitchen one night. I had a gun. I killed him.
That where you buried him in the greenhouse here?
Yes, I buried him deep. The gun, too. He'll be all right. Poor Chester.
Yeah.
He was so old. He needed a woman. Anyone will tell you that. He needed me.
I guess you made a mistake there, didn't you?
No, Sergeant, he did.
Yeah.
He didn't want me.
On June 2nd, trial was held in Department 86, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree.
It was Tuesday, October 27th. We were working the day watch out of Homicide Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. An unidentified woman had been found murdered in a hotel room. The cause of death was strangulation. There was no lead to the identity of the killer. We had to find him.
Well, this is all of it.
You find anything we can get a lead out of?
Nothing too good, no. I don't think you could identify her from what we've got here. Morgue post the body yet?
Yeah, this morning. How about fingerprints, Ray? They find any in the hotel room?
Checked with Bergman, no foreign prints. No, dead end there.
What about the woman's purse? Did it show anything?
No chance. You can see this fabric here, file. Won't take a print. Contents of the purse, usual stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Comb, lipstick, keychain, one key on it. Half package of chewing gum. Coin purse with a dime and 2 nickels in it. That's all of it.
According to the room clerk at the hotel, she had a wallet with her when she checked in there. No sign of that, huh?
No sign of it in the hotel room either. Checked everything.
Is that the only piece of jewelry found on the body, that wedding ring there?
Yeah. It's a cheap ring. No markings on it. No way of tracing it. About the only thing I can tell you, she was pretty well dressed. That's an expensive bag there. Sure not a cheap dress either. Same for a coat and shoes. They cost money, too.
How about labels on any of that stuff, Ray?
Yeah, Joe. There's one on the coat here. You can see it right here. Benless Department Store, Los Angeles. Coat's fairly new. They might be able to give you something on it.
Yeah, maybe.
The people at the hotel. Did you get anything there?
Well, it could have been a little better. The woman checked in last night around 8 o'clock. She registered as John Ross and wife, L.A.
Anyone see the man with her?
No, nobody. Room clerk says a woman came in alone. Said her husband was parking the car, so she registered for both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Clerk said he left the desk a few minutes after that. Figures a man must have come in sometime while he was gone. Nobody on duty at the desk after midnight. Could have left the hotel at any time after that without being seen.
She registered at 8 p.m. Coroner said she died about 10:30.
You're not even sure there was a man with her, are you?
Yeah. The woman who was next door to the murder room. She told us she heard a man and woman arguing. That was about 10 o'clock. Said it got pretty loud.
No idea who the woman really was, huh? I don't suppose that John Ross and wife business means anything.
That's pretty doubtful, Ray. About all we got to go on is the physical description from the coroner. She was a small woman, 5'1", 91 1/4 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes, about 31 or 32 years old. We got her prints off to Washington.
You got any ideas?
Well, it might be a psycho killer.
How do you figure?
Well, the coroner's report listed strangulation as the cause of death.
Yeah.
Whoever did it made sure. Her neck was broken. At approximately 6 o'clock that morning, in a second-floor room of a downtown hotel, the body of an unidentified woman was found murdered. Preliminary investigation failed to reveal the true identity of the victim or the killer. As far as physical evidence was concerned, there wasn't much to go on. The deep bruises on her neck and throat, along with the crushed vertebrae at the base of her skull, indicated a savage attack. 1:55 p.m. Through the label on the dead woman's coat, we traced the garment to the department store where it had been purchased, but they had no record on it. It was a cash purchase, and the salesgirl couldn't remember the customer. Investigation during the next 2 days failed to turn up any leads. We showed a morgue picture of the victim to bartenders, waitresses, parking lot attendants in the vicinity of the hotel. They couldn't identify her. We rechecked tenants and employees at the hotel. It got us nothing. Thursday, 5:48 p.m.
Sure got me stopped. 2 days of leg work and we're in no place.
Well, we might be in better shape when we get that kickback from Washington.
Sure hope so. The victim was a nice-looking woman, well-dressed, nice clothes. How come she'd stay in a cheap hotel in a neighborhood like that? Doesn't jive for my money.
Well, it's hard to say.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Can we help you?
Well, I don't know. I guess that just depends. I'm waiting to see a couple of detectives here.
Well, who'd you want to see?
A couple of detectives.
Who are they?
Well, this is pretty confidential, you know. I have to talk to them myself. They told me to see Friday and Smith. Frank Friday and Joe Smith. Detectives, they're handling the case.
Well, yes, sir. I'm Joe Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith. What can we do for you?
Well, Fred, they say that you're working on that murder case, that woman who was found in the hotel?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Could I see your badges?
Yes, sir. Here.
That looks authentic.
There's my ID card.
May I?
Yeah.
Nice likeness. Typo. Good blood. Now, I've been reading about that murder in the papers. You're gonna thank me for this. I got all you want to know about that murder.
You mind telling us your name, sir?
I don't mind. L.P. Morgan. I was a good friend of hers, you know. Used to work with her.
You mean the dead woman?
Same one. Never forget a face. Maud McLeod. I saw that picture in the paper and I said to myself, there's old Maud.
You pretty sure of that, are you, Mr. Morgan?
Sure, I'm sure. Maud McLeod. We used to work together in the circus. Maud was a bareback girl, you know. Best in the country. Real trooper.
Well, now, what makes you so sure it's the same woman, Mr. Morgan? When was the last time you saw this friend of yours, this Maud McLeod?
Well, I used to see her all the time. Worked the old cells floater together. I got a picture of her.
Do you mind if we take a look at it?
Well, that's why I came down here. I want to help out. She's got to be identified. See, I got it here somewhere. I know. Oh, sure. Carson City. Oh, here it is. It's Maud in her circus costume. Awful pretty. Take a look at that. That's Maud, ain't it?
Well, I don't know, sir. This is a drawing. There doesn't seem to be much resemblance there.
Is that right?
I'm afraid you've made a mistake, Mr. Morgan. Thanks for your cooperation, anyway. Appreciate you coming in.
I was sure it was Maud.
I get it. Homicide Friday. Oh, yeah, Ed. Uh-huh. Is that right? What'd it say? Uh-huh. Okay, fine. Yeah, we'll pick it up. Thank you.
Anything?
Communications. They just got the kickback from Washington on the dead woman's fingerprints.
Any luck?
Yeah, they got her identified. Worked in an aircraft plant during the war. Her name's Doris Frazier.
I can't help but think you fellas are missing the bet. I know that dead woman.
Oh, no, sir. She's already been identified, Mr. Morgan. We know who she is. Her name's Doris Frazier.
That's so?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Well, what do you know about that? Old Maud. She went and changed her name.
Thursday, 6:35 p.m. Frank and I went down the hall to communications and got a copy of the kickback from Washington. The murder victim was identified as Doris Allen Frazier. She applied for a position as a typist at the Eagle Aircraft Plant in Burbank in 1942. Next morning, we checked the personnel office at the plant, and we found that Doris Frazier had been employed as a typist from 1942 to 1944. In going over her application, we found her last known address listed as 7346 Oakdale Avenue. Her application stated she was single, with no previous employment, with no known relatives. We could uncover no further information on the girl. We drove across town to the Oakdale Avenue address, a large apartment building in a better-than-average neighborhood. The manager told us that Doris Frazier had lived there up to 18 months before. He said that a few weeks before she moved, she was married, but he was unable to remember the name of her husband. The manager also told us that the newly married couple apparently began having trouble from the day they were married. We checked the next forwarding address, a boarding house for women in the southwest end of the city. Frank and I interviewed the woman in charge, a Mrs. Frances Watson. We talked to her in the dining room of the boarding house, where she was polishing a set of silverware.
Well, of course, when she first came here, we didn't know it, but she was married. This is a home for single girls, and we have our rules and regulations just like any other respectable place.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, as we came to find out later, Doris wasn't only married, but she was fighting with her husband. I understand he wasn't much at all. She was thinking of getting a divorce, as a matter of fact.
Did you ever meet her husband, Mrs. Watson?
No, I never did. I suppose it's just as well I didn't. I understand that Doris left him after they'd been married only a few months.
Uh-huh. Do you know what his name is, ma'am?
No, I have no idea. Doris always used her maiden name when she was with me.
And you never saw the man, Mrs. Watson? He never came to the house here?
No, I didn't say I never saw him. I said I didn't meet him. Yes, there was once when he came to the house to see Doris.
Well, what was the occasion? Would you mind telling us about it?
Well, it was most unpleasant, I can tell you that. Let me see now. Yes, Doris had been here about 6 months. Even by that time, I was beginning to see the real side of the girl. No character, officer. No character at all. It shows up every time.
Yes, ma'am. Would you go on, please?
Well, as I was saying, it was after about 6 months when this man brought Doris home late one night. About 1:45, I'd say. Upset the whole house.
Well, how was that, ma'am?
The two of them, this man and Doris, they stood right out in the hall there. They had a terrible quarrel. The language, it was dreadful. At the top of their lungs, too. My husband went out to quiet them down, but the man left before he had a chance to call him down. Upset the whole house.
Mm-hmm. This man that the Fraser woman was arguing with, you sure it was her husband?
Well, as sure as I can be. That's what Doris told me, anyway, the day after. I called her in and told her I just couldn't tolerate behavior like that. It upset her quite a bit, I remember. She cried, said it wouldn't happen again. That's when she told me she was trying to get a divorce.
Was that what the big argument was about, would you know?
Yes, she said she wanted the divorce. Her husband didn't. He wanted her back with him. Certainly is sad the way some people mix up their lives.
Yes, ma'am. By any chance, did you ever get a good look at this man, the husband, I mean?
Well, he was tall and had dark hair. That's about all I remember. He was well-dressed, too.
I see. When Doris Fraser left here, Mrs. Watson, did she leave any forwarding address with you?
No, she didn't. I haven't any idea where she moved.
What kind of work was she doing while she was living here? Do you have any idea where she was employed?
Yes, that was one of the references she gave me. Furniture company down on Venice Boulevard, if I remember correctly. I have the address in my record book. Certainly is unfortunate, the whole thing.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
I even tried to talk to her before she left. Sat her down and talked to her for a whole afternoon. Guess it was just a waste of time.
Well, how's that, ma'am?
The trouble with her husband, terrible thing. He seemed to treat her so badly. Two of them fighting all the time. I believe she was actually afraid of him. She told me he was very jealous. He drank, ran around. That's why I couldn't understand it.
Couldn't understand what, ma'am?
Doris, when she moved away from here.
Yeah.
She said she was going back with her husband.
The landlady, Frances Watson, gave us the address of the furniture store where the murder victim had been employed, and we drove down to check with the personnel manager, a Mr. Collins. He said Doris Fraser had been fired from her job 10 months before. He said she'd been let out because she was constantly late for work and that she got into the habit of asking for salary advances too often. Collins also told us that he'd heard about the trouble between the Fraser woman and her husband. He said he'd seen the husband in the store several times when he came to call for his wife. He identified the husband as Stephen Arnold. The personnel manager gave us the last known address they had on the victim. The following morning, we checked it out, an apartment hotel in the East Wilshire area. She was still registered there, together with her husband, Stephen Arnold. But the desk clerk told us that Arnold hadn't been living there for the past 3 months. He had no idea where Arnold had moved, and he didn't know where he worked. While the desk clerk stood by, Frank and I went upstairs and checked the apartment.
You find anything, Joe?
Not too much, no.
Well, there's nothing in the bedroom. Like Ray says, she likes nice things, but that's about all I can figure.
Mm-hmm.
What you got there?
Looks like a letter she started and she didn't finish it. It's dated October 23rd.
What's it say?
Dear George, I've been meaning to write you before. That's all. That's as far as she got.
George, huh? That's the first time we've run to that name on this deal.
Yeah.
Means there's more than one man in her life.
Mm-hmm. A few more letters and bills here.
All unopened.
Yeah. Ad from a woman's store. Another ad, telephone bill, postcard. Here's one postmarked Santa Monica.
Check the name of that return.
Yeah. Stephen Arnold. 4:35 p.m. We called the office and checked Stephen Arnold through R&I. He had no criminal record. The return address, which he'd listed on the envelope of the letter to his wife, was 10826 Pacific Front Boulevard. We located it on the beach just below Santa Monica. It was a small dart concession owned and operated by the dead woman's husband.
No, I haven't seen Doris for a couple of months anyway. Why?
Understand you had an apartment with your wife in the East Wilshire neighborhood. That right, Mr. Arnold?
Yeah, that's right.
You mind telling us why you left?
No, I don't mind. I wanted to move closer to my work, that's all. That place was way too far out.
How is it your wife didn't move out with you, sir?
She wanted to stay close to town. She doesn't care much for the beach. Bad for her sinus.
Did you have an argument with your wife, Arnold? Some kind of a disagreement? Is that one of the reasons you moved?
Yeah, you might call it that. We're getting a divorce.
Is that so?
Yeah. It was the best thing all the way around. It's been nothing but fighting and scrapping all last year anyway. We decided to call it quits. Say, would you excuse me a minute? I got some cold drinks in this cooler here. Would either of you like a cool drink?
No, thanks.
Are you getting the divorce from your wife, Arnold?
Yeah, that's right. I'm divorcing her. Why'd you want to know?
Well, you remember that last time you saw your wife, the exact date, I mean?
No, I don't think I remember that. Been at least 3 months, I'll say that much.
You spend most of your time down here at the beach, Mr. Arnold?
Yeah, that's right. I get in town a couple of times a month. Sure you wouldn't like a cold drink?
No, thank you.
I'll have one myself if you don't mind. This water sure keeps it nice and cool.
Yes, sir.
How about last Tuesday night? Were you in town that night?
No. Last time was 2 or 3 weeks ago anyway. Went in to see a show. I was working here last Tuesday night. Work here every night except Monday. That's the only night I'm closed up.
Mm-hmm. Is there anyone who can vouch for that?
I don't think I get this. Why do you want to know?
Well, is there anybody who can vouch for you?
Sure. 6 people anyway. The fellow who runs the place next door. The guys in the rest of the stalls up and down the way here. They can all vouch for me. I worked here till 1 a.m., same as usual. Just a minute. Hey, Vic. Vic.
Yes, Steve?
Come on over here a moment, will you? These fellas are detectives, Vic. I guess it's something about a jam my wife got herself into. They want to know where I was last Tuesday night.
Yeah?
They want somebody to vouch for me.
Sure.
Did you see Arnold last Tuesday night?
I was working next door. Steve was here all night.
Saturday, October 31st, 2 p.m. Frank and I checked with a dozen different concession operators in the neighborhood of Stephen Arnold's place. They all corroborated the fact that on the night his wife had met her death in a downtown hotel, Arnold had been working at his stand until 1 a.m. Despite all the previous indications that he might have been responsible for the murder of his wife, we had to eliminate him as a possible suspect. 2:20 p.m. On the way back into town, we stopped by the apartment hotel where Doris Frazier was living at the time of her murder. After checking further with tenants and with the help in the building, we found out that the victim had been in the habit of eating most of her meals at restaurants in the immediate neighborhood. After some 2 hours and 6 restaurants later, we found a small coffee shop 4 blocks from the apartment building where one of the waitresses identified Doris Frazier's picture.
Yeah, that's her, officer. Terrible picture, though. She looks so much older.
About how often would you say Miss Frazier came in here, ma'am?
Oh, 3 or 4 times a week, I'd say. The bus stop is right out there on the corner. She'd usually have breakfast and then grab the bus and go to work. Some nights coming home from work, she'd stop here for dinner. Nice girl. Quiet.
Did you get to know her at all, miss? I mean, do you happen to know any of her friends in the neighborhood?
No, as I say, she was a quiet person, not very talkative. Usually read while she was eating. Magazine or book.
Did she ever come in here with anyone else, would you know?
Oh, yes, quite a few times. She seemed to have the boyfriends. Of course, she was attractive. Small, you know, but real cute looking.
Mm-hmm. Do you happen to know any of these men?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Any one of them in particular that she came in with very often?
Let's see. I think there was one. He was dark, well-dressed, kind of tall, good-looking. They usually came in together for breakfast.
How long ago was this, miss? Would you recall?
Oh, I'd say up till a couple of weeks ago. I usually waited on them in the morning. That's how I happen to remember.
I see. Did you ever happen to hear this man's name?
Let me see. George. I think that was it, yeah.
Would you happen to know if he lives in the neighborhood?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Has this man been in here during the past week, do you know?
Yes, he has. He came in for breakfast.
What day was that?
This morning.
Before we left the coffee shop, we questioned the cashier who came up with the information that the man known as George usually left his car parked at the service station across the street. We left our card and asked the cashier to call us in case the suspect returned. At the service station, they also remembered the man known as George, but they told us that he hadn't been in for the past 2 weeks. They'd done some work on his car for him in the past, so they had a record of his license number. We called our DMV and found that the car was registered to a Carl Lucy in East Hollywood. 4:30 p.m. We drove out and interviewed Lucy at his home. but he came nowhere near the description of the suspect. He told us that he had purchased the car 6 weeks before from a man known as George Crane. He described Crane as tall, dark, and well-dressed. From the bill of sale, we got Crane's address, a motel on East Manchester. The manager there told us that George Crane had moved a week before. He said that Crane had left no forwarding address, but he did remember where he worked. He gave us the name of the aircraft company in the San Fernando Valley. We called their personnel office, but they were closed for the day.
Description checks out all the way.
You called the night office at the aircraft company, did you?
Yeah, they couldn't tell us anything. Gave us the home number of the personnel manager.
Well, he's got a record. I got the package on him here.
Yeah.
Nothing very heavy. Drunk charge 2 years ago, another one last year. Disorderly conduct, resisting arrest. That's about all. I get it. Homicide, Friday. Who? How's that? Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. No, I'm afraid not. Well, we sure. Certainly. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. Thanks anyway. Right. Goodbye. Well, that does it.
Who was it?
You know that guy was in here the other day, that Al P. Morgan?
Yeah, what did he want?
He wanted to buy us a drink. He's celebrating.
Huh?
His old friend Maud. He just found her. Sunday, November 1st, 8 a.m. We got in touch with the manager of the personnel department of the aircraft company at his home. He said that he'd checked the files for us. 8:42 a.m. He called back to tell us that George Crane was employed as a maintenance man in the electrical department, that he'd been working for the company for the past 5 years, and that he had a good employment record. He told us he was on the day shift, and that he was scheduled to report for work in the generator room at 8 o'clock that morning. I got in the car and drove out to the valley where we located the murder suspect, George Crane, at work in the generator room of the aircraft factory.
Do you know a Doris Fraser?
Doris Fraser? No, I'm sorry, officers. I don't know anybody by that name.
How about Doris Arnold? Do you know that name?
Arnold? No, I'm afraid not. What's it all about?
You own a car?
Yeah. It's a dark sedan.
Had it very long?
A couple of weeks. Last one I had was giving me a lot of trouble.
Did you trade it in?
No, I sold it to a private party. Fell out in Hollywood.
How about this picture? Know her?
Well, it doesn't look like anybody I know. Am I supposed to?
You should, yeah.
I don't follow you.
You spent any time around the East Wilshire district, Crane?
East Wilshire? No, I've probably been over there a couple of times. Not lately, though.
How about the coffee shop on the corner of Gramercy and Marengo? Ever been in there?
Not that I remember, no.
Well, a waitress in that coffee shop, and the cashier, too, say they got a pretty regular customer, and he fits your description exactly. You sure you never been in there?
Well, I'm not positive. I wouldn't swear I'd never been in the place. What's the difference, anyway?
How about the service station across the street from the coffee shop? You ever park your car there? They ever do any work on it for you?
Oh, say, I bet I know the place you're talking about. Yeah, I've been by there a few times, sure. It's a good station. Done a lot of good jobs on my car for me. Yeah, I remember it now.
Then I guess you remember the coffee shop. Crane?
Yeah, I think I do now. Right across the street from the station?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what do you want to know about it?
When's the last time you were in there, Crane?
Well, to tell the truth, I couldn't be sure.
We talked to a waitress in there yesterday. Said you were in that morning for breakfast. Do you remember that?
She's way off her track on that one, I can tell you that. I wasn't near the place yesterday morning.
The cashier remembers you, too. She says you were in. Now, how about it, Crane?
Look, what difference does it make? What's this thing all about anyway?
You want to take another look at that picture?
I told you once, I don't know the woman. I never saw her before in my life.
Why don't you give it some thought?
Huh?
You remembered East Wilshire, you remembered the service station, you finally remembered the coffee shop. Maybe you can remember her, too, huh?
I don't know her. I never saw her in my life.
The waitress in the place says you were in there quite a few times with the woman. Usually came in for breakfast. And you stopped going there about 2 weeks ago.
I don't know her.
What's the matter, Crane? You figure you got something to hide?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know her. What do you figure she's got to do with me anyway?
We checked her apartment, mister. We found a letter she was writing to you. You ready to tell us?
Well, what's a letter? That doesn't mean anything. Can't prove anything by a letter. What are you thinking anyway?
We think you're lying, Crane. We think you got a reason for it. Now, what do you say?
Doesn't prove anything. Maybe I knew her. It doesn't mean anything at all.
We think it does.
Yeah?
We think you killed her.
The way it looks to you?
That's the way it looks.
I don't think you can prove it.
We're going to try. Now, how about it?
Will it go any easier for me if I admit it?
That's not up to us.
I don't know why I did it. What am I going to give for a reason?
I wouldn't know, Crane.
I don't know why I killed her. Sounds funny, doesn't it? No reason at all. I just killed her. What am I going to tell him? If I don't have a reason, how can I ask him to let me off easy? How can I ask him?
I don't know, but they'll have an answer.
February 8th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
It was Thursday, March 19th. We were working the day watch out of Homicide Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. Somewhere in the city, there was a killer on the loose. A young woman had been...
Barrette. Hi, Joe. Just ran a spectrograph.
Find anything?
Paint flake from the victim's head matches the paint on that hunk of pipe.
Any prints?
No, the pipe was clean. No latent prints.
You find anything else?
I got those blood test reports and a couple of slides for you to look at. Here, over here.
What's it look like, Gray?
Here. That's blood found on the piece of pipe.
Mm-hmm. Type A.
And this is blood from the victim.
Type A.
Match, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Not too important, though. Here. A slide I want you to see. Here, Joe. You may have to focus that for yourself.
Okay.
You see that strand of hair on top?
Yeah.
Well, that's from the victim's head. And the one underneath was found on the piece of pipe.
I see.
She had wavy hair. Both specimens are flat. Looks like the same hair, Joe.
You got anything on that piece of pipe, Pinker?
Nothing. Ordinary steel pipe, 14 inches long.
What else you got?
Plaster impressions of those footprints are found with the body. Here they are.
Crepe soles, huh?
Tennis shoes. New ones, size 9. Good impression. The ground was soft. Man about 150 pounds, according to length of stride, roughly 5 feet 10 inches tall.
New shoes, all right. See the tread there real good?
That's right. Made by the Sport King Company.
Well, that's something to follow up, huh?
Sure. You could start with the tennis courts. Only about 1,000 or so in L.A. Or maybe you'd rather track down the brand. These particular tennis shoes are the biggest sellers in the country.
Yeah.
Where'd you like to start, Joe? Minneapolis or Pullman, Washington?
What about that glove?
Yeah? You might look for a missing glove.
Yeah?
They go well with the shoes. Just about as common. White cotton work gloves with a blue top. Here's the right glove. You find the left one.
Blood on the glove?
Type A.
Well, it's good evidence, Ray, but where's the lead?
I don't ask you to pay my parking tickets. You want to see pictures?
Okay.
This is the vacant lot where they found the body.
Yeah.
Here's a close-up of her showing the location of the murder weapon, the glove, and the footprints relative to the position of the body.
Looks as bad as yesterday. Sure worked her over, didn't he?
The rest of these are morgue shots. You interested?
No, we checked those this morning. Once is enough, Ray.
That winds it, boys. You want to go over the stuff in her purse again?
Find anything more?
Nothing you haven't already seen. The usual. Makeup, comb, barrette. That's a hair clip. A few cheap stones in it. Loose change, quarter, nickel, few pennies. And her ID card.
Thanks, Ray. Helen Mitchell, 33 Naomi Place, age 21. 21. That's not very old, is it, Ray?
Not to die, no.
Helen Mitchell. Who'd kill Helen Mitchell? Why?
Why do you say that, Mr. Meyer?
Well, people kill for money. They kill for love. Helen didn't have either of these.
No boyfriends?
Not in here. She was a good worker. The union sent me 5 waitresses in 1 month. 5. She was the only good one.
Did the union send Helen to you?
Sure. All the girls come from the union. But none like Helen. She was sweet, honest, and courteous.
Mr. Meyer, did you know anything about her personal life?
Just that she was a good worker. She didn't bring any of her personal troubles in here.
Did she ever mention any men to you? Anyone at all?
No, none that I can think of.
How much money did she make here?
Well, I paid her $26.50 a week. It's not much for the work she did.
Tips are pretty good. Help make it more.
Is her home address, 33 Naomi Place?
33 Naomi. Yeah, that's the place.
Helen Mitchell. I don't know her.
You the head of the union?
Just a steward. I know most of the girls. This Mitchell girl, what does she look like?
Small brunette, about 5'3". Here's her picture.
Yeah. Pretty, wasn't she? Oh, sure. Placed her out at Alice's place. Nice little guy, out of Meyer.
That's right. He seemed to think quite a lot of her.
Yeah, she was a fine worker. Oh, sure, always right up in her dues. Paid all the assessments right on time.
Thought you said you didn't know her.
Not right off, I didn't. When she showed me that picture there, placed her right away.
Know anything about her personal life?
Wait a minute. Why all these questions?
Helen Mitchell was murdered last night.
Oh? Who did it?
Know anything about her personal life?
You can see my position, Sergeant. 1,200 girls. Check them in, check them out. They're just names to me till I see a picture of them.
You wouldn't know if she had any boyfriends here in the union? Waiters, busboys?
That I wouldn't know. Like I told you, Sergeant, I never knew Helen Mitchell.
How'd you find me?
Helen's landlady. We talked to her yesterday. She told us she worked at this store.
Oh, funny, isn't it?
What's that?
See Gus over there, the fellow demonstrating the piano? A few weeks ago, I made a deal with him to give Helen piano lessons. I figured it'd help with her singing lessons. She wanted to be a singer, you know.
Did Helen know that fella, Gus?
No, she never met him.
Who gave her the singing lessons, Miss Olson?
She took from Ostrander, Paul Ostrander, out on Melrose. A lot of movie people used to take from him.
What do you know about her personal life?
Well, how do you mean?
Does she have any boyfriends?
Well, yeah.
You don't seem sure, Miss Olson.
Well, it's just that I don't know. I never asked Helen. But she did have a few days with Paul Ostrander. I don't think she was serious.
How about Ostrander?
Gee, Sergeant, I don't know. I don't want to involve anybody.
You want to help us find the killer, don't you?
Yes, but if you're thinking Paul Ostrander did, I'm sure he didn't kill her.
No, gentlemen. I didn't kill Helen Mitchell.
You gave her singing lessons, Ostrander. You knew her pretty well, didn't you?
Yes, I gave her voice coaching for about 1.5 years. Helen showed a little promise. Oh, not a great voice. Bad vibrato.
You knew her pretty well, didn't you?
Why do you say that?
You'd take her out once in a while, didn't you?
No, I didn't know Helen socially at all.
We know you had dates with her.
Well, that's not true. The only times I saw her was when she came here to the studio for lessons.
You better tell the truth, mister. We can prove you've been out with her.
What's the matter? Afraid of the publicity? Is that it?
Certainly that's it. I have a successful business here. I've spent years building it. Anything like this would ruin me.
Then you have been out with her.
Only a few times, nothing serious. And I had nothing to do with the murder. That's the truth.
Don't you know that withholding information about a thing like this can go kind of hard with you?
Yes, I know that, but what else could I do?
Look, Ostrander, somewhere in this city right now, there's a guy who beat a young girl to death. He crushed her skull with a piece of steel pipe. We need every bit of information we can get to track him down.
I know that, Sergeant.
You could have come to us. We wouldn't run to the newspapers with it. The information's confidential. That's the way we treat it. Most of the time, it's the people who run to the newspapers first, then they come to us. That's right. People are their own press agents.
Sergeant, I'd like to know what right you have to invade my privacy and lecture me on my civic duty.
I'll tell you what right, Ostrander. We want the man who murdered Helen Mitchell. I got as much right as he had at 12:14 this morning.
Come on, Joe.
Yeah. Thanks. Sorry if we invaded your privacy.
Homicide, Bechtel. I beg your pardon? No, ma'am, you've got the wrong extension. You want 2511. Just a moment, I'll transfer you. Hi, Captain's looking for you.
Thanks, Dean.
Switch is 2511, please.
Skipper? Frank? Joe? What'd you get?
A notebook full of notes, crime lab full of evidence, nothing to tie them together.
These some of the people you interviewed?
Yeah, those and about a dozen more we didn't even bother to take notes on.
It's hard to figure, Skipper. Everybody seemed to like the girl.
Helen Mitchell. No known relatives.
Single, unattached girl living all alone in the city.
Few friends and no enemies, none we can find anyway.
You satisfied all the people you interviewed are in the clear?
Well, if we're going to stick to the simple robbery motive, they are. Kind of money Helen Mitchell made wouldn't interest those people.
How you doing on the outside leads?
Nothing.
If we could just find one hole someplace, anything.
All right, now look, you got a lab full of evidence across the street. You got a book full of names here. You got the pieces, and I'll fit them together.
You just don't add.
Well, go over them and keep going over them until they do add. Anything from the informants?
Nothing so far. No tips on anybody that's been dough heavy lately. Nobody shooting off their mouth.
The guy we want won't advertise. Figures himself a pretty smooth operator. Probably made a mistake somewhere along the line. We'll find it.
Got a hot shot, Skipper.
Yeah.
3220 Casino woman, probable attack.
All right, roll on it.
We ran down the hotshot call for 3220 Casino. Turned out to be a typical dead-end lead. Her name was Mrs. Lillian Horn. For the past 5 years, Mr. Horn had been paid regularly on Wednesdays. He spent all day Thursday drinking up his paycheck and beating his wife. The call had no connection with the Mitchell murder. Unit 1K8O to Control 1. 1K8O to Control 1.
Control 1. 1K80. Go ahead.
On the probable attack, 3220 Casino, Code 4, KMA 367.
1K80, roger.
That was the beginning. For the next 3 days, we followed up every lead and every call, but they were all blind. All units were alerted, and they had as much information on the killer of Helen Mitchell as we did. Frank and I cruised throughout the entire Central Division. We covered every probable call that might have a connection with the murder. It didn't make any difference what the call was. If there was a possibility it might tie in with the Mitchell murder, we ran it down. We made it a 24-hour job. So far, if the killer made a mistake, we hadn't been able to find it. The Mitchell funeral was on Monday, and they were all there. The voice teacher, Ostrander, the girlfriend, Marie Olson, her boss, Otto Meyer, and the man from the union. But nobody else we hadn't checked. That was Monday afternoon. Monday night, we went back to the old routine, tracking calls during the night in the squad car, picking up small threads that led nowhere. 3 more days of the same thing. Thursday morning, 1 week after we found Helen Mitchell's body. I'll get it. Homicide, Friday. Yes, sir, that's right. Uh-huh. All right. What was that name? Uh-huh. Yes, sir, I have that. And what was the address again? Let's see. All right, thank you. Now, what was your name? Hello. Guy says we ought to check on George Barlow, 418 White Oak Avenue. Yeah? Says he killed Helen Mitchell. Thursday, 11:26 a.m. Frank and I drove out to check on George Barlow. He denied knowing anything about the killing of Helen Mitchell. He said that he didn't even know the girl. It was just the same as in any other case. An unsolved crime offering an opportunity to neighbors to get even with someone they dislike by accusing them of the crime in an anonymous call to the police. In the next few days, we got 10 other calls, all giving us the name of the murderer. Each of them had to be checked out. Each of them led nowhere. Saturday night, Frank and I were back in the squad car cruising the Central Division. Saturday night's a good night for robbery. By 10 p.m., we'd run down 4 various calls. I'm going to pull over. Let's have a smoke, huh? Yeah. Right over there.
1285, Roger. Unit 4R2, 1254, 1254 Tower Road. A woman screaming, code 2.
We can handle that. Unit 1K80 to Control 1. 1K80 to Control 1.
1285, code 1. Control 1 to Unit 1K80, go ahead.
On your 1254 Tower Road call, we are in the vicinity. We will handle.
1K80, Roger.
All right, let's go.
Control 1 to 4R2, disregard your last call, handled by 1K80.
That man, he tried to kill me. He tried to kill me. He ran around the house in the backyard. He tried to kill me.
Come on.
Boys work fast. What am I do at the gas chamber?
Save it, mister.
I got a right to know where you're taking me. What's the charge?
We'll let the girl tell you.
What girl? Oh, what this is about. I asked to use the phone. The girl slammed the door in my face. I don't know what you cops are trying to prove. I just wanted to use the phone, that's all. I even tried to scare her a little. I told her I'd hit her over the head if she didn't let me use the phone. It's a laugh, huh? I got nothing to hide. That little girl's gonna lie. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, sure she will. Come on.
Tried to kill me.
full name's Frank Philip Larson, no previous record.
This the girl's report?
Yeah.
Judy Scott, how old is she?
20.
A real tough boy, isn't he? Forced his way into the house, beat her about the neck and arm. Tire iron.
Yeah, Pinker's running it through the lab now.
Asked her if she had any money. She told him no. Struck her again. Where's this Larson live?
Hotel out near Santa Monica.
He's a clothing salesman, Skipper. Works for a big men's store, Burns and Company. According to the house book sales record, he bought a pair of tennis shoes 2 weeks ago.
Weighs 158 pounds, 5'11".
Tennis shoes are missing. They're not in his hotel room. He's not wearing them.
Find anything else?
Rhinestone.
You mean a pin?
No, just a small loose stone recovered from the rug in Larson's room.
Crime lab got it?
Working on it now.
What do you figure, Joe?
I think we got the man who killed Helen Mitchell. A few scraps of circumstantial evidence and a hunch. Really wasn't much to go on. Larson had gone after the little Scott girl with a tire iron. Wasn't much of a tie-in, but we had to be sure. All that day, we checked Frank Larson's alibi for the night of Helen Mitchell's murder. We interviewed the personnel manager at Burns and Company where he worked. We talked to all the clerks who knew him, the manager of the hotel where he lived. We found out everything we could about Frank Larson, and that night at 10 o'clock, we had the prisoner brought to the interrogation room.
How are you, Larson?
Fine. I like jail.
Sit down. Lousy weather. It's been foggy all over town.
I wouldn't know. I've been inside all day.
How old are you, Larson?
31, same as the last time you asked.
Where'd you go to school?
I didn't. I was born smart.
You sell clothes, don't you?
Now, look, we know you work for Burns and Company. Remember, you told us.
Now, what is all this? What are you guys trying to build?
Just want to know if you like selling clothes, that's all.
Well, you coppers know about clothes. One blue serge a year is your speed.
You know quite a bit about clothes, don't you?
I've been selling them for 5 years.
Can you tell me something I've been wondering about?
What's that?
Are your socks and tie always supposed to match?
Yeah, that's what the style books say.
But you always know the right things to wear, don't you? You wouldn't wear black shoes with a brown suit, would you?
Is that what you're keeping me here for, a style lesson?
Would you wear black shoes with a brown suit?
Well, most people wouldn't.
I bet you wouldn't wear brown shoes with a tuxedo either, would you?
Nobody would.
That's a gray flannel you got on there, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a good-looking suit.
I'll drop around. I'll get you a good deal.
Suit like that flannel you're wearing there, you'd never wear tennis shoes with an outfit like that, would you?
What do you think?
I think you did. I think you wore them the night you killed Helen Mitchell.
Who?
Maybe you didn't have the gray suit on, but you were wearing tennis shoes, Sport King, size 9, sell for $5.95. You picked them up at a discount, cost you $3 1/4.
Where'd you get that?
Out of the house book, Burns and Company. You wouldn't have those shoes around now, would you? We couldn't find them in your hotel room.
Your boss, Mr. Craig, used to think a lot of you, Larson, before you started drinking on the job. Your commissions used to run pretty high until the last couple of months. What happened? That cheap booze get to you?
You two really nosed around, didn't you? When are you going to tell me what I eat for breakfast?
Cornflakes, cup of coffee, a donut, sometimes 2 donuts when you're hungry. Elsie waits on you at the Royal Cafe. She gets a dime tip. Now, how about it, Larson? Where are the tennis shoes?
They wore out.
In 3 weeks? Can't be very good tennis shoes.
No, they didn't wear out. What'd you do with them?
You know all the answers. You figure it.
We know you bought the tennis shoes. We don't know where they are now. We know you had them. Size 9.
3 feet from the body of Helen Mitchell, we found 2 size 9 footprints made by a pair of Sport King tennis shoes.
We figured the man weighed about 150 pounds.
You weigh 158.
We figured he was about 5'10".
You're 5'11".
You'd come awful close to being the same build as the man who killed Helen Mitchell. Don't you, Larson?
And you wear the same size tennis shoes, same brand name.
Lots of people wear a 9. That's the average size. Sell a lot of Sport Kings, too. Everybody wears them.
If we could find your pair, might make a difference.
Doesn't mean your tennis shoes made the prints by the body. Doesn't prove they didn't either.
What'd you do with them, Larson?
I threw them away.
That's too bad. Might make a difference.
What difference could it make? I threw them away, that's all.
How about the mate to this glove?
I never saw it before.
He found this right-hand glove by the body of Helen Mitchell.
Just an ordinary cotton work glove. Everybody wears them.
If we could find the missing left glove, might make a difference, huh?
Size medium. That's average, too, isn't it, Larson?
I never sold work gloves. I wouldn't know.
No, but you bought work gloves, haven't you?
Got a pair of those.
You mean like this, don't you? We've only got one.
What kind of work gloves did you buy?
I didn't buy any.
You just said you did.
I never said I bought any work gloves.
You bought tennis shoes, though, didn't you?
Sport Kings, size 9.
I told you I bought tennis shoes. Didn't I tell you I bought them?
No, you didn't tell us. We told you. Found it out from Burns and Company where you work.
All right, you told me. I bought them. You know that.
Same kind of tennis shoes made the footprints by Helen Mitchell's body.
It wasn't me.
Then why won't you tell us what you did with those shoes?
I already told you. I threw them away.
They were only 3 weeks old.
They must have worn out awful fast.
I didn't say they wore out. They got too dirty.
No, you told us they wore out. Remember, Larson?
I don't remember what I told you, but I don't have them now.
We know you don't have them now. Where are they?
He told us they got too dirty. Right, Larson?
Yes. Yes, that's what I said.
Anyway, you haven't got them now.
No, I haven't got them now.
All right, just for the record, which was it? Did they get too dirty or did they wear out?
Whatever I said before.
You said both before, Larson.
All right, I said both. You haven't got anything on me.
We've got that Scott girl statement from last night. She says you tried to kill her.
She's lying. I told you she'd lie, didn't I? I only wanted to use a phone.
She says you hit her with that tire iron. Did you hit her with the iron?
No. I only tried to scare her. I didn't hit her with anything.
And how did she get those marks around her neck and arms?
Police doctor says they were made by that tire iron.
I don't care what your doctor says. I didn't hurt her.
What do you mean, Larson? You didn't hurt her or you didn't hit her with that tire iron?
Neither one. I just wanted to use a phone.
How'd you know she had a phone?
I didn't know she had a phone. I just went up to find out.
Find out what?
To find out if I could use her phone.
But you said you didn't know if she had a phone.
Oh, how can anybody know anything the way you twist everything around?
Sorry, Larson. We only want the truth. How about a cigarette?
Yeah. I could use one.
Matches. Larson, where were you Wednesday night, March 18th?
How many times are you going to ask me the same question?
Just want to make sure we got it right.
Well, I told you this morning. I went to a show. I got out about 11. I had a beer and I went home.
What time did you get home?
About 11:30.
Did you stay home?
I went to bed.
What'd you see at the show?
I never remember the names of them.
You ought to try to remember this one. It's pretty important.
I went to the Deluxe Theater. I saw Spencer Tracy in something.
What was on when you walked in?
A news. I never go in the middle of a picture.
Neither do I. Spoils them for me.
Yeah, that's right.
The girl in the box office doesn't remember seeing you go in.
Well, how would she know? It's Keno night. There's a big crowd.
Did you win anything?
I never do.
Anybody hit the jackpot?
I don't remember.
They give away a lot of money at those neighborhood theaters. I always remember who hits the jackpot.
All right, you do. I don't.
Do you remember if anybody won the jackpot?
I told you no.
Did they have a jackpot at that show?
I guess they do. I don't know.
You knew it was Keno night. You should know if they had a jackpot.
Maybe they had a jackpot. I don't know. I went out for a smoke.
Now, you said the cartoon was on when you went in.
Why do you always twist what I say? I told you the news was on when I went in.
You remember anything about that newsreel?
It was 10 days ago. How do I know it was in it? I only know it's a newsreel, that's all.
You're lying, Larson. We checked your alibi. The manager of the theater had to cut that newsreel Wednesday night because the show was running long with Keno night.
You didn't go to the show Wednesday night, did you?
All right, maybe I didn't. I don't remember. What's the difference?
The difference is you could have been in that vacant lot the same night, the night Helen Mitchell was murdered.
I didn't kill her. You can't prove that.
Sure you don't want to tell us what you did with those tennis shoes?
I'm not going to go back over all that. I've told you all I'm going to tell you.
You know how the Mitchell girl was murdered?
How would I know? I don't know anything about it.
She's on her way home from work as usual, about midnight. Of course, you were home in bed at that time.
But you didn't go to the show that night, Larson.
On her way home, Helen Mitchell always took a shortcut across a vacant lot. She's about halfway down through the lot when the murderer tried to grab her purse. She screamed and he struck her, hit her several times with a piece of steel pipe, 14 inches long. He beat her to death with that piece of steel pipe.
And he dropped the pipe in the right-hand cotton work glove. He left 2 footprints, size 9, Sport King tennis shoes.
I know all that.
All right, here's something you don't know. When the killer scooped the paper money out of that girl's purse, he accidentally took along a loose rhinestone, a stone that fell out of a cheap Barrette in the bottom of her bag. He carried that stone home with him. When he reached in his pocket to pull out the money he stole from her, the rhinestone fell out on the floor.
So?
We found that rhinestone on the rug of your hotel room.
I haven't lived in that room all my life. Maybe the guy before me dropped it there.
No, not this one. We checked the cement that held it in that Barrette. It matches the glue on the stone. No, Larson, that rhinestone came from the hair clip that Helen Mitchell wore before she was murdered.
That's enough to take you to the district attorney with.
What am I supposed to say?
We want you to tell us the truth. Why did you kill Helen Mitchell?
Hi.
Hi, Gene.
Got some coffee and sandwiches for you.
Thanks, Gene. Looks like we're going to be here a long time.
Sure, I got some ham, cheese, and liverwurst and some fruit. Coffee's black, but there's cream and sugar on the side.
Thanks, Gene. Looks good. What about you, Larson? Ham, cheese, liverwurst. Not hungry, huh? Okay. Sandwich, Joe?
No, thanks. I think I'll have an apple there. Thank you.
Come on, Larson, eat something.
Good apple. Nice and crisp.
Sure good coffee.
Where'd Gene get this stuff?
Cross Street.
Eddie's?
Mm-hmm. Very good.
Well, drink your coffee anyway, Larson. It's getting cold.
All right! All right! I didn't want to kill her. She screamed and I had to hit her. All I wanted was her purse, that's all I wanted, but no, she wouldn't give it to me. She had to fight back, so I hit her. All she had to do was give me her purse and I wouldn't have hurt her. I didn't know what I was doing. I was drunk. I was drunk. I didn't mean to kill her. I didn't mean to kill her. I didn't mean to kill her.
On August 18th, trial was held in Department 86, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
It was Sunday, March 3rd. We were working the night watch out of robbery division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. For the past 3 months, we'd been tracking a pair of hold-up men. There was no pattern to their operation. There was only one thing we were sure of. They were young and they were brutal. We had to stop them.
You don't know much about shopping, do you, Joe?
No, not a great deal.
That's what I thought. Got a couple of tips for you. You see these grapefruit?
Mm-hmm.
Thin-skinned.
Yeah, that's the way they're good.
No, Joe. Grapefruit is a tropical fruit. The thick skin protects it from the sun. Sweeter that way.
Boy, I never heard that before.
Yeah, you don't know much about shopping either. And look at the butter.
Yeah, what's the matter with it?
Well, that's more than we used to paying. Bakery wasn't open, huh?
Sure, I got the stuff.
Well, where's the raisin bread?
Right there.
No butter horns?
No, they don't make those on Sundays. I got bear claws instead. Take a look at them.
Wait a minute. You're not going to touch those, eh?
Well, I want to show them to you.
Yeah, but not with the hands, Joe. Look. Reach in, try to use a piece of paper. See? Easy. Try it. Yeah, easy?
Sure.
Now, when you were in the store, didn't the girl take this out of the counter with a piece of paper and put it in the sack?
Nope, she used her hands.
Even went to the wrong bakery, huh?
You know, Frank, I don't like to say anything, but I can't keep coming over here to your place for breakfast.
Well, why not? If you didn't, you know you wouldn't eat a good breakfast.
Yeah, but Faye's going to start resenting it pretty soon, isn't she?
Ah, Joe, don't be silly. She knows, too. You don't know how to cook a decent breakfast for yourself.
How about the coffee? Is it ready yet?
No, it hasn't started to perk yet. I don't know why. It's been on for 10 minutes.
Forgot to plug it in.
Oh. Well, what do you want to eat, Joe?
Oh, a couple eggs will be all right.
Mm-hmm. Better start the toast.
Well, do you always start the toast before you start the eggs?
Sure.
Well, don't you remember last week? The toast got a little cold.
That's right. Better hold off a minute. How do you want them? Scrambled?
Well, is that the only way you know how to make them?
I know, you old rib staker. You want one of my Spanish omelets.
Yeah, that sounds okay.
You heard from your mother lately?
Yeah, I got a letter day before yesterday.
Do you think she's going to like it back east?
Yeah, she's with her sister. You know, gives her a lot more company.
She's still with her sister?
No, she got a house just down the street now.
Oh, I see. I imagine you miss her, huh?
Yeah, I guess I do, but in the long run, it's best for her.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, you want to get the eggs?
Yeah, where do you keep...
Well, Joe, where do people usually keep eggs?
Refrigerator.
That's my boy.
Say, this omelet of yours won't take very long, will it? We haven't got much time, you know.
I'll have it on your plate in a jiffy. What time are we supposed to see those victims?
9:30 at the county hospital.
Thanks. You want to get me a couple of tomatoes?
Sure, where are they?
In the refrigerator, remember?
Oh. 28 jobs in 3 months. Those guys really move, don't they?
Yeah. Now, these are nice tomatoes, Joe.
I bought these. That Hollenbeck job last night, the vicious punks. Yeah, there was no reason to work the old man over the way they did. What'd the doctor say? Well, he's going to get over it, but they knocked out all of his front teeth. 50 years old. Same M.O. every job. Aren't you going to peel those? Well, no, Joe. The skins are good for you. 90% of the good's inside the skin. How about a big Bermuda? What? Bermuda onion. Oh, yeah. Will you get it for me? Where? Oh, yeah. Where? Right down there in the vegetable crisper. No, Joe, down there in the bottom in that bag. Oh, yeah. What did you want? A Bermuda onion. They're yellow. They're down in there. Look around. Let's see. H.I. Hi. Is this what you wanted? No, Joe. I want a big one and a yellow one. Now just root around down in there. You'll find them. Kids, 19, 20-year-old stick-up artists. Knock a man senseless for $1. Robbing, slugging, kicking their way around the city. Yeah. This will be one bunch I'll be glad to catch up with. There you go. Was that the biggest there was? Yeah, those red ones like that, yeah. Now remember, Joe, this is a Bermuda. Yeah, no. Mm-hmm. Wait a minute, you're going to peel that, aren't you? What, and lose half the flavor? No. Well, I don't know, I always peel them. Joe, never peel them for an omelet, remember? Well, that'll probably cook down. All right, now we're going to stir up the whole works. Looks good, doesn't it? Yeah. You going to put it in that pan there in the stove? Yes, sir. It's a little hot, isn't it? It's sure smoking. Well, that's how you make a Spanish omelet, Joe. Hot fire, let fire do the work. Is that so? Into the pan. Now, Joe, the secret of a Spanish omelet is you got to work fast. What are all those little brown things on the top? Oh, those the onion skins. Oh, it doesn't look right to me. Wait till you taste it. I'll get it. Yeah, you better. I can't leave. This is a beauty. Hello. Yeah, he's here. No, this is Friday. Oh, hi, young. Yeah, Yeah, well, we're supposed to see them at 9:30. Oh, Newsstand, huh? Yeah. You betcha. Right. Bye. Just look at that, Joe. Yeah, the best Spanish omelet I ever made. That's too bad we're not going to have time to eat it. We left the house and drove to the scene of the holdup, one door up from the corner of South Grand and Colonial Avenue. The victims were Mr. and Mrs. John Wilden, proprietors of a small newspaper and soft drink stand just off the intersection. Mrs. Wilden was being carried to a waiting ambulance when we got there. She was unconscious. From her forehead to her chin, her face was a swollen mass of welts. Her nose had been broken, and she had fractures of the jaw and cheekbone. Her husband, John Wilden, age 56, had a single bruise on his forehead over his left eye. We questioned him after the ambulance attendants gave him first aid. His description of the hold-up men tallied almost perfectly.
One was a redhead, another one had dark hair, both about the same height. I'd say as tall as you are, officer.
Matches, Joe. Kid bandits, huh? Frank, what's that by your foot there? Where? On the floor? Oh, book of matches. There. Thank you. These yours, Mr. Wilden, these matches?
No, I don't smoke.
Well, your wife's maybe, huh?
No, don't think so. Neither one of us smoke.
Big 10 Cafe. Steaks, chops, short orders, open all night. Names on the inside cover here. George Bell and S. Cameron. 5th and Alameda. Do you handle cigarettes, cigars here?
No, sir. Candy, soft drinks, newspapers, that's all.
You sure you don't recognize those?
Big 10 Cafe. No, never heard of it.
How about the names on the inside of the cover there?
George Bell, S. Cameron. No, never heard of them.
Well, when you first came in here, Mr. Wilden, do you remember where the hold-up men were standing?
Well, not too well. One was there and one was over there, I think.
Could be, Joe. Maybe one of them dropped it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you trace them from that matchbook? You think that's possible?
Well, we don't know yet.
Well, how would you trace them that way? Analysis? Some kind of scientific work?
No, sir. Legwork. 9:28 a.m. We called Leighton Prince. As soon as they arrived, we dropped Mr. Wilden off at Georgia Street Receiving Hospital to see his wife. After he saw her, Frank and I drove him back to the office. We had him check the mug books. He couldn't identify any of the suspects. We had the crime report typed up and got out a supplementary broadcast on our original APB. We asked Lieutenant Edward Swan and R&I to run the names George Bell and S. Cameron through the files for a possible make. We checked with the restaurant advertised on the cover of the matchbook, the Big Ten Cafe. The manager of the cafe failed to recognize either the names on the matchbook or the descriptions of the holdup men. 9:52 a.m. We checked back in at the office.
I'll get him. Right. Robbery, Smith. Oh, hi, Ed. Well, you did, huh? I see. Okay, thanks. Swan? Yeah, he ran a make on the name George Bell and Sam Cameron. They've been running together. Both got long juvenile records.
Good. You get an address on them?
Yeah, they won't be hard to find.
What do you mean?
Main jail.
5 days before, George Bell, a laborer, and Samuel Cameron, a part-time jewelry salesman, had been booked at Main Jail on charges of being drunk and disorderly. The day after his arrest, Cameron was bailed out. Bell was still in jail. Frank and I went down to the Main Jail and talked to him. He didn't fit the description of either of the bandits. He was very cooperative, but he stated that he had been very drunk and he couldn't remember too much.
I just don't know, Sergeant. Sam and I went out and tied one on. When I came to, I was in a drunk tank.
You have no idea at all how your names got on this matchbook, huh?
Oh, I'm trying to think. We were pretty well heated up, Sam and me. That's another thing, that dirty Sam.
What do you mean?
Well, he gets a friend of his to come down here and bail him out. You think he'd do anything for me? No, and I bought the liquor. He lets me sit here now. Dirty Sam.
You think he might remember about the matchbook?
I don't know. I'm disgusted with him. If you see him, you can tell him that. Just let him know he's off my list.
How about the address there on the matchbook, George? It says 5th and Alameda. Does that mean anything to you? Weren't you and Cameron hitting some of the spots around that area?
No, we were messing around over in Dogtown. We didn't get down by Alameda at all.
Well, now it must have some tie-in for you. 5th and Alameda.
No. Only guy I know down there is Sanchez. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Just a minute. Sanchez, Gus Sanchez. Sure, I wanted to see Gus. I thought he put up bail for us.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, this other mooch is in the tank next to me, see. Somebody had popped bail for him, and he's getting out in an hour. And I asked him if he'd call Gus for me, and he said he would. So he writes my name down, and he writes down Sam's, too. Dirty Sam. And he writes down Gus's address. Yeah, 5th and Alameda.
You remember what this man looked like? The one who took your names?
Let's see. No, everything was going wrong. He was kind of tall. I don't know.
Would you remember him if you saw him again?
The guy did me a favor. I'd remember him. I'm not like that dirty Sam.
Now, how about his name? Did he tell you that?
No, I didn't ask him. I should have, huh?
You're sure about the day this man was released, huh?
Positive. Same day I came in, Tuesday.
Okay, Bell, thanks a lot. We'll be checking back with you.
All right, what about this guy? You got a beef with him, huh?
Maybe, if he's the one we want.
What'd he do?
He lost his matches. Frank and I left the interview room and went down the hall to check with the officer in charge. We paged through the release book and found that 57 men had been bailed out or discharged from the jail on the previous Tuesday. We went back to the record bureau and had them pull the mug shots on all 57 men. We then took the pictures back to the main jail and showed them to George Bell.
This one, I think. I can't be sure. I think that's him.
George Bell had tentatively identified the mugshot of a Fred Gunther, WMA, 21 years old. Gunther had a previous record of grand theft auto, purse snatching, and drunk charges. His picture matched closely with the description of one of the suspects. 4 p.m. We contacted the Kid Bandits' most recent victim, John Wilden. We asked him to look at the same group of mugshots we'd shown to George Bell.
Here. This here. He's one of them.
You sure, Mr. Wilden?
And he's the one who slugged me. Who is he?
His name's Fred Gunther.
Oh, then you know him. Want me to identify him?
Yes, sir, when we find him. We checked out the suspect, Fred Gunther. There was no trace of him at any of his previous addresses. Monday, March 4th, 9 a.m. We began checking with the other victims of the Kid Bandits. After after a day and a half of legwork, we sat down and figured up the results. More than 2/3 of the victims definitely tabbed Gunther as one of the hold-up men. During the period Gunther was in custody, there were no robberies which had the same M.O. as that used by the suspect. The next step was the Record Bureau. We had them pull the packages on every one of Gunther's known friends and associates. There were more than 30 of them. We had mugshots pulled on each one of them and made the rounds of the victims for the second time. Approximately half of the victims had singled out one picture as that of Gunther's partner in the holdups. We pulled a package on the man and checked his mama sheet. His name was Harold Reimers, WMA, age 19. Previous record included car stripping and one charge of ADW. No conviction.
Oh, he's a pretty good candidate, Joe. I'll bet on it.
Come up with a middle name on him yet?
No, it's not in the package. Harold Reimers. That's the only way he's listed.
Did you send out the broadcast yet on him?
Yeah, I had Norma type it up. They're getting it out now. Sending out an APB, too.
That's good. Well, here's the list right here. Might as well get started on it. What time you got?
3:05. How many on the list?
Well, let's see here. I'd say 53, 55, something like that. Names and addresses of every guy Reimers or Gunther ever ran with. It's going to be a long haul.
Not counting the phony leads we picked up on the way, huh? No, there's only one thing I can't quite figure out yet.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, if this guy Gunther is one of the bandits, how come he was stupid enough to let himself get picked up on a drunk charge right in the middle of a string of robberies?
Who knows?
We could have kept him in jail if we had the right word at the right time.
Yeah, well, we didn't. That's what counts. It's probably why he got himself bailed out in a hurry, too. Well, you ready?
No, let me clean this up.
All right.
I guess we're not going to make it home for dinner, huh?
No, not a chance. Better call your wife.
She's getting as tired of this thing as I am.
I get it. Robbery Friday. Who's that? Yes, sir. Uh-huh. Well, just a minute. What's that address again? Uh-huh. Yes, sir, right away.
What do you got?
There's a bartender over on Central Avenue read about the case in the paper this morning.
Yeah.
Says he can show us where to find Gunther. The bartender's name was Sobel. He pointed out a rooming house in the vicinity of his tavern where he said Fred Gunther was living, at least a man who looked like Gunther. We found the man, but he resembled Gunther only slightly. He gave his name as Walter Judge. We checked him through R&I. He was clean. There was no question about the tavern keeper's intentions. Like many citizens, he only wanted to lend his cooperation, a commodity that's sought after and appreciated by every peace officer in the nation. Friday, March 8th. We continued our check of the friends and associates known to the two suspects, Gunther and Reimers. We got nowhere. 2 weeks passed. On March 23rd, we got a tip from an informant about a girlfriend of Fred Gunther's, a vocalist working in a downtown cocktail lounge. Excuse me. You Lorraine Stanley?
Yes, that's right. Sweet Lorraine. My billing. You from the union?
No, ma'am. We're police officers. We'd like to talk to you for a minute if we could.
Sure, all right. What's it about, officer?
Do you know a Fred Gunther, Miss Stanley?
Yes, I know him. I used to be engaged to Fred.
You happen to know where he is now?
No, I really don't. Guess I haven't heard from him in 3-4 months. He usually looks me up when I'm in town. Maybe he saw about something, I don't know.
He hasn't contacted you at all?
Not since I got back from Bakersfield a month ago. I played 32 weeks in Bakersfield. Ramble Inn. Sure hated to leave. Nice place.
Mm-hmm. Where does Gunther stay in town? Do you happen to know?
Used to be that hotel on South Flower. I called him there, but they said he moved. I used to like Fred a lot. Not enough to marry, though.
Do you have any idea where he might have gone? Where we might contact him?
No, I really don't. There isn't anything wrong, is there? With Fred, I mean?
No, it's just a routine investigation. We'd like to talk to him.
What's it about? Can you tell me?
That's a robbery investigation. We want to locate Gunther. Do you happen to know any of his friends here in the city?
No. Maybe that's why I didn't call. He's in trouble. Robbery?
We'd like to talk to him, that's all.
If he's done something wrong, I'm not going to hide him. I can't afford to get mixed up in it. I've got a career to think about. I've worked too hard to throw it away.
How about the places Gunther usually visits, Miss Stanley? Bars, restaurants? Know any of those?
Yes, I remember a few. I can give you names if you like. Fred, hope he didn't do it for me.
Ma'am?
Fred says he's in love with me. I don't know. He thinks I want money. Maybe that's why he's doing it. I told him, but he never believed me. All I want's my career.
You think Gunther might come around here to see you?
Probably. He usually does when I'm in town.
How about where you're living?
I'm staying at a different hotel this trip. He doesn't know where it is. Poor Fred, he's going to be awful disappointed.
Yeah? How do you mean?
He said he was going to get the money to buy a ring. He's going to marry me this time. Poor Fred. It's my new theme, officers. You like it?
Just one more thing, Miss Stanley. If Gunther contacts you by phone, would you be sure and let us know?
Yes, all right, I'll do that. Sure a beautiful theme, isn't it? Piano player in Bakersfield. fellow by the name of Hamilton. He wrote it for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Hope Fred understands. I don't want to hurt him, but I can't marry him. How do I make him understand? How do I explain it?
I don't think you'll have to. Before we left Lorraine Stanley, we told her that if Gunther should contact her, not to tell him she talked with us. Stakeouts were placed on the bar where she worked and at the hotel where she was staying. Gunther's known hangouts were also covered. The next night, the Kid Bandits were back in business. They hit twice, a liquor store on Franklin Avenue and a drugstore on South Flower. Gunther and Reimers were again identified as the two suspects. The stakeouts continued. The search went on. 4 days later, we got a tip from the proprietor of a shoe shine stand on West Temple that Gunther's partner, Harold Reimers, had been seen entering a small hotel up the street from his stand. We drove over and checked with the desk clerk. He identified Reimers' mugshot. He told us that the suspect wasn't in, but that he was expected back that night. Frank and I went on stakeout in his hotel room. 7 p.m. Reimers failed to show.
Well, aren't you hungry, Joe?
Yeah, a little bit. What time you got?
20 after 7. My stomach's starting to growl.
Well, I'll call the office, see if maybe I can get us a relief, huh?
Yeah, good idea.
Hello. Yes, would you be kind enough to get us Michigan 5211? Well, yes, sir, I understand. We'll pay for it. Well, yes, sir. Yes, I know about the service charge. That's all right. On the way down, all right? Fine. Yes, thank you. Michigan 5211. Robbery, please. Robbery 2511. Thank you. Hi, Win. This is Friday. Young around? Thank you. Hi, Young. This is Friday. We're sitting out here at the... I did, huh? When? Yeah, right. You betcha. Well, Gunther and Reimers, they just hit again 20 minutes ago.
Yeah?
Gunther got away.
Yeah?
They got Reimers. 7:45 p.m. Frank and I got back to the city hall and went to the squad room. Together with Young and Carr, we tried to question the suspect, Harold Reimers. We talked to him for over an hour. He refused to tell us anything. He was taken to the main jail where he was booked in on 211 PC.
I'll get it. Robbery, Smith. Oh, yeah, ma'am. He's right here.
You, Joe. Thanks. Friday talking. Oh, yes. Yes, ma'am. How are you, Miss Dan? He did it. What did he say? Uh-huh. You bet. Yes, ma'am, right away. Lorraine Stanley over at the bar. Just got a call from Gunther.
Yeah?
Says he's on his way over. 9:25 p.m. We called the men on stakeout at the bar and alerted them. Young, Carr, Frank, and I got in the car and drove over. We checked with the detail on stakeout and told them of the latest developments. We talked with the Stanley girl. She hadn't seen or heard anything further from the suspect. We checked the place for Gunther. Apparently, he hadn't arrived yet. Frank and I staked out at the bar. Young and Carr covered the rear entrance. We waited.
Time you got, Joe?
10:30.
Yeah. The guy must feel pretty sure of himself. Pulls a robbery, almost picked up. 3 hours later, makes a date to show in a public place.
Yeah, well, he hasn't shown yet. I'm not too sure about the Stanley girl. What do you mean? Well, she's that big an attraction for him. Is that the only way in? I mean, besides the rear entrance?
Yeah, Young and Carr back there.
Hold it up, mister.
Get back out! Get out of the door!
Where's that gun, Joe? It went out the window. Young and Carr. Young, there's a gun outside. When you want to pick it up? You stay with him. We'll call in. All right, folks. Let's go back to your seat. Nothing to see here. Just sit down, Axel. Sit down, all over. Please. Nothing more to see here. That's all there is. Thank you. You got a dime? Yeah, here. Thanks. Hey, Joe. Yeah. As soon as we take Gunther downtown, we're coming right back here. Why? What do you mean? Take a look at that fry cook. Yeah. That fellow makes a Spanish omelet exactly like I do.
Trial was held in Department 86, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspects were tried and convicted of first-degree robbery 5 counts and assault with a deadly weapon 4 counts. First-degree robbery is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for not less than 5 years. Assault with a deadly weapon is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period not to exceed 10 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
It was Tuesday, December 14th. We were working the day watch out of Bunko Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Steve. My name's Friday. A gang of petty swindlers had set up operations in the city. We knew they were experienced. We knew they were cunning. They worked fast. We had to stop them.
Joe?
Yeah.
It's Miss Bergstrom. You spoke to her on the phone last night?
Oh, yeah, sure.
It's my partner, Sergeant Friday, miss.
How do you do?
Glad to know you. These are the things you told me about, are they?
Yes, here they are.
Sure make them look nice, don't they?
Yeah.
Let me take the back off the watch for you. You can see for yourself, Sergeant.
It's just junk. Nothing inside. Doesn't look like it's worth 15 cents.
He charged me $48 for that watch. He said it was wholesale. He wasn't making any profit on it. He told me he was doing it because he'd known Harry so well. Nothing inside. Just an empty case.
Well, how about the pen and pencil set, miss?
Just as bad. The pen's just a shell. Won't even write. Same with the pencil. I paid him $30 for them.
Mm-hmm. This engraving on the pen with love from Harry?
That's Harry, the boy I was engaged to. That's how the man got me interested to start with. He came to my house and gave them to me. The watch and the pen and pencil. He said Harry had ordered them as presents for me.
I see.
I just had to cry when he brought them. Poor Harry.
When did this man come to your home, Miss Bergstrom?
Yesterday morning. I guess I should have been more careful, but I didn't think anybody would do a thing like that.
What kind of a story did he give you?
Well, he came to the door and told me his name was Spencer. He said Harry had ordered these things as presents for me, and that Harry had told him to deliver them to my house. The watch looked beautiful in the case. I didn't know anything was wrong.
I see. Would you go on, please?
He told me it was a special order. He said Harry had written him from overseas the week before. Well, he said he hoped the engraving was all right. The way Harry wrote, he wanted it in his letter. I just couldn't take it. I cried.
This man, he pretended to be a close friend of Harry's, huh?
Yes, that's why I showed him the letter. The one Harry's folks got from the government about him being killed overseas.
When did you receive that letter, Miss Bergstrom?
2 days before, on Saturday. Harry's name was in the obituaries on Monday.
Mm-hmm. What'd the man do when you showed him the letter?
He sympathized with me, or he pretended to. I didn't think there was any trick. I didn't know anybody was that low. The pen and pencil set looked a little cheap, but I wanted to keep them no matter how cheap they were. Harry's last present to me. That's what I thought.
How'd he bring up the idea of money, miss?
Well, when he was ready to leave, he told me that Harry had ordered the things on credit. He said he didn't want to mention it, but he wondered how he could get payment for the watch and the pen and pencil.
He didn't show you a bill, did he? An invoice listing the price of the watch or the engraving that was done?
No, and I didn't want him bothering Harry's mother and father at a time like this. So I borrowed some money from my dad and paid him.
$48 for the watch, $30 for the pen and pencil set.
Could you describe the man for us, Miss Bergstrom? What he looked like, clothes he was wearing?
It's right here on this slip of paper. It's all written out for you.
Thank you.
It's a terrible thing, coming right at the time of Harry's death.
Well, you're not alone, if that's any consolation. An Army widow out in Hollywood was cheated on the same kind of deal last Friday.
It's so cruel. Using a dead person's name to cheat you.
Yes, ma'am.
How could anyone get lower than that?
They keep trying. Frank and I took Miss Bergstrom's crime report. The phony watch and pen and pencil set were booked as evidence. In the past 2 weeks, we've received half a dozen identical complaints from relatives or friends of lately deceased persons. The swindler, or con man as he likes to be called in his trade, gets the names of lately deceased persons from the obituary column or the military casualty list in the daily newspapers. He then fixes up some cheap article of merchandise with appropriate engraving and calls on the friends and relatives of the deceased. He pretends to know nothing about the death of the person who he claims placed the order for the merchandise. In almost every case, the friend or relative agrees to pay for the articles at some exorbitant price. For the con man, it's a lucrative racket. For the public, a vicious one. Wednesday, December 15th, Frank and I looked up one of our informants, a former con man by the name of Judd Scanlon.
What do you think of it, fellas? Been in business 2 months now, doing fine. What do you think of it?
Looks great, Judd. Nice setup.
Finest baby laundry in South Los Angeles. That's what I advertise. Don't think it's too broad, do you?
We'd like to know how close you got your ear to the ground, Judd. There's a gang of bunks in town. They're working hard.
What pitch they using?
They're working the obituary columns, casualty lists. Thought you might be able to help us.
That's one thing they can never tab me for. Obituary racket. Lousiest racket there is.
Can you do anything for us?
Heard one little rumble about it. 4 or 5 boys in the con mob, that right?
We know that, Judd. Where can we look for him?
Well, as I say, when I quit the game, I quit. Oh, maybe I could take a few soundings for you. Can't promise you anything. I'm strictly on the up and up now.
Okay, Judd. You know where to get in touch with us. We'd appreciate anything you can do.
You've helped me plenty of time, fellas. Wouldn't hurt a bit to tab that bunch. Yeah, look at this. You ever seen anything so cute in your life? Real cute, huh?
That's all right. Say, Judd, could I use your phone a minute?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Might as well check the office while we're here. $2572, please. Yes, that's right. Bunko Division. Thank you. Hi, Devetta. This is Joe Friday. Yeah, anything doing? Uh-huh. Yeah, is that right? Yeah. Well, what's the name? Uh-huh. I see. Yeah, you bet, John. Right. Yeah, we'll check it. Right. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Anything?
Yeah, we might have a lead on him.
What is it?
Reached a woman up in Highland Park, a Mrs. Westerly. Daughter was killed in an auto accident. Last night they came around and sold the woman a watch her daughter was supposed to have ordered. A necklace and a pen and pencil set, too. $250, usual junk.
Uh-huh. They talked to this Mrs. Westerly?
Yeah, I got a description. Everything matches all along the line.
Yeah, well, what's the lead?
Well, this Mrs. Westerly watched the man when he left her house.
Yeah.
He got in a taxi cab. .30 a.m. While Sergeants Bryant and Ullery got out a broadcast on the suspect, Frank and I drove to the offices of the taxi cab company where we contacted the special agent. He helped us check the way bills for the preceding night. On the way bill for cab 213, we found the trip listed. Starting point, the intersection nearest the Westerly home. Destination, a hotel on South Flower Street. We went to the hotel and interviewed the desk clerk. From the description we gave him, he identified the man as Fred G. Norris from Minneapolis. At least that's the way he'd signed the hotel register. The clerk told us that Norris wasn't in. We had him show us his room. In his suitcases, we found quantities of dime store costume jewelry, monogrammed, 24 cheap wristwatches and wallets and handbags done in poor quality imitation leather. Also a portable engraving set. The clerk told us Norris was expected back shortly. We told him to say nothing to the suspect when he arrived. We waited in the room. We called the office to let him know where we were. 1 p.m. Still no sign of Norris. Let it ring.
Think it's Norris?
Could be. Call him to see if the room's clear.
Yeah. Persistent, huh?
They gave up. I'll check to see who it was. Yeah. That call was for us, was it? No, this is 214. You just let us in a little while ago, remember? Yeah, that's right. This is Sergeant Friday. You remember you had the pass key? That's right, yeah. Well, who was that call? Yeah, fine. No, you did exactly right. Yeah, that's right. Well, I'll tell you why we didn't answer it on our way out, huh? All right, fine. Yeah, bye.
Norris?
No, it was the office.
Yeah.
They just picked up Norris. 2 p.m. We called the office and arranged for a stakeout at the hotel in case any of Norris's pals attempted to contact him. Then we drove back to the office. They told us Norris had been recognized from his description and picked up by Unit 1R7 on the way back to his hotel shortly before noon. Frank and I joined Sergeants Ullery and Bryant in the squad room where they'd been questioning the suspect. He looked about 40 years old, white male American, about 5 foot 8 inches tall, 160 pounds. He would admit nothing.
You're wasting our time and your own, Norris. Face it. You were playing a rough game and you lost. Now, how about it?
You're going to feel pretty silly when you find out you got the wrong guy.
We got witnesses and evidence that say you're the right guy.
You've got no evidence on me. I'm clean.
Who do you work for, Fred?
Company in the East. You wouldn't know them.
You must have a business card, some kind of identification from the company.
Well, I haven't. They don't give us any.
You expect us to swallow that?
I don't expect you to swallow anything. You can do what you want about investigating me. You haven't a thing to hold me on. Why not just stick me up and let's get it over with?
Now, let's stop kidding, Fred. You've been in the con game so long you can't talk straight even when you want to.
I got 2 suitcases of goods in my hotel room. If you think you can make me on that, you can go ahead.
We got more than that, Norris. We got the people you swindled. They'll tab you. How about it? You want to do it the hard way? Joe?
There's no use wasting any more time with them. You got that list of victims?
Yeah. The ones with the check marks are the ones that tabbed Norris.
Thanks. Hello, is Miss Bergstrom there, please? This is Sergeant Friday, Miss Bergstrom, Bunko Division. Yes, we picked up a suspect. We'd like to see if you can identify him. Yes, that's right. Would it be all right if we sent a car out for you now? All right, fine. Fine. Thank you. Mrs. Westerly? Ms. Westerly, this is Sergeant Friday, Bunko Division. Yes, ma'am, that's right. Yes. We've got a suspect down here. We'd like to see if you can identify him. Could you come down if we sent a car out for you? Fine. Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Goodbye. Mr. Hanson? No, that's all right. I'll hang on. This is the Los Angeles Police Department.
Can't sit here all day.
Quiet. He's on the phone.
Hello, Mr. Hanson? Well, this is Sergeant Friday, Bunko Division. Yes, sir, that's right. Police Department? How are you, sir? Fine, thank you. Say, Mr. Hanson, we have a suspect in custody down here. No, I say we have a suspect in custody down here. Wondering if you could come down to identify him. Yes, that's right. Yeah, that watch deal. Yes, sir. Could you make it down here if we sent a car out for you right away? Good. Fine. Thank you very much, sir. Right, we'll see you then. Right. Hello, is Miss Cronin there, please? This is Sergeant Friday calling, Miss Cronin. Bunko Division? That's right, Los Angeles Police Department. Sorry to disturb you, but we have a suspect in custody down here. Yeah.
Hey, Sergeant.
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Sergeant?
Would you hold on a minute, please?
You can put down the phone.
Yeah.
You got me.
2:58 p.m. We informed the victims that the special show-up had been canceled. Then we called in the stenographer and had her take Fred Norris's statement. In addition to listing the crimes he committed, he also told us there were 6 men in the Bunko gang besides himself. He gave us the names and descriptions of each one of them. He stated that they'd been operating in Los Angeles for the past 4 months. Norris said none of them had ever met the leader of the Bunko gang. The only contact they had with the leader was through one of the older gang members, a man by the name of Wesley Fisher. Before Norris was taken to the main jail for booking, he gave us the address of the apartment where he had been living with the other gang members. Norris's information on the suspects was checked through R&I. We got one make, Wesley Fisher. He had one prior arrest 2 years before on a grand theft charge, but had been released for lack of evidence. 3:15 p.m., together with Sergeants Ullery and Bryant and 2 men from Metro Squad, we drove out to the address given us by Fred Norris. It was a large apartment development in the Hollywood area. Oh, Bryant and Ullery ought to be around back by now.
Yeah, they've had plenty of time. I'll try it again.
Did you want to see the people that live there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you want to check the garbage disposal? I've got a key. I'm Mrs. Callahan, the manager.
No, ma'am, we want to talk to the tenants.
I'm afraid you're a little late.
What?
They just moved out, bag and baggage.
Wednesday, December 15th, 4 p.m. We made a thorough check of the apartment house, which the 6 suspects had just vacated. We found nothing that would help us. We talked to the manager of the building where the suspects had been living. She told us that they had rented the place furnished about 3 months before. She identified Wesley Fisher's mugshot, but she told us that he had used the name of Charles Wilder. She also identified each of the other gang members from the descriptions Fred Norris had given us. She told us that while they were living there, the men seemed to keep odd hours and that they had a car. She told us that she had taken the license number of the car the day the men moved in. The license number was checked with DMV. It was registered in the name of Wesley Fisher, 1008 California Street, a transient hotel. The manager told us Fisher had moved about 9 months before. There was no forwarding address. We got out an all-points bulletin on Wesley Fisher and his automobile, requesting that all occupants of the car be held for investigation of grand theft. Thursday, December 16th, 8 a.m. Frank and I checked into the office.
Well, from what Norris said, we know they brought most of the junk they're selling with them from the Middle West.
Yeah, it looks like they were using that hotel room Norris had for a warehouse. I guess they didn't want to keep the stuff in the place where they were living.
You figure there's any way we can set up stakeouts?
No, not unless we cover every name in the obituary column.
The way it's going, we might have to try it. We've got to come up with something. Look at these. 2 more this morning, straight out of the obituary column.
Yeah, it took one family for $90. The other one here for $60. That last run through the stats office help any?
Got a couple of possibles for us. They pulled some more mugs for us. Gonna show them to the victims this morning.
What do you think about Norris? You think he's come up with everything?
I don't know, Joe. Bryant and Ullery talked to him yesterday at the main jail. He didn't have anything new.
I talked to the sheriff's bunco detail. They got one new case. Same M.O. Description comes close to one of the guys. The victim was the father of a Navy flyer lost overseas. They sold him a watch chain his son was supposed to have bought him for a present. Solid brass.
I got anything new on it?
No, they haven't been able to come up with anything either. I got it. Bunco Division, Friday. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Judd. Uh-huh. Yeah, we can be there. Yeah, you bet. Be right there.
Judd Scanlon?
Yeah. He wants to know if the name Wesley Fisher means anything to us.
Well, I don't know what it's worth, but my brother Max called me up this morning. You remember Max, don't you?
No, I don't think so.
Well, he's a night bartender at the Barrette, you know, and last night he spotted a couple of guys at the bar. They had a couple of day-old newspapers.
Uh-huh.
They were sitting there with the papers turned to the obituary column. They were checking off names and writing down addresses. Max is sharp that way. He spotted them right off.
Does Max know these 2 men he spotted?
No, not by name. But he knew that one of them lived in the hotel next door to the bar. When the hotel night clerk came in for a beer, Max asked him about it. He tagged one of the guys as Wesley Fisher.
Did he have anything on the other man?
No, the clerk told Max he doesn't live at the hotel. But he spends a lot of time there with Fisher.
Uh-huh. Could you give us your brother's home address, Judd? We don't want to contact him at that bar.
Sure thing. He just moved.
Oh, I see.
I don't know. Hope I didn't get you guys out here for nothing.
Appreciate it, Judd. It looks good.
Seems to fit. That hotel down there. It's a hangout for con men. The Angles are all there.
Let's hope Fisher is. 8:53 a.m. We arrived at the hotel on South Main Street. We checked with the desk clerk who told us that Wesley Fisher had room 37. As far as he knew, Fisher was in his room. We got a pass key from the clerk, went up to room 37 where we found Fisher and another man. He identified himself as Raymond Wilson, one of the gang members identified by Fred Norris. We also found a small supply of cheap watches and pen and pencil sets. We found Fisher's car. It was impounded. We took both suspects back to the city hall. We questioned questioned them separately in the squad room. Wilson was first, but he refused to answer our questions. He was taken outside, and Wesley Fisher was brought in.
Sit down, Fisher.
Thank you. Well, I guess you know why you're here.
I haven't the least idea.
All right, then we'll tell you. Do you know a Fred Norris?
Fred Norris. Name sounds a little familiar. Can't quite place it.
He places you pretty well. He says he worked with you and Wilson up until a couple of days ago.
That's so?
That's right. He says he lived with you in that apartment out in Hollywood.
That's so. Norris, Hollywood. When was that?
2 days ago, Fisher. Your landlady identified your mug. She even had the license number of your car.
Well, what's it prove, gentlemen?
It proves you're lying. You and Wilson worked together. You did work with Norris. You're part of one of the filthiest rackets going.
Gentlemen, you're making a bad mistake.
No, there's no mistake, Fisher. Your picture's been identified by at least a half a dozen victims. Now, you can go on playing coy all you want, but we can prove that the pen and pencil sets you sold some of the victims are identical with the ones we found in your car and the ones we got in your room.
I haven't any idea what you're talking about. Believe me, that's the truth.
You wouldn't know the truth if it followed you, mister. Now, you look. Maybe you're great at conning old men and young girls, but don't try to pass any of it here.
Now, just a minute, please.
No, you listen, you two-bit thief. I couldn't begin to tell you off for the rotten things you've been pulling off in this town for the past 3 months. That young girl who lost her boyfriend overseas, that widow out in Hollywood, the old man in Highland Park whose wife passed away. You must have felt real sharp cheating them out of a few bucks. Maybe you don't remember, but we do and they do, and you're going to pay for them, mister. You're going to pay good.
Are you all through?
I'm through, Fisher. You're just beginning.
I have nothing further to say, gentlemen. You can talk to my lawyer.
Yeah, we'll give him your new address.
Yes?
Main jail. Suspects Wesley Fisher and Raymond Wilson were booked and transported to the main jail. Both of them were positively identified by the victims. Warrants were obtained for the 3 suspects, Norris, Fisher, and Wilson. They were arraigned and held to answer at the preliminary hearing on several counts of grand theft. During the next 2 weeks and through the Christmas holidays, identical complaints of bunco operations continued to come in. Friends and relatives of lately deceased persons were still being victimized. The gang's operations continued as usual. There was only one change. The crime report showed that a woman was now operating in the obituary racket, along with the male suspects. Christmas came and went. On New Year's Eve, Frank and I were assigned to standby duty. A few minutes before 8 p.m., we got a call from the main jail that Wesley Fisher wanted to see us. We went to the second floor of the main jail, the interview room. All right, what's on your mind, Fisher?
A lot. I'm getting a dirty deal. I'm going to do something about it.
Well, what's the trouble?
I was supposed to be bailed out. She promised me. I was supposed to have a lawyer. I had the public defender.
Who's she?
I'm not going to take all the heat. They're in just as deep as I am. If they can't do right by me, I'll square it up myself. I'll tell you everything I know.
Go ahead. What is it?
Her name's Betty McGraw. She's the one you've been looking for. She planned it out. The whole idea was hers. She got everybody together. It was her show.
Where'll we find her?
213 Foster, apartment 8.
Wesley Fisher gave us a complete statement of all of his crimes and also implicated the other members. He told us Betty McGraw was his girlfriend. She'd come up with the idea for the obituary racket. She gathered the men together for the job, and it had been planned that she was to stay in the background. In case of trouble, she would furnish aid to the gang members in the form of bail bond money and lawyers. She received a percentage of the take from each of the gang members. We checked her through R&I and found that she had a record. We checked out the address on the package and found that she'd gone to a New Year's Eve celebration at a downtown hotel. It was 11:57 when we got to the hotel. We identified ourselves to the special officer and showed him the mugshot of Betty McGraw. He thought he'd seen her at the bar. We started looking. Get through here. We're looking for a Betty McGraw.
What do you want with her?
Right, now come on, lady, sober up. Is your name Betty McGraw?
Yeah, I'm Betty McGraw, but I don't know you. Who are you anyway?
Police officers. We'd like to talk to you outside.
Outside? I'm staying in here. This is where the party is, right here.
All right, come on, lady, outside.
Is there a bar outside? I didn't know there was a bar outside.
Come on, lady, let's go.
I don't know you at all. I'm not going. I'm not going with you. This is New Year's Eve. Don't you know that? New Year's Eve, and it's almost 12 o'clock.
trying to get through all this.
Yeah, we'll have to wait.
Hey,
Yeah? What's the matter?
I don't know why, but I always cry on New Year's Eve. No reason. I just cry.
Yeah?
Every year. New Year's Eve, midnight comes, I cry. Got no reason for it.
Is that right?
I cry. I just cry. Never did have any reason for it.
You're gonna have one this year, lady.
On March 28th, trial was held in Department 93, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted on 14 counts of grand theft. The remaining members of the Bunko gang were apprehended, tried, and convicted on the same charges and received like sentences. Grand theft is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for not less than 1 nor more than 10 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. I'm a cop. Wednesday, June 17th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery division. The boss is Captain Didion. My partner's Frank Smith. My name's Friday. We'd gotten a call that a doctor had been slugged in a downtown hotel. The assailant had escaped. We had to find him.
'Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. I'm a cop. Wednesday, June 17th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery division. The boss is Captain Didion. My partner's Frank Smith. My name's Friday. We'd gotten a call that a doctor had been slugged in a downtown hotel. The assailant had escaped. We had to find him. 8:46 p.m. We reached the hotel at the corner of Pembroke and Columbia Streets. We talked with one of the officers in the radio unit that answered the call. He told us that his partner was out checking the neighborhood. We talked with the ambulance attendant, and he told us that the cut on the victim's head was not serious. The victim identified himself to us as Dr. Aaron R. Platt. We asked him what had happened.
That's hard to answer.
Sir?
It's hard to tell you what happened. I'm not too sure about it myself.
If you'd tell us what you do know, sir.
I received a call tonight that a woman was ill.
Who'd the call come from, Doctor?
It came through my call service.
What time was this, Doctor?
Well, it must have been about 7:45. My call service would have a record of it. You can get in touch with them.
You ever seen these people before?
No.
So you want to tell us what happened?
As I told you, I got a call from my service, gave me this address and the room number.
What'd your call service tell you?
Just said that a woman needed a physician. I came right over.
All right, would you go ahead?
Well, when I came into the hotel, I checked with the room clerk downstairs and asked about Mr. and Mrs. Allen. He told me they were in this room.
Allen, huh?
Mm-hmm. That's the name they gave me.
Mm-hmm.
I came up, knocked on the door, and Mr. Allen opened it. I don't suppose that's his real name, do you?
Well, we'll check on it, Doctor.
Be a little silly to give the real name and then do a thing like this.
Yeah.
What happened after the man let you into the room?
Well, I told him who I was, and he said that his wife was ill.
Where was she?
Lying in the bed, all covered up. I went over to her and asked her what was wrong.
What'd she say?
Nothing. She moaned a little. Then her husband, I guess that's who he was, told me that it was her side. Said that she'd had a pain all evening.
Yeah.
He asked me if I thought it might be appendix. I told him there are a lot of other things that cause pain in the side beside appendix.
Mm-hmm.
I went over to the bed to take the woman's temperature. That's when the man locked the door.
Sir?
I heard this noise. I turned around and saw the man turning the night latch on the door. I asked him why he was doing that, and he told me he didn't want us to be disturbed. At the time, I thought it was a little strange, no reason to lock the door, but he had a reason. He had one.
Yeah.
After that, I went over to the woman again and reached out for the thermometer. All of a sudden, she jumped up out of bed, jumped at me. I turned around to ask what this was all about. And I saw the man. He had a gun standing right behind me, and I saw him start to swing the gun, and then... Well, that's the last I remember until I came to. I called the police, that's it.
You never saw these people before?
No. No, I remembered if I did.
Do you have any idea why they'd call you?
No. No, the man said something to the girl on the board of my call service. You can check with her. Oh, I wonder if I could have a cigarette.
Sure.
Thanks. Get out my coat, please.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. You're welcome. Oh, that's funny.
What's that, sir?
My lighter, it's gone. Solid gold, present from my wife. I'd hate to lose that. The top opens up when you spin the flint thing, you know.
Yes, sir. How about your other personal effects?
What was that?
Your other effects, Doctor. Your wallet, your money.
Gone. Gone, everything. The thieves, they robbed me. That's what they did. I don't mind the money, only $30, $40, but the cards in my wallet. Rotten thieves. Look here.
What's that, sir?
My watch. They even took my watch. Automatic. It was a good one. My wife gave me that, too.
Can you give us a description of these articles?
Well, I certainly can. I've got the case and movement numbers at the watch in my office. I can give you that.
We'll want a complete description of the man and woman, too, Doctor.
Well, I gave one to the other officers.
Yes, sir, but we'd like to go over it with you.
Oh, all right. Say, wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
My bag. Do you see it?
What's that, sir?
My doctor's bag. Must be in the room someplace, unless they took that, too.
Just sit still, Doctor. We'll look for it.
Joe, here it is.
But he wouldn't touch that, Doctor.
Oh, I want to see what's in it. You mind moving some of those things, please?
Sure.
Instruments are all there. That's what they took, all right. All of it.
What's that, Doctor?
Narcotics.
8:59 p.m. We got a complete description of the pair of suspects, and Frank and I called them into the office. R&I had no record of anyone by the name of Timothy Allen answering the description that we'd been given. 9:03 p.m. We talked to the desk clerk. He was unable to give us any information on the pair. He said that the couple had come in earlier that evening and had paid for the room in advance. He went on to say that they carried one piece of luggage. We looked at the registration card. It was signed with the name Mr. and Mrs. Timothy Allen and gave as an address St. Paul, Minnesota. The registration card was held as evidence to be checked by Don Meyer in handwriting. We called the crime lab, and a crew of men were sent out to go over the hotel room for possible physical evidence. 9:27 p.m. We went back to the office and got out a local broadcast and an APB on the pair of suspects. A radiogram was sent to the police department in St. Paul asking for information on the couple. Dr. Platt was asked to come to the office and go through the mug books. A call was put into Narcotics Division to see if the officers there had any information on the thieves. Officer Roxy Lucarelli said that he'd check their files to see if he could come up with any leads for us. In the meantime, the stats office had started to run on the M.O. used in the crime.
You got anything?
Well, Roxy's going to check it. Says he's never heard of the man and woman. They're new to him.
Yeah, how about the numbers on the vials?
Yeah, there's a broadcast out on them. They'll be listed in tomorrow's bulletin. Doctor come up with anything?
No, he's still checking.
Well, if he doesn't find him, we can take him over to crime analysis. Maybe have a composite drawn up, huh?
Yeah.
Hot shot. I'll get it. I got it. Frank?
Yeah?
What is it? Hotel on West 7th.
Yeah.
Another doctor slugged and robbed. .15 p.m. We arrived at the scene of the latest beating. We talked to the victim, a Dr. Aubrey Baker. The story we got from him was substantially the same as the one Dr. Platt had given us. A call had been put out by a man who gave his name as Allen, saying that his wife needed immediate treatment. Upon the doctor's arrival, the door to the room had been locked, and the doctor had been beaten and robbed of his personal effects and supply of narcotics. The description the doctor was able to give us was the same as the one we'd gotten before. 10:47 p.m. We talked with the desk clerk at the hotel. The description he gave us of the Allen couple matched the one that we had. A check of the registration card showed that the handwriting was the same. We spent the rest of the night running down the leads we had. The stats office had come up with 4 possibles. They were checked out, but they netted us nothing. For the next 2 nights, Frank and I stayed in the field in the hopes of apprehending the pair of thieves. During that time, they hit 3 times. All of the victims were doctors. Each time, the entire supply of narcotics was taken. Monday, June 22nd, 10 p.m. Frank and I checked into the office. There was a message that Captain Didion wanted to see us.
Hi, Joe. Frank?
Skipper, heard from St. Paul yet?
Yeah, I got a radiogram about an hour ago. I got no record on the pair back there.
How about the operation?
New to them.
Mm-hmm.
How about this deal you set up? You want to go over it?
Yeah, the way we got it figured, this couple's new. Either they just got into town or else they just decided to get a piece of narcotic action in town.
Where'd you get that?
We talked to Roxy Lucarelli over at Narcotics.
Yeah?
He's talked to the other fellows in the office. None of them have heard of this kind of operation before. It's new to them, too.
Uh-huh. How about informants? If the couple are selling the stuff, there's got to be some rumbles around about it.
Well, it doesn't seem to work out that way, Skipper. Roxy says they haven't heard anything about it. This Allen couple must be building up a supply before they start to unload it.
Yeah.
We had the artist over at Crime Analysis draw up a composite picture of the couple. It's been sent out to all the doctors in the area.
When did it go out?
Mailed over the weekend. Should have them this morning.
Who'd you send it to?
All the general practitioners, internists, physicians, and surgeons in the area. Got a list of names from the AMA. They're going to give us all the help they can. We sent out about 1,500 to the osteopaths in the area. They're going to cooperate.
Boy Smith tells it whenever one of these doctors gets a call to a hotel and it's not a regular patient, they're going to call you. Is that it?
Yeah, that's right. And then we can get in touch with the clerk at the hotel and get a description of the people making the call. The doctor waits for us at the desk, and if the couple looks like possibles, well, we go with them.
Looks like the long way around.
Yeah, that's about the only way we got, though.
How many men are you going to need to help cover it?
One other team should do it.
You're only going to roll on the calls where the description matches?
Yeah.
Okay. Rafferty and Murphy will work with you on it. Be a team out of the business office if you need any more help.
Okay, Skipper.
What are you getting from narcotics?
Well, they got 4 men on it, running down leads on the dope. They got the serial numbers on the vials. The way Captain Shy tells it, they try to push a single cap of this stuff and they'll nail them.
Well, looks good. Hope it works out.
Yeah, so do we, Skipper.
Robbery, Didion. Yeah, just a minute. For you, Friday.
Thank you. Friday talking. Yes, sir. Yes, that's right. Who's speaking, please? Dr. Adams? Yes, sir. I see. What's that address again? Yes, I have it. Do you have a phone number? Fine. 416? Yes, sir. All right, we have it. Yes, we know where that is. Right. That's correct. Right. Thank you. Bye. Well, looks like it started.
What do you got?
It's a Dr. Adams. We'll know in a minute here if it means anything. Hello, this is Sergeant Friday, Los Angeles Police Department. Yes, that's right. Do you have a name on the couple in 416? Mm-hmm. Could you describe them for me, please? No, there's nothing wrong. Now, just give us a description, would you, please? Mm-hmm. And the woman? I see. Okay. Right. All right, thank you very much, sir. No, that's all right. Right. Bye.
How about it?
Name's Alden. Description matches. 10:46 p.m. After checking with the desk clerk at the hotel and talking with the doctor who had made the call, Frank and I went up to the room. The doctor went into the bedroom to see the woman patient. Frank and I talked to her husband, Kenneth Alden.
Sure is nice of you fellas to be here, but I don't think there's any reason for it.
It's all right.
I should have listened to Helen. She said we shouldn't have come.
Where you from, Alden? Alden.
Huh?
I said, where you from?
Carthage.
Missouri?
Sure hope everything's all right. Yeah, Missouri. Either one of you know this Dr. Edmondson?
No.
Sure hope he knows what he's doing. Helen's kind of little, you know. Frail. Sure hope he knows what he's doing.
How long you and your wife been here?
A week tomorrow. I should have listened to Helen. She didn't think it was a good idea to come out here. I talked her into it. Said we should have a vacation. She was right. I don't know what I'll do if it's not all right.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you can say that. It's not your wife.
I've been through the same thing.
You have?
Yeah, twice. Let me tell you, not a thing to worry about.
Maybe not in a hospital, but here, a hotel room. I don't know.
Believe me, son, it's going to be all right.
I wish he'd let us know what's happening. Twice, huh?
Yeah, boy and a girl.
Helen wants a girl. Don't make much difference to me either way. Did it make a difference to you?
Not really. I was kind of glad the first one was a girl.
Yeah, it'd be nice. But just as long as it's healthy, that's all that really counts. Awful quiet in there. It seems like we should hear something pretty soon.
Take it easy.
Yeah, I always thought they had to boil a lot of water. It seems like they always use a lot of hot water.
I think that's to keep the husband busy, don't you? Give him something to do.
Yeah. How old are yours?
Girl's 8, boy's 6.
Oh, I read where that's ideal. 2 years difference. It kind of helps the younger child problem. Helen and I want 4.
It's a nice family.
Yeah. You see, she's from a family of 6. I'm an only child, so we both feel that a big family's right.
Yeah.
Sure is quiet in there.
You like me to go down and get some coffee?
No, not for me. I don't want anything. We going to be able to take Helen to the hospital?
That's up to the doctor, Alden.
Yeah, I guess so. Guess it's up to him to say or not.
Sounds like you're a father.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Same to you. Guess my troubles are over now.
They're just starting.
During the next few days, we got a dozen more calls. All of them proved false. However, during that time, the robberies continued. Despite our warnings, doctors continued to answer calls at hotels for people they didn't know. The amount of stolen narcotics grew larger. The outlet for the drugs still hadn't been found. On Friday, June 26th, we got a call from a Dr. Halbert. He told us that he'd gotten a call from a couple who gave their name as Allen. He asked us to meet him at the hotel. About how long ago did they call you, Doctor?
About 25 minutes ago. Asked me to come right over.
That's when they gave you their names, did they?
That's right.
Ever treat them before?
No, new to me. Think they're the people you're looking for?
Well, we don't know. The description we got from the desk clerk matches the suspect.
I'd rather you'd wait out here.
It'd be better if we went in with you, Doctor.
That may be your opinion. You're forgetting I'm a doctor. I want to help you catch the people you're after, but my first duty is to the patient. I'm not going to embarrass them by having police officers ask questions.
We're here to take care of you, sir.
Then do it from the hall. According to your bulletin, the man always locks the door, doesn't he?
He has in the past.
And that's how you can tell. He locks the door, then come on in.
Well, if that's the way you want it, Doctor.
That's the way it's got to be.
All right, sir. We'll be right out here if you need us.
I hope I won't.
So do we.
I'm Dr. Halbert.
What do you think, sir?
I don't know. All we can do is sweat it out.
Why'd you do it? Why'd you shoot him?
Dead.
You killed him.
We didn't call it, lady.
How can you say that? You shot him in cold blood. He's just a kid. You didn't have to kill him.
Better call in.
Yeah.
He was doing it for me. He was helping me, and you killed him. He didn't know. He was just a kid. He didn't know what was going on. I told him what to do. I set it up. You come in here and kill him. I hope you're real proud of yourself, cop.
Hey, look who's here. Hi.
Got tired of waiting at home. Decided to put in the time here.
Glad you did.
He looks tired, doesn't he?
He always looks that way to me. You're getting prettier every day, Ann.
Thanks, so are you. How's Faye?
Fine. I don't know how you do it, Joe. What's she seeing you?
Get these reports out and we can go home.
Long day?
Yeah,
You do look tired.
a little bit. Thanks.
When you get through with your reports, I'll buy you both a cup of coffee.
That's the best offer I've had all day. I'll take care of the shooting. You want to get the dead body report?
What was that address?
9276 South Bixel.
267.
No, Joe. 9276 South Bixel.
Yeah. Can't remember the DR number.
1275460. I asked you this morning. You gave it to me. What's the matter?
I don't know. Guess I'm just tired.
Here, buddy. I'll finish that up.
I'm sorry I came down here, Joe. I didn't think you'd mind.
No, that's all right.
I'll drop these off at Homicide on the way. Hey, it's quitting time. You going home? I'll see you tomorrow. I'll take a rain check on that coffee, Ann. Night.
Good night, Frank. How many are you going to smoke at once, Joe?
I guess I am a little tired.
How old was he, Joe?
What?
The person he killed. How old was he?
Why do you ask that?
I'm not a policeman, Joe. But I heard Creasy and Stewart talking about the robbery call. What Frank said about the dead body report and the shooting. How old was he?
22. The first time I ever killed a man.
Mm-hmm.
Not a good thing, Ann. You kind of wonder if maybe there wasn't some other way.
Was there?
No. He called it.
Joe.
Yeah.
There isn't much I can say. Nothing to make you feel better or make you forget about it. But, Joe, you're in a special kind of job.
I've been telling myself that, but it doesn't seem to help much.
Did he have a gun?
Yeah.
Did he use it?
Yeah.
Well, doesn't that make a difference? Doesn't it matter that the only reason they're not filling out a report on you or Frank is that you were better at your job than that boy was at his? Remember the time you and I sat in the hospital waiting for Frank to come out of it? Remember?
Yeah.
Frank and I could be waiting for you tonight. What's your rating on the pistol range?
What?
You get $6 a month extra for marksmanship, don't you?
Yeah.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Is it?
Joe, you could have missed if that was the way it was supposed to be. I've read where even a $12 shooter misses sometimes.
I suppose so.
Joe, I don't know who made the decision, but I'm glad it's the way it is. Now, come on. I'll buy you that cup of coffee.
All right. It's kind of dark. Can you find your way?
Yeah. Can you?
On October 21st, trial was held in Department 98, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted of robbery in the first degree, which is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a term of not less than 5 years. A coroner's jury found that Edgar Cabell was killed while resisting arrest, and his death was listed as justifiable homicide.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. I'm a cop. It was Wednesday, September 7th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Bernard. My name's Friday. During the past week, the Valley Division had reported 3 burglaries in new housing projects. When they got a 4th report, they called us in. 10:13 a.m. We drove over to the tract at the corner of Moore Park and Victory, Mayflower Homes.
This the one?
Yeah, this is it.
Say, did you see that sign back there? $500 down. Pretty nice houses, huh?
Yeah, they are. You thinking of getting a new place, are you?
Well, thinking the kids are growing up. We could use some more room.
Mm-hmm.
This is the kind of place Faye wants, though. One that nobody else has lived in. Well, maybe someday.
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
Police officers, my name's Friday. This is Frank Smith.
How do you do?
Somebody reported a burglary at this address. Are you Sam Brighton?
Yes, sir, that's right. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Called the police just a little while ago. Talked to a man down there. I didn't get his name, though. I was kind of upset.
I can understand.
We haven't got all our furniture yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Would you show us where they broke in, please?
Sure, right over here. It's the middle window there. You can see where he jimmied it.
Uh-huh.
I was careful not to touch it. You know, fingerprints.
Good.
Can you give us a list of the things they took?
Well, no, sir, not for certain. We're just getting moved in, you see. We don't know for sure what's gone. A couple of silver trays and a pair of candlesticks. They're missing.
Any cash?
About $25. When I changed to go out to dinner, I left it in my trousers.
Mm-hmm.
Your family live here with you?
My wife.
Oh, I see.
We've only been married a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Any idea what time the burglary took place?
Yes, sir. Between 6 and 10 last night. Must have been then, between 6 and 10.
Uh-huh.
We went over to Sally's folks for dinner. Our refrigerator won't be in until the end of the week.
I see.
Reason I'm so sure about the time is I wanted to find out how long it would take to drive there.
Mm-hmm.
Told Sally it wouldn't be more than 15 minutes.
First time she's ever been away from home. She kind of likes to feel her folks are handy.
I understand.
Hollywood Hills, that's where they live. Took us 14 minutes. Left here at 6 o'clock exactly. News was just coming on the radio. Got there 6:14. Not so sure when we got home, but it was right around 10 o'clock.
That's close enough.
Of course, we didn't know about the burglary then. We just went straight to bed. Didn't look in here.
Yeah.
It wasn't until this morning when I started hunting for some cash.
Well, now, is it possible he broke in while you were asleep?
I might have slept through it, but not Sally. This little thing wakes her up.
You all right if we talk to your wife?
She couldn't tell you anything I haven't.
She here now?
Over to Mother's. This thing kind of threw her. You know how it is, just a kid.
Yeah.
Sure wish it'd been me that found out about the bird.
The bird?
Didn't I tell you? I meant to.
No, you didn't.
Darndest thing, parakeet. Folks gave it to Sally when she was just a girl. She taught her how to talk. Talk real good, too. Why should a burglar do a thing like that?
Well, what'd he do, turn it loose?
No, sir. Killed it.
We called the crime lab. Sergeant J. Allen told us that there were no useful fingerprints on the window. Pictures were taken of the jimmy marks. There was no other physical evidence. By the end of the following week, 4 more burglaries were reported in new housing developments. We interviewed the victims. In each case where the home contained pet birds, the birds had been killed. Other pets were not disturbed. Circulars describing the stolen articles were sent to all pawn shops in the city. Monday, September 19th, 8:05 a.m. We checked in for the day. What's the matter? You still asleep?
I didn't get a wink. They was at me all night. It's my own fault, Joe. Never should have told her about all those new houses going up. It was a big mistake.
Well, I thought you told me you were considering a new house.
Well, I changed my mind. We got enough people staying with us now. All Faye's relatives, that brother-in-law Armand. As long as he sleeps on the couch in the front room, he shoves off after a day or two. If I gave him a real bed, he'd settle down for life.
Burglary Friday. Yes, sir. When did it happen? I see. All right, go ahead. 214 South? Yes, sir, I have it. Right away.
That for us?
Yeah. Pet store over near Lancashire Boulevard.
A store?
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like our boy.
Might be if they sell birds. We left the office and drove out to the Biggs Pet Shop on a side street in North Hollywood. 9:07 a.m. We interviewed Jasper Biggs, the owner of the store. He told us that during the night, the back door had been forced open. $17 was missing from the register. He went on to say that all the birds in the shop had been killed.
The money ain't important, you understand. Not that anybody likes being robbed.
No, sir.
Besides, it's happened before. That's why I keep this sign here on the cash register. Register unlocked. Don't break. A couple of years ago, a fella broke in. Wrecked the machine trying to get it open. Register's worth a whole lot more than anything I keep in it. Shut up, will you? All of you. So much racket in here, a person can't even think. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. About the money. Like I said, it doesn't matter. The $17.
Yes, sir.
The birds are different. They do matter.
Uh-huh.
Killed every last one of them. Parakeets, canaries, parrots, every last one.
Yeah.
Parakeets and the canaries, they don't matter. I can replace them. Insurance will take care of it anyway. Them parrots are another story. Different story entirely.
Yes, sir.
2 of them were on consignment, worth over $100 apiece. $100. Bet you never figured birds ran that high.
No, sir.
Well, they do. Parrots, anyway. Some of them. What's more, my insurance doesn't cover birds on assignment. How do you like that?
What?
Checked with a fella who sold me the policy right after I called the police. Says birds on consignment aren't covered. Loophole. That's what it is. Loophole. Excuse me. Settle down, will ya? Biggs Pet Shop. Who? Oh, yes, Mrs. Foster. Of course I remember you. Oh, that's too bad. Sorry to hear it. Well, maybe he's just off his feed. Why, no, ma'am. We can't do anything about it now. We do stand behind our animals, but it's been over a year since you bought him. Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Foster. If you want the name of a good vet... Well, go right ahead. Call the Better Business Bureau. Bye. How do you like that? Buys a dog way last year. Probably been feeding him ice cream and mashed potatoes ever since. Then expects me to nursemaid him. Well, what have you decided?
Sir?
It's the same burglar, ain't it? The one I read about in the papers. Been breaking into people's homes, killing their birds. Same burglar.
Well, it looks that way. We can't say for certain.
Plain as the nose on your face. If you aren't certain now, I'd like to know when you will be.
When we catch him.
Probably somebody wanting to buy those parrots. Be just my luck. Big's Pet Shop. Who? Oh, yes. They're still there. Wait a minute. For you.
Thank you. Miss Friday. Yeah. Give me that address, will you? Uh-huh. Yeah. All right, I got it. Right away. Tracked off Riverside Drive.
Same routine?
One thing's different.
Yeah.
Lady saw him. We finished our interview with Mr. Biggs, and we drove out to the address of a Mrs. Nellie Diver, who had just reported a burglary. Mrs. Diver told us her house had been entered shortly after she left to do her marketing. She discovered she'd forgotten her grocery list, and she came back for it. When she returned, the burglar was in the living room. He had entered through a window. The M.O. appeared to be the same as in the other recent burglaries.
Never saw such a surprised look on a man's face in my life. Just stood there like he was frozen solid for a minute or more. Then he lit out through the front door, lickety-split.
How long were you gone from the house, ma'am?
5-10 minutes. As soon as I remembered about my list, I started back. Don't know why I'm getting so forgetful. Must be old age.
Maybe it's a good thing you did forget, Miss Diver.
Huh? Oh, you mean so he didn't get time to steal anything?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing around here worth stealing. Wonder how he happened to pick on me. Be different if I lived up in Bel Air, one of those estates.
Well, now, if it's who we think it is, he's satisfied with smaller homes.
You mean he's pulled this kind of stunt before?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't say.
It's been in all the papers.
Haven't seen one for the past 2 weeks. Haven't had time. What with moving and getting settled, world could have come to an end. I wouldn't know about it.
Yes, ma'am. Would you recognize him if you saw him again?
Beg pardon?
The man who broke in here. You said you got a good look at him?
Real good. Stood there for a full minute, maybe more.
Well, then you'd recognize him.
Don't see why not. This isn't the first time we met up, you understand.
Ma'am?
Saw him once before.
When was that?
Last week sometime. I'm not certain. Wednesday or Thursday. Middle of the week, in through there.
You're sure it was the same man?
Looked the same, came right up to my door.
Well, what do you want?
I'm not certain of that either. Been racking my brain trying to remember. So many fellas around here last week. 2 or 3 milkmen trying to sign me up. Couple of people wanting me to take newspapers. 3 or 4 asking about dry cleaning. Somebody selling rugs. Spent half my time running to the door. So, help me, I can't remember which one he was. Getting old, sure as fate.
You think he was a door-to-door salesman of some kind?
Seems to me they were all trying to sell something. That's what happens when you settle in a new location.
Yes, ma'am. I wonder if you'd mind coming downtown with us for a few minutes.
No, I wouldn't mind. What for?
We'd like to show you some photographs, see if you can pick them out.
Right now?
If you could, yes.
Just give me a minute to get my hat and change Henry's water.
Henry?
My connection.
Oh.
That's funny.
How's that?
He's usually singing a blue streak this time of day.
We told Mrs. Diver that the burglar's M.O. included killing pet birds. She was shaken by the experience, but she recovered and accompanied us downtown. 11:05 a.m. We pulled mug shots of burglars who matched the description she gave us, and we showed them to Mrs. Diver. She identified one of the photographs, Stanley A. Bushing. We checked the name through R&I. Bushing had done time in the state penitentiary for burglary. From his 510s, we learned his acquaintances and the places he was known to frequent. 3:36 p.m. We located Bushing in a bar on North Main Street. Stan Bushing?
Yeah?
Police officers.
You don't say.
I want to talk to you.
Be my guest.
Now, let's go.
What's the matter with right here? Joint will get noisy till later on.
Where were you last night?
What time?
All night and this morning, 8 o'clock this morning.
What do you want to know?
Come on, let's go.
Give me a chance to finish my beer, will you?
It can wait.
Look, you boys want to know where I was last night? All right, I'll tell you. I just want to know why, that's all.
Been out the valley lately? Well, come on, how about it?
That why you're after me? Think I've been pulling those house prowls?
What do you know about him?
Just what I read in the papers.
You know more than that.
There was another one this morning.
News to me.
Is it?
I haven't bought a paper yet.
The lady saw you.
Huh?
Right after you broke in.
Me?
She says it's you.
She needs glasses.
We don't think so.
You'll never make it stick.
We're gonna try, fella.
I'm clean. I ain't even on parole no more.
It won't be parole this time.
It won't be anything.
Come on, Bushing, quit stalling.
Don't get yourself in an uproar. Take it easy. You'll live longer. Suppose I got an alibi.
Try it for size.
For all last night and this morning.
All right.
I was with friends.
We got a lady who says different.
I got lots of friends.
We know your friends. We'll settle for the lady.
10:30 last night till 9 o'clock this morning. I was with them every minute.
Where?
You ain't gonna like it.
Where were you?
You'll look pretty foolish.
Come on, Bushing. Let's have it.
Trunk tank, Lincoln Heights Jail.
We verified Bushing's alibi with booking records at Lincoln Heights and learned that he was in the clear as far as the last two burglaries were concerned. 5:06 p.m. We interviewed Mrs. Diver again. She wavered in her identification of Bushing's photo and said she couldn't tell us anything more. Teletypes of the suspect's description were sent out. The next day, Tuesday, September 20th, we had a meeting with the skipper, Captain Bernard.
Hi. Well, where do we stand on this thing?
Just about where we did when it started.
Not good, is it?
No, it's not.
We thought we had him yesterday. Didn't pan out.
Did you get a description?
Yeah, but if she's no better at describing as she is at identification, it doesn't mean much, does it?
He passes himself off as some kind of salesman.
Is that how he cases the houses?
As far as we can tell.
We need a lot more than that.
Yeah.
This guy's got to be stopped. It isn't just the burglaries. Seems half the people in L.A. keep pet birds. I don't know. My kids have a couple of canaries themselves.
Yeah.
You get attached to them like you do anything else.
Yeah, I know.
You boys seen the mail on this thing?
No.
Letters from all over, not just L.A., all over. People are raising Cain. My own kid's asking me when we're going to catch him. Can't wait for a break. We got to make one ourselves.
You got any ideas?
I don't know. He's just been working housing projects, huh?
Except for that pet store, yeah.
Let's forget the store and see if we can get a pattern out of the houses.
Well, they're all new places. The people have just moved in. He cracks one or two in each development, and then he moves on. So far, he stayed right in the Valley Division.
The way they're building out there, he won't run out of targets.
No, he won't.
They opened any new projects the last week or so?
Yeah, a couple.
He tapped them yet?
No, not so far. We alerted the owners. Told them to warn anybody who moves in. Probably won't do much good, though.
Might. If you two moved in.
First, we drove out to a new tract just off Coldwater Canyon Boulevard. It was called White Manor Homes. We found the tract office near the main entrance, and we went inside.
That'd be very nice. Thank you. Thanks for calling. Howdy, gentlemen. Like to buy a new home?
No, sir. We're police officers. Miss Frank Smith, my name's Friday.
Police?
Yes, sir.
Don't think I've had any parking tickets lately.
No, sir. We're from burglary.
Oh, about the Birdman, I suppose.
What's that?
Well, that's what they call him in the papers, the Birdman.
Yes, sir. It's about him.
He hasn't been around here, has he?
No, sir. Not as far as we know.
That's a relief.
Now, you're in charge of this project. Is that right?
Yes, sir. My name's Simple. Forrest Simple. Got a card right here.
That's all right, Mr. Simple.
I own White Manor Homes.
I see.
I guess I should say me and the bank, we own it together.
Yeah.
Looks like it's all going to belong to the bank, though, the way things are going. Been open nearly a week now. Haven't sold a single house.
Sign out in front here says that 2 of your houses are furnished. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Just for display. Wesley's department store did it. Figures it's good advertising.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I can't sell them furnished. The furnishings are just for display.
Well, sir, we'd like to use one of those houses for a few days if we could.
Use one?
Yes, sir.
Afraid I don't follow you.
Well, now, have you got a sold sign that you can put up in the front yard?
Sold sign? Yes, I guess so.
We'll see that nothing's disturbed. And if anybody asks you, we'd like you to tell them a new couple moved in.
Oh, decoys, huh?
Something like that.
Well, I don't know. Department store might not go for the idea.
We'll clear it with them.
Well, if it's all right with Wesley's.
Thank you.
How long do you suppose it'll take?
How's that?
To catch him.
Well, your guess is as good as ours, if it works at all. We talked to the manager of the Wesley department store. He gave us permission to use one of the White Manor homes they had decorated. At a neighborhood pet store, we purchased a cage and 2 canaries. It was 11:30 a.m. when we got to the housing project.
Oh, howdy.
Hi, Miss Simple.
Sure wish this was for real.
Yes, sir.
Oh, canaries, huh?
Yes, sir.
Sure hope he falls for it. Well, here's the key in case you want to lock up. Door's open now.
Thank you.
Want me to spread the word?
What's that?
That I sold the place?
Yeah, if you would, we'd appreciate that.
Okay, I'll see the news gets around. Tweet, tweet, tweet.
Man, what a layout. Yeah, it's all right, isn't it?
You know anything about taking care of birds?
Well, I don't imagine there's much to it, just water and seed.
Boy, get a load of that couch. Must be 8 feet if it's an inch.
Yeah.
Boy, if they ever sees this, I'm dead. You know, I didn't tell her what job we were on.
You didn't, huh?
No. Didn't want her to come over here and take a look.
Yeah, this is all right, isn't it?
Yeah. Wonder how much it cost.
More than we make.
Yeah. Well, probably isn't very comfortable. Nothing like having your own stuff you're used to.
Yeah, I suppose.
Boy, they're sure singing up a storm, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
You know, Fay might like a couple of birds. Keep her company while the kids are in school.
Well, maybe you can have these. If he doesn't get to them first. No one came by the house that afternoon or evening. At 6 p.m., Frank went home. I stayed through the night. The next morning at 9:15, we had our first visitor. Frank waited in the bedroom while I talked to her. She was a young woman who said she represented the local Chamber of Commerce. She told me her job was to welcome newcomers to the neighborhood. She gave me some maps and a book of coupons which could be exchanged for free introductory gifts at various stores in the vicinity. During the rest of the day, we had 3 more callers. 2 newspaper agents, a representative from a dry cleaning establishment. 4:45 p.m., a small truck pulled up out in front. Frank again waited in the bedroom while I went to the door.
Lady of the house in?
No, she's shopping right now.
Oh, I'll come back.
What was it about?
I'd rather talk to her.
Why?
I'd like to take over your yard.
A what?
I'm a gardener, mister.
Oh, well, I'm the one you ought to see about that. Why?
Well, you ask a man for a gardening job, and he says he'll do it himself, weekends or evenings. He don't understand how much work there'll be. The wife, well, she knows better. Knows her husband, too. She's the one who hires me.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm different. I plan to spend my weekends and evenings sitting down.
I don't blame you.
Why don't you come on in for a minute?
Sure.
How much would you charge for a yard our size?
Want me to handle the watering, too?
No, I think we can take care of the watering.
Well, come once a week, then. Mow the lawn, look after your flowers, do the weeding and planting.
Well, we're pretty well landscaped now. I think you can see that.
Oh, you'll want some of your own plants. You could use a couple more roses along the side there.
That's possible. What's the matter?
Nothing. Just looking around. Swell place you got here.
How much for the yard work?
$25 a month.
It's kind of steep, isn't it?
It's a big yard. You said so yourself.
Yeah, but you'd only be here a couple hours a week.
Well, 25. It's the best I can do. Think it over.
How about 20?
Sorry, mister.
It's not worth any more than that. You can get plenty of gardeners for 20.
It's up to you. Ain't got any other jobs in this neck of the woods. I have to drive all the way out here.
Well, how'd you happen to find us then? I said, how'd you happen to find us?
I heard about this project. Thought more of them would be sold by now, though.
Mm-hmm.
Guess you're the only people moved in.
Yeah, that's right.
Thought there'd be more.
Well, probably will be before long.
If I pick up any other customers in the project, I might come down. 25 for now, though.
Afraid I can't swing that.
Well, you think it over. I'll drop back in a day or so. Somebody here most of the time?
Most of the time.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll drop back.
Okay. Oh, shut up, will you?
What?
I wasn't talking to you, those darn canaries.
What's the matter with them?
Well, they're always screeching. They get on a fellow's nerves.
Guess you don't like birds, mister.
I sure could do without these.
Why don't you get rid of them?
Oh, no, my wife would blow her stack.
Oh.
Her pride and joy. She talks to them all the time. Babies them.
Just like my old lady.
Your wife keeps birds, too, huh?
Not my wife, my mom.
Oh.
When I was a kid, cages all over the place. Must have had 15, 20 birds.
Well, I guess I'm lucky. We've only got these 2.
You're lucky. I had a dog once.
Yeah?
Rusty, that was his name, a mutt. Only dog I ever had. Killed one of her canaries.
Is that right?
Wasn't his fault. Bird got loose. Didn't know any better. Just playing with it. Didn't mean to kill it.
Sure.
Made me get rid of Rusty, my mom did. Send him away. Don't know what happened to him.
That's too bad.
Never had another dog after that. Wouldn't let me. Just birds. Used to lay awake at night listening to him sing. That's what she called it. Didn't sound like singing to me. Wouldn't cover him over. Said it was cruel to cover him. Half the night long, I had to listen to him. It's like you said, gets on a fella's nerves.
Yeah.
Still hear him sometimes when I'm in bed, plain as anything. Still hear those birds. Like they was right in the room with me. Couldn't be, though. Not the same birds.
Why not?
Sneaked downstairs and took them out of their cages. Did it real quiet. Killed them all. All Mom's birds. Couldn't stay after that. Ran away from home. Wish I could have stayed. Wish I could have seen her face next morning. Made it up for Rusty.
Yeah.
Still keep hearing them, though. Have to keep killing them over and over. So many birds.
Yeah.
So darn many birds. Couldn't understand why for a long time. I couldn't understand. Finally figured it out, though. I figured it out.
You did?
Folks put him in a cage, lock him up, feel sorry for him afterwards. Don't make sense. I don't feel sorry for something just because it's locked up.
You might.
On November 12th, the hearing was held in Department 98, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that hearing. The suspect was examined by 3 psychiatrists appointed by the court and was found to be mentally incompetent. He was committed to the State Mental Hospital, Mendocino, California, for an indefinite period of time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. I'm a cop. It was Monday, June 8th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Homicide Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. A young girl had been shot with a .22 caliber rifle. It was reported as suicide. We had to check it out. What's the report say? Well, according to this, business office got a call at 2:30 this morning. Landlady out in the Westlake Park District called and said that this young girl had committed suicide.
They got an ID on her?
No, they got her listed as a Jane Doe, number 17. There's a description here.
Better check it with missing person.
Yeah.
How'd the landlady happen to find the body?
Well, according to this report here, she heard the water running in the apartment. She finally went up to see what it was. When she didn't get an answer to the knock, she opened the door and went in and found the body.
Well, the girl didn't live in the apartment then, huh?
No, the place is rented to a Ross Mitchell.
Anything on him?
No, report says he wasn't home. He was checked through R&I. No make on him.
How about prints on the victim?
No go. Checked them out. Nothing on her here. We can send him on to Washington, though.
Yeah.
Found a suicide note. There's a transcript of it here.
What's it say?
Ross, I've tried to make you understand. Nothing seems to do any good. I've told you that I won't stand in the way of your career. But you don't want to try to make a go of it. I know this doesn't solve anything, but it's the only way I can think of.
Any signature?
No. Report says the original copy's over at the crime lab for processing.
Mm-hmm. They're going to send it on tomorrow, then?
Yeah, I talked to Gorey and Barkley. They rolled on the call.
Uh-huh.
I said that there's something that doesn't ring for them.
They say what it was?
No, just that it didn't look right.
Well, I guess we better start with the landlady.
Yeah, that's the best lead we got. Galindo and Bates are out there now. The place was staked right away.
Friday, you want to take it on, too?
Yeah, thanks. Homicide, Friday. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. We just got it. Yeah. Okay, Max, have him wait there, will you? Yeah. No, we'll be right over. Right. Oh, we got a break. That's Max Kuntz over at the coroner's office. He's got an ID on the girl.
Yeah.
Her father's there now. 8:14 a.m. We left the city hall and went over to the coroner's office in the Hall of Justice. We met the victim's father, a Mr. Robert Paul. He told us there could be no mistake. The body was that of his daughter, Molly. The attendant had given him some smelling salts, and after introducing us, he left to close off the viewing room.
I don't know why she'd do it. None of it makes sense.
When did you see your daughter last, Mr. Paul?
Saturday afternoon. It was the last time I never saw her again.
She was gone Saturday night and all day yesterday.
Yeah.
Did you hear from her at all?
No.
Weren't you worried about her?
No. Sometimes she doesn't come home, stays with a girlfriend. But when we didn't hear from her by last night, I got worried and started calling her out.
Did she say where she was going when she left?
No, she told me she was going over to see Peggy. So the two of them are going to a show. She'll be home for dinner, sure.
Who's this Peggy?
Peggy Wallace, friend of Molly's.
Have you talked to her? I see, have you talked to this Peggy Wallace since your daughter disappeared?
Oh, yes. I called her last night, and I talked to her then. I was almost out of my mind. I didn't know what to do. I talked to her last night. She didn't know.
Do you know if your daughter knows anybody named Ross Mitchell?
Ross Mitchell. No, I don't think I've ever heard the name. Why do you ask?
Just wondered.
You know something about this you're not telling me? Is that it?
No, sir.
Well, must be something like that. You don't just come up with a name like that out of thin air. You gotta have a reason. Well, I'm her father. I got a right to know. All night I'm sitting there waiting for the phone to ring.
All right, Mr. Paul, take it easy.
I'm sorry. Have you got a cigarette?
Yes, sir. Here you are. There's a match.
I'm sorry about that.
It's all right, sir. We understand. Can you give us an address where we can talk to this Peggy Wallace?
Yes. She works at a restaurant over on 7th. I've got her home address, too, if you want it.
Well, did your daughter have any steady boyfriends that you knew of?
No, I don't think so. No one that she went with steady.
Was there one man she liked more than the others?
I think there was. I don't know who. Her mother asked her about it a couple of times. Wanted to know who the fellow was. Molly never say. Just said that it wasn't serious and it didn't matter.
Did your daughter have a job?
Not regular. She used to model once in a while. And maybe she'd pick up a day's work in pictures. Not much.
I see. Now, can you think of any reason why she'd want to take her own life?
No. She seemed pretty happy. Never gave any indication that anything was wrong.
Has she been ill lately, would you know, under a doctor's care?
No, not that I know about.
Possible. She might have been seeing a doctor and you wouldn't know it?
No, her mother would know and she'd have told me. I'm pretty sure she was feeling all right.
Anything about her job, maybe? Anything that bothered her?
What do you mean?
Well, was she happy with what she was doing? Did she feel like she was doing what she wanted to do?
Oh, yeah. Molly didn't want a career. She was looking for a husband, wanted to settle down and raise a family.
Well, can you think of anything at all that might make her want to take her own life?
No. I can't understand it. None of it makes sense to me. Where she was found, she didn't know anybody in that part of town. I don't know what she'd be doing over there.
Did she drink?
Don't think I understand.
Well, I mean, did she drink much, sir? At bars, cocktail lounges, anything like that?
Oh, no. No, she didn't. Molly was a good girl. She didn't drink or smoke. She was a good girl. Just a home and family. That's all she wanted. Nothing more. I don't know why you're asking me all these questions. I'm her father. You're the police. It's up to you to find the reasons. That's your job, not to come around and say things about my girl.
Well, we're sorry. We didn't mean to offend you, Mr. Paul.
I'm sorry, too. Sergeant, may I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Are you just going to write this off as a suicide?
We don't know.
Do you men really think my daughter killed herself?
We don't know, sir, but we're going to find out. We continued to talk to the father of the victim. From him, we got a list of the girl's friends, the addresses, and the names of the people she worked for. While we were talking to him, he was unable to give us any idea as to why Molly Paul might want to take her own life. He insisted that he didn't know any one of his daughter's acquaintances named Ross Mitchell. Mr. Paul recovered from the initial shock and went home. 8:40 a.m. We called the girl's mother, Mrs. Paul. She corroborated her husband's story and told us that she didn't know a Ross Mitchell. 8:43 a.m. We checked with the crime lab to see if they'd been able to come up with anything in the dead girl's effects to help us. Lieutenant Lee Jones at the lab told us that they hadn't finished their investigation yet. 8:50 a.m. We drove over to the rooming house where Molly Paul had been found, and we talked with the landlady, Thelma Keene.
It's terrible, the poor little thing.
Yes, ma'am. You haven't seen Ross Mitchell yet?
No, he hasn't come in yet. I told the officers last night that I didn't expect him until noon today.
Have you seen the girl before?
Once in a while, she'd come in with Ross, wait for him, and then go right out.
Did you see her last night?
I told the officers that were here last night that I didn't. Didn't you talk to them at all?
Well, we have the report they filed, Miss Keene, but we'd like to get some facts from you if we could.
Well, it seems like a waste of time, but I suppose you have to.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have any idea when Miss Paul might have come in?
No, not the slightest.
When was the last time you saw Mitchell?
Saturday around noon, he came in and told me that he'd be out of town over the weekend. Said for me to keep an eye on the place.
Did he tell you where he was going?
He said he was going to visit an assistant director friend of his over at La Cañada.
Did he say what this friend's name was?
No, they're working on a picture together. Ross just met him the other day, asked him out for the weekend. Ross is very good at making friends.
Mm-hmm. Do you know where he's working?
No, Ross said it was a sea adventure, doing it in full color 3D. Guess it's going to be quite a spectacle. Didn't have all the gimmicks in my day.
Ma'am?
We didn't have 3D or the other things. In my day, we acted. We knew how to act, from the heart. That's me. Henry Montaigne said I played the greatest maid ever. It was a big part. These youngsters, a good flack can make a star out of anybody. Things have changed. Here, this was made over on Catalina Island. We were shooting a jungle picture. We acted. No doubles for us. Real actors.
When was that, ma'am?
A few years ago. Why are you asking all these questions about Ross?
Well, the note the girl left was addressed to him.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. Just some lovesick girl. That doesn't mean Ross had anything to do with it.
Well, we have to be sure, Miss Keene.
Well, you just believe me. I know the boy. He wouldn't get mixed up in a thing like this. Just some lovesick autograph hunter. Same thing used to happen to me all the time.
Is that right?
Sure. I used to get a couple hundred letters a week from men asking me to marry them. Said if I didn't, they just couldn't go on. Well, they did, though, but I guess it made them feel better. That's all it was, though, adolescence.
How long has Ross lived here, ma'am?
Since he came to California.
How long has that been?
Oh, I guess it's been about 3.5 years. Came out here from the Midwest, wanted to be an actor, moved out, and started pounding on doors. He's done pretty well. He'll do better. He's going to be a big star someday. Handle him right, and he'll be a big man.
Yes, ma'am. Has this girl ever come to see anybody else here in the building?
No, not that I know of. Never saw her.
Mm-hmm. How'd you happen to find the body? Would you tell us?
I went to bed about 10:30. They were running one of my old movies on TV, and I stayed up to see it. Did you happen to catch it? It was called The Floods Will Come. It was made over on Catalina. It starred Nick Benton, real movie idol. Here's one of the stills from the picture. Here's the whole company. And that's me. And that's Nick with the puttees. He'd put on a little weight. I remember he had to do road work while we were there to trim down. He held the company up for a week. It was a grand picture. They didn't do it right on television. It looked a little corny. I guess the way they run it through the machines, you know, we all look pasty, even Nick.
Yes, ma'am. Would you go on, please?
Well, after I saw the picture, I went out to the kitchen, got a bowl of shredded wheat to eat in bed, and came back to the bedroom, and I heard this noise.
What noise was that, ma'am?
Like somebody running water in one of the taps. It went on, and pretty soon it started to bother me. I couldn't understand it. Finally, I went up to see who it was, and the noise came from Ross's apartment. I knocked, but there wasn't any answer, so I unlocked the door and went in. I thought something was wrong. That's when I saw her.
Yes, ma'am.
She was lying on the bed, and right away I called the police.
Now, before you went up, did you hear any other noises? Any sound of a struggle, anything like that?
No, just the running water.
How about the shot? You hear that?
No, I didn't. There was a lot of shooting in the picture I was watching.
Did you touch anything in the room?
No, I turned on the lights, but that's all. The room was dark when I went in, just turned on the lights, and then I called the police.
I see. Now, according to the report, there wasn't any purse found with the body. Did you see one when you went in?
I didn't. If I had, you'd have gotten it. What are you trying to say, that I stole her purse? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, ma'am.
Well, you'd better not. I've got a reputation in this town. I know a lot of big people. I'm not going to have you come in here and call me a thief.
We didn't mean to offend you, ma'am.
Well, here's a photograph that ought to interest you. This is me when I won the East Indian Award for my picture Sunset in Rangoon. You should have seen the big fire sequence. It was printed up in dye tone, all red. Very effective.
Yes, ma'am. Who has a key to Mitchell's place besides him?
No one. He's got the only one. I don't like a lot of keys to the rooms out. I tell all the tenants that.
You got any idea how the girl might have gotten into the room?
No.
Do you know who the .22 rifle belonged to?
Yes, it was Ross's.
You're pretty sure about that, are you?
Yes, I saw it when he moved in. Commented on it then. He said he'd had it since he was a kid, kept it out of sentiment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's all this about anyway? You seem to think there's something wrong. Is that it?
No, ma'am. It's just that in things like this, we have to make a complete investigation.
Oh. Well, I want to do all I can to help you, but I do have an appointment with my agent, and if there's nothing more you want, I'd like to be going.
All right, Miss Keene. If we want to talk to you, we'll be able to reach you here?
Yes, right here.
All right, we'll give you a call to tell you about the inquest.
Am I going to have to be there?
Yes, ma'am. You and Mitchell.
Well, why him?
Well, it was his apartment.
But he didn't have anything to do with it.
Well, maybe so, ma'am, but he'll still have to be there.
Well, it's not fair. A thing like this can ruin him. By the time the papers get through with it, he'll be finished. It can ruin his career. Doesn't that mean anything? It can ruin him. It must mean something to you.
Yes, ma'am. So does that dead girl. We gave our card to Thelma Keene and asked her to call us in the event she thought of anything else. We also asked her to notify us immediately in the event she heard from Mitchell. 9:15 a.m. We went upstairs and checked with Galindo and Bates, who were staked out in Ross Mitchell's room where the dead girl had been found.
You haven't seen him, huh, Dan?
No, only those pictures on the wall. Actor, huh?
Yeah, looks like he's in every one of them, huh?
You don't see many of those anymore.
Yeah. My wife's still crazy about him. Well, we'll check you later, huh?
Right.
The stakeout in the room continued. .52 a.m. We drove over to the coffee shop on West 7th Street to talk to the girl's friend, Peggy Wallace. The cashier told us she was sitting at the end of the counter typing out the day's menus.
Well, what about Molly? Something wrong?
When was the last time you saw her?
Let's see. This Saturday night. She stayed at my house. Left about noon Sunday. I had the day off. Figured maybe we'd do something. Molly said she had something to do. Last time I saw her was Sunday morning.
Do you know a man named Ross Mitchell?
That
Why do you say that, Miss Wallace?
Because he is. Real no good.
You pretty friendly with Miss Paul, is he?
Molly thought so. Turned out he was just using her.
How do you mean?
Thought at first she could get him some jobs. Turned out he could do better, he dropped her. They were going to get married. And he figured he could do better, so he dropped her.
How long has Mitchell known her?
About a year or so. He showed up at an audition. Molly was there. Molly had the part, just had to go through the business to make it look good. She had the part. You know what I mean?
I think so.
Do you mind if I go ahead with these menus? Boss will get sore if I don't get through with them.
No, you go right ahead.
We can talk while I'm doing it. I took a course once. Touch typing. Didn't think I'd ever use it. Boy, was I fooled.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, this Ross really gave her the rush. He had her take him around, introduce him to her friends, got him a couple jobs. She's the one who introduced him to Mike.
Mike?
Yeah, Mike Cowell. That's Ross's agent. Molly set it up. There wasn't anything she hadn't done for him. And the bum acts like this.
What do you mean?
Treats her so bad. Say, how do you spell croquettes?
I think it's Croquettes.
Turkey. Had roast turkey last night. I don't understand how people can eat them, but we sure sell a lot of them.
Did Miss Paul say she was going to see Ross over the weekend?
Yeah. Yeah, said she had an appointment to see him Sunday. Said she'd called him and set it up.
You know what time?
No. She just said that she wasn't going on like they had been. It had to be straightened out. I don't blame her. She told all her friends she was going to get married. And then at the last minute, Ross had backed out.
I'll call the crime lab and see if they finished.
Right. How did Mitchell and Miss Paul seem to get along?
What do you mean?
Well, they have any arguments, disagreements?
Not often. About the only trouble they had was about their getting married. Ross kept saying it wouldn't do him any good to be married now. Thought it might hurt his career. That's all he ever thought about.
Were you ever present at any of these arguments?
Once. We'd gone out on a double date. Went to a place down at the beach. Had dinner, and on the way back, we stopped for a few drinks. Ross got pretty drunk. Got in a big thing about his career.
Joe?
Yeah?
See you a minute?
Yeah. Excuse me, Miss Wallace.
Sure. Say, before you go, is there one L or two L's in broccoli?
I think it's one.
Thanks.
I just talked to Lee Jones.
Did you finish up?
Yeah, something's wrong.
What's that?
He thinks the girl was murdered.
We drove over to the crime lab and talked with Ray Pinker. He told us that when they checked for powder burns on the body, they hadn't found any. They measured the reach of the dead girl and found that it would have been almost impossible for her to have pulled the trigger on the rifle, leaving the fingerprints that they had found on the gun. The Walker test failed to show any traces of nitrate powder on her hands or clothing. The handwriting on the suicide note found in the room was checked against samples of Molly Paul's writing. They were not the same. From their findings, the men in the crime lab said that it was their opinion that the girl had not killed herself, that she'd been murdered. We went back to the city hall and called Thelma Keene. She told me that she hadn't heard from Ross Mitchell. Frank prepared a local and an APB on the suspect, and it was sent out. 12:30 p.m. We went back to the rooming house and relieved the stakeout. Still no sign of the suspect. 1:30 p.m.
Who are you? What are you doing to my...
Come on in.
Who are you?
Police officers. Put that bag down.
What's going on here anyway?
Stand still.
What are you guys doing here?
You Ross Mitchell?
Yeah, why?
You know a girl named Molly Paul?
What's she got to do with this?
You know her?
Yeah, I know her.
When's the last time you saw her?
Say, what's this all about? What's all these questions?
When's the last time you saw Molly Paul?
Friday night, I guess.
Don't you know for sure?
All right, Friday night.
You haven't seen her since, huh?
I told you the last time was Friday night.
You didn't see her Sunday?
No.
Where were you Saturday and Sunday?
Out of town.
Where?
La Cañada.
You prove you were there?
Why?
Can you prove you were there?
I don't like all this, you guys coming in here asking a lot of questions. What are you trying to prove?
Who are you staying with?
Friend of mine.
What's his name?
I'm not going to have him dragged into this.
You haven't got much choice.
Well, that's what you say. You haven't told me what this is all about. I'm not telling you anything about who I was with until you tell me a few things.
All right, now you look, Mitchell. We're not out here to pass the time of day. You better come up with some straight answers quick. Now, who are you with?
Friend of mine, guy named Sid Austin.
What's his phone number?
You going to call him?
Want to check your alibi.
What's Austin's number?
It won't do you any good to call him.
Thought you said you were there.
I was.
And we got to call him.
Well, he won't be able to tell you anything. He wasn't there. He just let me use his place. Wasn't anybody there.
Who's got a key to this place besides you?
You mean here?
Yeah.
Nobody.
You got the only key, huh?
That's right. The landlady's got one, just the two of them.
Now, you got any idea how somebody else could have got in here?
No, why?
How well do you know Molly, Paul?
What's she got to do with this?
How well do you know her?
Well, we used to go together.
Anything serious between you?
She thought we might get married.
How'd you feel about that?
Oh, I don't think that's any of your business.
Yeah, well, maybe it is, fella. Now, how'd you feel about her?
I like her. She's a nice girl.
Nothing more.
No, now look, I think it's about time you told me what this is all about. Something to do with Molly, is that it? Something happened to her?
That's right.
What?
She's dead.
How did it happen?
Thought maybe you could tell us.
Why'd you figure that?
Where'd you see her last?
Up here.
This room?
Yeah.
When was that?
Like I told you, Friday night.
You ever have any trouble with her?
No, sir.
Ever argue?
No, sir. How did it happen? Can't you tell me?
You own a .22 rifle?
Yes, I do.
You got any bullets for it?
Yeah, why?
Where do you keep it?
In the closet over there.
You keep it loaded?
No, the bullets are on the shelf in the closet.
When's the last time you used it?
Been a long time, not since I came out here.
You ever been arrested?
No.
Never been in jail, huh?
Never.
All right, come on, Ross. We better go downtown.
What for?
Want to talk to you.
Why? You got to tell me before I have to go. You got to tell me what you're holding me for.
Suspicion of murder. Let's go.
Where are you going? Just a moment, please. Where are you taking him?
Downtown.
Why?
We want to talk to him.
You didn't have anything to do with it, did you, Ross?
I don't even know what this is all about. All I know is Molly's dead.
Well, she killed herself in your room.
Yeah.
She killed herself, Ross.
Now they're arresting me for murder.
Well, you can't do that. He didn't have anything to do with it. It was suicide.
Yeah, well, it looks a little different now.
No, wait a minute. Could I talk to you, please? Please?
All right, you want to take him out to the car, Frank?
Yeah. Come on.
Well, you can see you're making a mistake. Ross didn't have anything to do with it. He's going to have enough trouble with this girl killing herself in his room. You can't arrest him for murder. It was suicide.
Doesn't look that way now, ma'am.
Things never seem to work out the way you planned, do they?
Ma'am.
Do you know what this is?
Yes, ma'am.
1927, that's when it was. The night our picture opened. Riches and Tears. Henry Montaigne, the great director, gave me this basket. He took me to the premiere. It was filled to the brim with yellow roses. Oh, they were lovely. I saved this.
Yes, ma'am.
Top of the ladder, that's where I was when Henry gave me this. That's where Ross belongs. That's where he could be if he wanted to. I tried to help him. Heaven knows I tried. I got him to meet a lot of important people, a lot of contacts. You think he was interested? You bet he was. And how did he show it? He thanks me for all I've done by running around, chasing after that young nobody, that Molly. I tried to reason with her, tried to talk some sense into her. I told her that she couldn't do anything for him. I told her that I could make him a star, bigger than anybody. She said she loved him. She doesn't know what love is.
All right, go ahead.
And she came over here all the time, begging Ross to marry her. I told her to get out of his life and stay out, to leave him alone. He didn't need her. She couldn't do anything for him.
When was all this?
Sunday evening, she came over, said they were going out on the town. When you're young, you know everything. I'm one of the biggest stars this town ever had. She's a nobody. I know what's good for the boy.
You told us that you didn't see the girl Sunday night, isn't that right?
That's what I said.
Did you see her on Sunday?
Yes, I did. She wanted me to let her into Ross's apartment. I told her he wasn't there. She said it didn't make any difference. Said she'd wait for him.
Yeah?
I told her to leave him alone. She didn't understand him. She didn't know how to take care of him. I knew the right people. He could have written his own ticket in this town. He could have been big. You don't want him. I killed her.
All right, you want to get your coat?
Yeah, it doesn't make any difference. I did it for him. I thought you'd figure it was suicide. I didn't count on you thinking it was anything else.
You wrote the note, did you?
I did. That's what you've got to understand for him. That's all that counted. He'd marry her and he'd been through. I had to stop it. I didn't want to kill her. Ross is a fine actor, real talent. That doesn't come along very often. Real talent.
You'd be willing to give us a statement?
Yeah, I want to do the right thing.
All right. You ready to go?
Just one more thing.
Yeah?
I didn't show you this photograph, did I? This was taken the night my picture opened. I haven't changed much since then. Not really. I wear my hair a little different, that's all.
Yes, ma'am.
You've got to promise me when we get downtown, no pictures. I don't want them to take any pictures of me. None.
Well, we'll do what we can.
Yes. This is the one we'll release to the press.
October 14th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. I'm a cop. It was Tuesday, April 27th. We were working the day watch out of Juvenile Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Powers. My name's Friday. We got a call from one of the richest neighborhoods in the city. One of the residents reported a 10-year-old boy and his sister were going from door to door begging for food. We had to find out why. Just what I was telling you on the phone. A 10-year-old boy and his sister covering the neighborhood begging for food. You ready to go?
Yeah, you arranged for a policewoman?
Just did.
Kid is supposed to come from a wealthy family. Huh?
Enough money to live in the best part of town.
Doesn't make sense. Sounds like a gag.
Not according to the neighbor who phoned in.
Yeah.
She says the kids are half starved. Frank and I drove out to a mansion in one of the wealthiest parts of town. The other homes in the neighborhood were just as large, $50,000 and up. It was the last place in the city that you'd expect to find neighborhood children begging for food. "3:20 p.m. We went around to the rear entrance of the mansion. We located the woman who'd called in the complaint, a Miss Jeanette Behan. She was employed as a laundress and cook by the owners of the house.
They are from the house next door, officers. The children. As I explained on the phone. A boy about 10 years. A girl, 6 years old, I guess.
Which side do they live on, Miss Behan? The house on the corner?
No, the other side. Up here. Brown and white house.
Are the children there now, do you know?
No, but they were here this afternoon again. Here to the back door. Asking for something to eat. I do not understand it. Something must be wrong.
Have they been around often, Miss Behan?
2 or 3 days. Maybe 4 days. At first, I thought they were fooling. But they were not. I gave them cookies, sandwiches. They were very hungry. They ate like they were starving. The little girl saved their cookies. She took them home with her.
How about their parents? They home now?
Excuse me. The potash. There. That's better.
Yes, ma'am.
No. I have not seen the mother the last few days. I understand they are divorced. The mother, she lives there with the children. The father, I don't know.
What's their name, do you know?
Kessler. Madame, the woman I work for, she says there are 3 children in the Kessler family. I don't know. I only have seen 2 of them, the boy and the girl. I would go over and see what is wrong, but I do not know the Kesslers. It is not my place. That's why I called you, officer.
Yes, ma'am, I see.
You understand. I do not mind giving the children food. I think only something is wrong if they do not get it at home.
Well, thanks very much for notifying us, Miss Behan. We'll look into it right away.
I'm just curious, Miss Behan, but what's that you're making there?
This? Napoleon.
What's that?
Napoleon. Do you know? Napoleon pastry.
Oh, sure. Smells good, doesn't it? Thanks again, ma'am.
Certainly, officer. If there is something I can do, will you let me know?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Officer.
You know, it's funny, Joe.
What's that?
Those Spanish women make fine cooks, don't they?
Spanish? You sounded Viennese to me.
Oh, sure. French pastry. Sam Kessler, they prominent in society?
I don't know. There's a lot of them around. Could be. Want to try it again?
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
Your name, Kessler?
Yeah, I'm Richard. My mother's not home. Maybe you can come back tomorrow.
We're police officers, son. I'd like to come in and talk to you if it'd be all right.
Yeah, I guess that's all right. Would you come in, please?
Thank you. Richard was polite, well-mannered. He told us he was 10 years old and that he attended the neighborhood grammar school. The house was cold and musty. Looked like it hadn't been cleaned in weeks. The boy showed us back to the kitchen where he was warming a can of soup that he'd borrowed from a neighbor.
What do you want to talk to me about, officers? I haven't done anything wrong.
We know that, son. We'd just like to find out how you've been getting along.
Well, I've been getting along all right. I got 2 A's and 4 B's on my report card last month.
Mm-hmm. Where's your sister, Dick?
Judy? Oh, she's just down the street. She'll be back in a minute.
Well, how about your mother? Where's she?
Oh, she's out, too. She'll be back.
When do you expect her, son?
Pretty soon. She'll be coming back pretty soon.
Now, your sister Judy, she's younger than you are, isn't she, Dick?
Yeah, she's 6. I'm 10.
Any other grown-ups live here with you besides your mother?
No, Mom takes care of us. She'll be coming back pretty soon.
I'd like to have you tell us the truth on this, son. How long's she been gone?
I don't know. It's probably important. It's taken her a long time. If you come back tomorrow, she'll probably be here.
When's the last time you saw her, son? Son, how about it?
A couple days ago.
Well, this is Tuesday. You mean she left the house Sunday?
No, last Friday night she went out. She said she'd be back. I don't know.
Did she say where she was going, son?
No, but her boyfriend was here, Larry. I don't know his last name. She went out with him to a party, I think. I don't know. She'll be back all right.
Did she leave anyone to take care of you?
No, we could take care of ourselves. Nobody fixed the cooking, though. Yeah, I better take a look at that soup.
I'll get it, son.
Has your mother ever gone off like this and left you before, son?
Maybe once or twice. She never stayed away this long, though.
What's the matter, son?
Well, it's Johnny, officer. Johnny hasn't eaten very much. He must be hungry by now. I was fixing the soup for him.
Where is Johnny?
In the nursery. He's got a bad cold. Ma knew Johnny was sick. That's why I've been wondering. She hasn't been back yet. I don't think Johnny's feeling well.
Well, how long has he had this cold, son?
A couple days before Friday, before Mom left.
How old is he?
Oh, Johnny? He's just a little kid. He won't be 2 years old till July. I've been wondering about him. At first he coughed a lot. I've been feeding him milk and potato chips, same as Judy and I have. I don't know.
Mind if we take a look at him, son?
Yeah, all right if you want.
Has the doctor been out to see your brother?
No, I thought of calling him, but I don't know the doctor's name. I was waiting till Mom got home. This is Johnny's room here. Would you come in, please? Sure. Look at the officers. That's my brother Johnny.
It's cold in here.
Yeah. Let's have a look here.
Hi, Johnny. You hungry now?
I think he's asleep, son. Joe. Yeah, look at his eyes. Yeah, better get an ambulance. Tell him to hurry. Right.
What's the matter, officer? What about Johnny's eyes?
He'll be all right, son.
He's been acting awful quiet, hardly moving around at all. Most of the time, he's jumping around the crib like anything.
Has anyone at all been in here to see him since Friday?
Yes, sir. My sister Judy and I. We change his diapers and give him something to eat.
I see.
Gee, I wish Mom would get home. I'd sure like to talk to her.
Yes, son, so would I. 3:48 p.m. We put in a call to the office for a policewoman. Then we got in touch with Ray Pinker at the crime lab, and he sent out a man to photograph the condition of the Kessler home and the children. The ambulance arrived, and little Johnny Kessler was taken to the General Hospital in a critical condition. The 22-month-old boy was in a coma. Richard Kessler and his sister Judy were taken to Georgia Street Juvenile Division and then transferred to Juvenile Hall. They were placed under protective custody, Section 700 Sub B, Welfare and Institution Code. They were held at Juvenile Hall, Lathrop Cottage, segregated from the delinquent juveniles in the adjoining building. Richard and Judy were given a bath and something to eat. Judy was interrogated separately by a policewoman. Frank and I talked to the boy, Richard. After a few minutes, he broke down and admitted that his mother had gone off and left the children alone on at least a half a dozen occasions. He told us his parents were divorced. He rarely saw his father, but his mother had had 2 or 3 boyfriends at the house during the past year. He also told us that his mother drank quite a bit.
But she's never been gone this long, officer. Maybe she's out somewhere and has no way to get home.
We'll find her, all right, son. Don't you worry about it. Now, this boyfriend of your mother's son, his first name's Larry. Is that all you can tell us?
Yes, sir. I don't know his last name. Are you going to keep us here all night, Judy and I?
Well, it's just for a day or so, son. They'll take good care of you.
Where'd they take Judy?
She's right next door. You can see her in a minute.
I'd like to see her right now if I could. I'm worried about her.
All right, son. I'll see what I can do.
Now about my brother Johnny. I'd like to take care of myself if I could. He gets pretty fussy around strangers.
Well, they've got him over at the hospital, son. They'll take good care of him. You can count on that.
I don't know, officer. He gets pretty fussy.
All right, we'll see if we can fix that up for you, too. Now, there's one thing I'd like to know, Dick. Do you have any relatives in Los Angeles? Any aunts, uncles, anyone like that?
No, just my father, but I don't know where he lives. A nurse used to take care of us, Mrs. McIntosh. She was swell, but Mom fired her.
Oh, how'd that happen? Would you know?
No, I don't know. Maybe Mom was drinking. Mrs. McIntosh got mad at her. They had a big fight. Then Mom fired her.
Now, this Mrs. McIntosh, do you know where you can find her?
No, sir, I don't.
Now, how about the other boyfriends your mother had, Dick? Do you remember any of their names?
No, one of them was George something. I don't remember the other one.
Joe?
Yeah.
See you a minute.
Sure. Excuse me, I'll be right back, son. The hospital just called. It's a rotten shame. What's that? The Kessler boy. Little Johnny? Yeah. He just died. 22 months. All the pertinent facts and data would be listed on the crime report. If and when the case was closed, the report would be filed away. Wouldn't be any different from 1,000 other dead body reports. The same size, the same color, the same number in the lower left-hand corner. In the course of 10 or 20 years on the job, a police officer sees a lot of them. Most of them he forgets. A few of them he never forgets. The next morning, the body was posted at the county morgue. It was found that the youngster had been suffering from malnutrition. The cause of death was due to a basal skull fracture. Homicide detail was notified. The search for the mother, Mrs. Jean Kessler, went on. We talked to her neighbors, all her friends that we could locate. We checked out an address book we found in Mrs. Kessler's personal effects. No luck. We got out a broadcast in an APB. Thursday, April 29th.
Anything?
Another blank.
I was just thinking, Joe, the two kids, Richard and Judy. You think it might have happened that way?
What do you mean?
Well, they were taking care of little Johnny. They might have had an accident with him and afraid to tell us.
Well, it's a possibility. Better chance it was somebody else, though.
The mother?
Well, we know Mrs. Kessler drinks quite a bit. She could have lost patience with the little fella. More chance of an accident there, don't you think? Yeah. Juvenile Friday. Oh, yeah. How are you, Bert? You did, huh? What was that? I see. Yeah, you bet it does. Thanks very much, Bert. Bye. Might be something.
Yeah.
Woman answering Mrs. Kessler's description checked into a hotel on South Hope last night.
Still registered?
Checked out early this morning. She left a sport coat in the room.
Yeah.
Blood stains on it. Friday, April 30th. We were still without a lead to the whereabouts of the missing mother, Mrs. Jean Kessler. The blood-stained coat which had been found in the South Hope Street Hotel was shown to Mrs. Kessler's friends. They identified it as belonging to the missing woman. We showed the coat to Mrs. Kessler's children, Richard and Judy. They recognized it as belonging to their mother. Routine investigation of the hotel room failed to uncover any further leads. We got out a supplementary APB, and then we started rechecking with the Kessler woman's friends and acquaintances. We found nothing. We inquired at a dozen taverns and cocktail lounges that she'd been known to frequent. No sign of her. No sign of her boyfriend. In rechecking her personal effects, we found a canceled check to their former nurse, a Mrs. McIntosh. The endorsement carried her address. We checked it out. She'd moved. We traced her to her forwarding address. There, we were told that she had a new job as a nursemaid with a family living in the Los Feliz district. We called there and talked to Mrs. McIntosh. She told us that she was just leaving the house with two of the children for an outing in Griffith Park. We made arrangements to meet with her there. At 1:55 p.m., we located Mrs. McIntosh in the Griffith Park Zoo.
I read about it in the paper, Sergeant, about Johnny. I didn't know you wanted to talk to me. I would have called in if I did.
We're still trying to locate the mother, Mrs. McIntosh. Can you help us out there?
I don't know. Have you asked her those places she used to go to all the time, where she used to drink?
Yes, ma'am, we have. They couldn't help us. Did you know any of Mrs. Kessler's boyfriends, the ones that came to the house?
Yes, I knew all of them. Donald, don't you wander off now. Same for you, Patsy. Stay close.
Now, the boy Richard was telling us about one of the boyfriends, ma'am. Name's Larry.
Oh, yes. Donald, you heard what I said. Stay close. Yes, I knew that, Larry.
Do you remember what his last name was, ma'am?
Yes, Carpenter. Some kind of an actor in the movies, I think.
Larry Carpenter. You know where he lives?
No. I think he had an apartment in Hollywood. I wouldn't know the address.
What kind of a man is this Carpenter? I mean, his temperament, things like that.
Lazy. I don't know how much money Mrs. Kessler spent on him.
Did the two of them ever argue? Did they ever have any fights, would you know?
All the time. He had a terrible temper.
Did he ever strike Miss Kessler?
Oh, yes. I saw it happen several times.
How did this Carpenter act toward the children, Mrs. McIntosh?
Indifferent, I guess. They annoyed him sometimes. Lord only knows what happened after I left.
And that was after you had the argument with Mrs. Kessler?
Yes, it was about her drinking and her boyfriends and all the rest. I just got sick of it.
I told her what I thought. She just wouldn't admit she was getting old. Not caring for the children, pretending she was still in her 20s.
Do you have any idea where we might locate the father?
Well, they're divorced, you know. He's a head salesman for a lumber concern downtown. He inherited most of his money. I have the name of the company at home. You can have it if you like.
Thank you very much. We'd appreciate it.
It's the children I feel sorry for, not her.
Yes, ma'am.
3 beautiful children, and the way she treated them. Poor Johnny. Poor baby. I just can't understand it.
Ma'am?
Johnny. I mean, to go off and desert a helpless baby, her own baby. What reason could she have to do that?
I don't know, ma'am, but it better be a good one. Friday, 4 p.m. Mrs. McIntosh called us at the office and gave us the business address of the missing woman's ex-husband, Richard Lane Kessler. We went there to see him, but they told us that Kessler was away on a week's vacation. They had no idea where to contact him, but he was expected back in a few days. We called Central Casting and asked them to check their talent list for an actor by the name of Larry Carpenter. They had no such name listed. Saturday, May 1st. The Kessler children, Richard and Judy, remained in the custody of juvenile authorities. The search for their mother continued. Inquiries at the morgue, the city hospitals, and the drunk tank at the main jail still failed to turn up the missing woman. We checked again at the different places he used to patronize. No one had seen her. 4:30 p.m., we checked in at the office.
A lot of mileage today.
Yeah, we haven't got much to show for it, have we?
No. Not going to be much fun for those Kessler kids next Sunday.
Why? What do you mean?
Second Sunday in May.
What about it?
Mother's Day.
Yeah. Thanks. Here's a good piece of news.
What's that?
Kessler woman's boyfriend, Larry Carpenter.
Yeah.
Says he saw his name in some of the stories that broke in last night's papers. Doesn't want us to consider him a fugitive.
Yeah.
Says he'll be at his club all day today.
Let's go.
Says here not to disturb him unless we think it's important. 6:25 p.m. Frank and I located Larry Carpenter in his club, back in one of the card rooms.
Now, look, I told that cop when I called in, you weren't supposed to contact me here unless it was important.
That little Kessler boy is dead, Carpenter. We think that's pretty important.
But I don't know anything about that. You didn't have to interrupt me. That's an important man I was playing with. What do you want to know?
Where's Miss Kessler?
Why ask me? I don't know.
You're a pretty good friend of hers. You were the last person seen with her.
That was a week ago. Went out to a party last Friday night. I haven't seen her since the following Monday. Yeah, last Monday. I'm through with her anyway.
What do you mean?
Well, I got sick of her, that's all. Pawing all over me, asking me to marry her. I just got sick of her. It wasn't worth it.
You took money from her?
Yeah, a little bit to tide me over. She had plenty. Why not?
Where'd you last see her?
I can give you the address, but keep your voices down, will you? I wouldn't like this stuff to get around the club.
Were you at another hotel with Mrs. Kessler last week?
Yeah, on South Hope, around 9th Street, I think. That's where you found her coat, huh?
What do you got to say about that?
The bloodstains? Sure. Crazy dame. I told her I was through with her, and she tried to hit me with a bottle. Cut herself. I tell you, it just wasn't worth it, that's all.
Yeah, well, I guess you can prove everything you're telling us, huh?
Of course I can prove it. It's the truth.
What about the little boy? How'd that happen?
I didn't have anything to do with it. It wasn't my fault.
How'd it happen?
That was that Friday night, just before we left the house. The old lady and I were having a few drinks. She put the little kid to bed, but he wouldn't stay there. He kept getting out of bed and pestering us.
All right, go on.
She finally took the kid, gave him a good spanking, and threw him back in bed. I think he hit his head on one of the posts in the crib.
Why didn't you do something about it?
I told her, but she said it was nothing. It didn't matter. We got our coats and left, that's all. Kids were all right when we left.
You mean all the times you and Mrs. Kessler went out, you knew those children were left alone in that house, huh?
Yeah, but she's the mother, not me. Now, look, I kept this game waiting long enough.
Yeah, well, it's going to wait a little longer. Come on. Larry Carpenter was taken downtown and held for questioning on suspicion of murder. He gave us the address of the hotel where he'd last seen Mrs. Kessler. Frank and I checked out the address. The desk clerk told us that a woman answering Mrs. Kessler's description was registered in a room on the second floor.
Boy, they sure like their music here, don't they?
Yeah.
Who's there? Who is it?
You Mrs. Jean Kessler?
Who are you?
Police officers, we want to talk to you for a minute.
I didn't do anything. What do you want me for?
It's about your children, Mrs. Kessler.
I didn't do anything. Little Johnny was sick, that's all. It wasn't my fault. I didn't do anything.
That's not what Carpenter says.
Larry? Have you seen him? Is he coming back to me?
All right, come on, Lee. You better get up.
But I've got to have Larry back. He's everything to me. I love him. Where is he?
Well, look, lady, you've been gone over a week. Aren't you a little worried about your children?
Oh, they're all right. I spend my life on children. I need Larry. Where is he?
Here's your coat.
Let us few drinks. I feel terrible.
Yeah, sure.
I need Larry so bad. I just love him. I just love him. He doesn't understand. I gave him all my love. I gave him every bit.
Looks like you gave them too much.
Huh?
You didn't have any left for your children.
July 2nd, trial was held in Department 87, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted of manslaughter, which is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period not to exceed 10 years. The Kessler children were placed in foster homes.